I understand they made they made them particles so they could count them and make computer programs and make devices and shit like that. That's fine, but it's still just a freaking just a what you call it, just a system, man. It's a
Well, let's say
construct,
we look at
a convention is the word I'm looking for. That's it.
so if we're like looking in a vacuum chamber, which it's just a vacuum chamber, okay? Don't forget about it. Doesn't to say that we shouldn't do anything or any tests or observations within a vacuum chamber is kind of ridiculous. If that's what you want to say, go for it, okay? But if you have a vacuum chamber and then you're measuring, like, let's say, like the electromagnetic energy in the vacuum chamber, and then all of a sudden there's a fluctuation or there are certain concentrated areas of energy that are detected but weren't previously. Okay, so where does the energy come from?
I don't know the answer. I don't know if somebody else has it.
Everywhere.
Okay, so
I mean,
everyone's so
eternity.
that's what I'm saying. Either you can avoid the questions, right, and say I don't know. That's whatever. Cool. Okay, but this is what the options are. Either that energy is coming from somewhere, or it's coming from nowhere, nothing, the absence of anything. That latter option cannot exist, though. So what does that leave us?
It's not. So, I mean, it's not just passing through the vacuum chamber from the outside.
That would be something.
I'd say the word
Oh, yeah,
exists. I'd say the word exists is based on a premise of acknowledging the ether, because existence, right, would mean to stand outside of. So something that exists is standing outside of something else. And what is it standing outside of? Well, that'd be the ether.
difficult.
Well,
Sure.
because the
I'm
ether
I'm
itself
having
is also
difficulty
existent.
envisioning this. Yeah,
See, then,
like
then
it's
thus
really
you
difficult
can't
to do.
answer
Even
the
when
question. Sorry.
I can't envision it, it's difficult to imagine, right? Even when you say like, oh, a spirit, I'm still thinking of a spirit as a thing. It's difficult to imagine it
Oh yeah.
without it being
Well, dude, why
materialistic.
would we
Yeah.
limit ourselves to where we can't say, "Does the ether exist?" Like we all know what we're saying. So the fact that
Yeah, to get to
every
Ritz's
other
question,
yeah,
to get to Austin's question, it is something. Via logical deduction, given the absolute dichotomy that he just presented, from nothing comes nothing, therefore something cannot come from nothing. It's something that comes from something.
yeah. And of course, even like the simplicity in the fact that the necessary antecedent to design is a designer, thus the material world, there had to be some interaction with what is now known as the material world and something beyond it so that it could be here. So if you claim a creator by way of antecedent relationship, you can't then turn around and act like you know there's nothing beyond the material world. That is a contradiction.
Now, I want to be specific here because there's another ontological confusion that isn't quite defined when we talk about this matter, because this is more than mere physics. This is ontology now. This is metaphysics again, which is perfectly fine. And so, material, very often, material, substance, physical, is often set as an antithesis or antinomous to spirit, and it simply isn't correct, at least coming from the biblical worldview. Spirit is not immaterial necessarily. It's not insubstantial. They have existence. They have substance to their being. They even don flesh. They have causal power. They're persons. Like they fall into the category of concreta. They're not mere abstracta. They're not just ideas. Especially the Supreme Spirit, the Almighty, the Holy Spirit, who is the creator of all things, including the ether, which is also existent. Going back to the Latin word, like Fundy just said earlier, existare, to stand out of, the ether itself is also contingent. Its existence is contingent upon the Holy Spirit, the Almighty, the Creator.
Okay, so this is where specificity becomes really important, because just like the conflation of the ether with space-time and the fact that you can't show me space-time, you can't show me the ether directly, therefore they fall in this like the non-concrete category.
And I would say that to say that the Holy Spirit falls into that category, it could be, you're right. But I think that claim is where that slippery slope starts. And is it even necessary? Because what we're talking about right now is what can we prove and what can we, at least common sense, at least logically deduce, can't be the case as far as the material world goes. And what's
right. So if
within
we
this
step outside
realm.
of outside of really reiterative flat Earth scripts for a second, we're going to step over here into this realm where we critically assess information. Okay, so we have relativity. How do we know relativity isn't viable? Well, on its face, it's a reification fallacy, meaning that it takes a concept and it treats it as having physical properties. You can't attribute physical properties to concepts. Space is an idea of nothingness, emptiness, absence of. That's an idea, a privation specifically, and it cannot have physical properties. Time, concept, conceptual quantification of passing, which is also a concept. Okay, so we have the concepts. They're given physical properties of bending, warping, and dilating. Okay, that's ridiculous. Now we're going to move over here and compare that to the ether, because apparently that's an analogy. It's not, though, because the ether is not proposed as some concept of passing or the idea of nothingness. It is proposed as something having like non-material substantive qualities. People may say that's an oxymoron, but it is not, unless you just, presuppose materialism. So it's like, I'm hoping making myself clear. Obviously, the ether is not the same as space-time, right? It's clearly not. That's ethers is proposed as substantive, having physical properties, and space-time is the opposite. And this is why Tesla shit all over relativity, right?
It's actually,
So,
I mean,
come on.
to Austin's point, it's the very antithesis of the space-time concept, because the space-time concept is a reification of an abstracta. The ether, the quintessence, the omnipresent substratum, as I heard me call it, that's a concreta. And if it is the case, in principle, in the nature of the case, if this thing is really ether, you have never not seen it. You cannot not see it. You cannot not have an experience of it, either with your eyes, either with your visual perception, whatever other perception of your five senses. If it is real, you cannot not experience.
I'm just trying to understand why it's necessary. Like, so if you probably that there's a dome, right, then you don't need ether, right? Because then you still have the same material inside, just separated by a dome. I'm not saying I'm not pushing forward the dome, but you have the same material on the other side of it. What's the need for this?
Well, as the answer to your question is, in the
Wouldn't
terms
follow.
of the discussion of flat Earth, it isn't necessary. This is the problem. People that are flat earthers think they can go around and tell other people they're only allowed to talk about a hyper specific script and argument for flat
I'm not
Earth.
trying to give it a script. I'm
And
just trying to say if there's a
anything
barrier
outside
separating
of
the
that,
two things.
no,
that wouldn't
I'm making
follow.
the bigger
Okay.
point. I'm making the bigger point here, right? Which is that when you say, is it necessary? I answered your question. It's not necessary in terms of, is the Earth flat or is it a spinning ball? You can falsify the spinning globe a million ways. We're talking about something that is the fundamental building blocks for electrical field theory and how we have all electricity or understanding of any type of electromagnetic phenomena in the history of mankind. Okay, we're talking about something that also would be very relevant to this Earth we discovered is not what they said it is, because if true, then it's all encompassing and definitely going to be a variable in a lot of the phenomena we observe. So a lot of us, getting in this because we want to find out the truth about where we really live, and that's like the whole point. We want to keep on trying to figure out the truth about where we really live. Okay, so now we're going to use logic. And when we use logic, we can go back and simply find out a progression of events that happened because of heliocentrism, where they basically decapitated electrical field theory and everything that had gotten us to where we were regarding it in a devotion to heliocentrism and needing the Earth to move. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. The ideological opponent that we have just taken out of heliocentrism is the reason why the etheric background was thrown out, even though it was unthinkable how we would continue along the field of electrical field theory without it. This is reality. So now real people wanting to know what's really going on aren't just going to breeze past that, just like I'm not going to breeze past Operation High Jump and Operation Paperclip that brought Von Braun over here. I'm not going to breeze past historical evidence, right? Okay, but now that doesn't prove anything, but that's obviously very substantial. The primary point I'm trying to elucidate here is the idea that you're going to somehow try to stop flat earthers about discussing this is insanity.
No, I didn't mean. No, I didn't mean. I didn't mean to stop you about anything. Yeah. Oh, okay.
No, it's not directed.
I'm not even trying to bring the. I'm not even trying to bring the flat Earth into it. I'm just saying, is the ether necessary because of a lack of a barrier? Is it necessary to explain if there's not a barrier? Okay. All right.
No, okay. There's a deeper thing going on. I think you might be aware of some of it, at least. Let me
chime in here.
Yeah, getting the QE trying to get rid of the ether altogether. Real quick, I want to add one thing, but I'll let you go first, Tony. Go ahead, please.
So, we want these like testable things. If we're going to hold ourselves to a strict scientific method process, and all that we could derive using that technique, that method, would be to put it in my favorite analogy of like consciousness versus thoughts, is that like you can have a thought, you might detect it by like its correlation with electrical signals. You can, look up the wires to your brain, and you can say, yes, we have determined that in some way these things that we call thoughts exist. But then they say, well, what about, where are the thoughts happening within, right? And we have a word for that. Everyone acknowledges we have consciousness, and consciousness is comprised of thoughts and feelings. But all that can be measured, materialistically in any sort of correlative sense is the electrical signals that correlate to the thoughts. But but if you're going to stick to those standards, what you can actually detect some sort of, reaction, fluctuation, movement, or whatever, you're going to say, oh yeah, thoughts exist, but what's this thing you're calling consciousness? We can't measure that because thoughts are the perturbation of consciousness, and all we can detect is the perturbation of it. And we want to treat those like particles instead of addressing that, well, they're not particles, they're fluctuations of a field.
Okay, so to get back to that from that real quick, if sometimes the ether is conflated with a lot of different things, including the microwave background medium, the space-time, and the universal consciousness, and thoughts are the perturbation to get to the material. And in the same way, there could be a back to the ether with the universal consciousness that also has to do. I wanted to hear Witzig go off on water and electricity being intrinsically tied to the ether as well. And there's this whole other discussion that's very similar to this argument about the ether, with the incoherent dielectric acceleration being the downward bias, where this seems to all kind of stem from, with Bob and Anthony Riley going at each other, and that's where the line was drawn to begin with. And also, anyone paying attention to this debate, it was already over in 2016, and the heads that are trying to be so protective about the debate, only including certain topics now, as if there's some chance that flat Earth is going to lose, is another ridiculous point to add on to it. Anyways, go ahead.
Austin, if he wants to speak, Austin, if you want to speak, I just want to say this. In addition to Fundy's point, is there is a fallacy that he was just specifically highlighting, where someone says, I cannot have an anecdotal experience of a thing, therefore it's not a real thing, therefore it's not a concrete or an abstracted, and that simply just doesn't follow. For instance, if you apply that logic to other humans that you have never met, you have no empirical experience of these other humans, it does not then follow to then conclude that they are not concretely real. You say they're not mere abstracted, they are concretely real persons, regardless of you never having an empirical experience of them. So it's a fallacious thing to say that if I don't have an empirical experience of it, therefore it's not real. It just doesn't follow.
Yeah, and what's crazy is it's like you're just sitting over there not talking about anything because you can't even give your opinion on anything now. Like when you follow that script, you can't even give your opinion on anything. Like, What's electromagnetism? You don't have an opinion. What is magnetism? Where does it come from? You don't have an opinion. You can't talk about these things. What is the all-encompassing metaphysical realm that had to predate the physical realm? You can't give your opinion on it. How would that be a good thing to apply to the flat Earth community across the board? How would that be?
Science doesn't have an end. So if you say follow the science, you're gonna. Well, I can only follow it so far, but not to a final conclusion.
Yeah,
what's
and that's
crazy is
what Fundy just said. That would be the limits of human knowledge, not the limits of all knowledge. I mean, there is all knowledge, so it's a finite quantity of knowledge, all of which dwells in the mind of the God. But the amount of knowledge that we can access, that we're privy to, is not the end all of all knowledge.
yeah, of course.
But Witchy, you asked some questions that I don't know the answers to, but because I don't know the answers to some of those questions does not give you a win ticket.
Oh, well, if I elucidate that there's only two options and that only one of them is viable objectively, then I would say, I don't know what you mean by win ticket, but my point has been postulated and not refuted. So it stands as such.
And so
We're
to
not telling you
respond
that
to
you
that
have to stop
saying, well,
imagining
just
either.
because I don't
You can
know,
imagine too. Yeah.
Do I?
You can imagine whatever you want. Nobody's telling you can't.
Oh, that's true.
so with that last thing that Austin just said, for the opponent to then respond saying, well, just because I can't answer those questions doesn't mean you win. I mean, that's an appeal to ignorance fallacy. So now, given what I don't know, you still don't. Now, given what I don't know, my point still stands. If yours has been refuted, no, that doesn't follow.
But
You
what
gotta
if we
ask
keep the
yourself too, man. You
conversation
gotta ask
within the
yourself.
realms of things that we do know?
If you're arguing on the side of the ballers, you're probably wrong, dude. Sorry, Howard, but if you're arguing with the ballers, you're probably wrong.
Yeah.
If you're arguing
sure.
against it, you know.
Yeah, Left Lane. What do you experience? Consciousness?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay, so are we allowed to talk about consciousness because we can't physically see it?
No, it's just there are some of the questions about electromagnetism and different things like that I would need to look up, and then even if I read some of and I would understand electromagnetism, but maybe I read the definition and I still don't completely understand it to the point that I can give you a description of it, and those things are difficult to come to conclusions on. If we really, I mean, it's like talking about dark matter when you're talking about gravity. It's like you're conflating kind of two different things, and you're refuting gravity because we can't explain dark matter. And sometimes that's like a dead end. There's no resolution to that.
Dude, dark matter is you just trying
I can
to
agree with you on. There is something I can agree with you on. If Austin's argument was, given that you don't know, therefore I'm right, that wouldn't follow. But that's not Austin's argument.
No.
Well, that wasn't Left Lane's argument. His Left Lane's argument was just because I don't know doesn't mean that you're right. I mean, it's okay.
Okay, it's whatever. I mean, cool story, bro. But anyway, dark matter is actually just the attempts to reluctantly absorb the ether. In fact, it is by definition etheric, meaning it has physical properties, but is beyond the physical world. So it's literally the heliocentric model saying the word dark matter is them saying ether. Like that's what it actually means. And then all the Globers know to say is, we don't understand it yet. That's how science works, wits it. Because you can't respond to what I just said.
Well, you see why it's being compared now then. It's, and kind of looked down on by some.
I elucidated how they're not the same thing, though. And what's really funny is now there's a narrative that ether, it was actually used for Einstein's relativity, and without it, it couldn't be there. And what the flat earthers are arguing for is what Einstein argued for. Wow, that's such a drastic misunderstanding of what actually took place, because Einstein had to propose special relativity to combat the modern version of the ether at the time, the current version at the time, right? Because it would show that the Earth wasn't moving. So how can you come full circle and say, you guys are arguing for the ether that Einstein said had to exist? And I've heard so many people say that Einstein threw the ether out. But no, he didn't. Here's a quote from him right here saying that he needs the ether and that space without ether is unthinkable. And the quote is very simple, right? And he's saying space must be endowed with physical properties. In that sense, space must be endowed with physical properties. In that sense, does that phrase not in that sense, in the sense of physical, like in the sense of physical properties. Okay, in that sense, the ether exists. In fact, space without ether is unthinkable. And he goes on to basically say, paraphrase, for there would be a lack of reciprocation or causal mechanism for motion. Okay, dude, the version of space-time that is accepted as relativity in the glue of the heliocentric model was developed in response to the fact that the electromagnetic ether, the ether of modern electrical field theory, okay, it showed that the Earth wasn't moving. So it had to be changed. And the only part that was kept is everything that the ether can actually explain, meaning physicality. But it took away the actual source of physicality because it had to, because it would disprove the Earth was moving if it was kept that way. Let's not talk about that as flat earthers. We should totally not talk about that.
Right.
Well, I don't understand it enough. I mean, I think that's, I don't understand it enough. I think that's a lot of people. Maybe it's just me.
Well, I think that then, I think shutting people down, touting superior understanding would be a bit off, then, is all I'm saying. Like, not ever directly going at anyone in here, but I'm going at the idea that people are going to somehow stop this conversation. I mean, good luck.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to.
Well, it should be clearly outlined what it is, right? Like what components make up the ether, and why it's needed. I mean, it should just be like some immediate points that everybody should be able to rattle off pretty quickly.
Well, Tanks, let's remedy that. When
it.
you say you don't understand it, what part of it don't you understand?
I don't understand. I don't know what part I don't understand. I'm doing something right now, but I don't understand a lot of the stuff that he's getting into. Why it's needed. I mean, claiming that you need something, like I can make a baby, right? With a girl, we can make a baby. Something. Did it come from nothing? Why do we need something else to explain it?
See, it's needed from a logical framework perspective. Because the way that you come up with things in the world is you use your logic. Like, even if you do a scientific experiment, I mean, you're interpreting the data.
Yes.
Or you're just staring at it. So
Not interpreting it.
So you have to have a logical framework, right? And that's what this is. And this was adopted as the logical framework to discover electricity. That's how we discovered electricity, bro. Okay, so I'd say this logical framework does bear fruit, seeing as how it discovered the primary thing we use for power across the entire Earth.
So so we're saying that the sun and stars are moving because of the ether, and I'm saying that I like the idea that the sun and moon and stars are moving because of something that's happening on or underneath of the earth and water that we see. That it's one connected place, that it doesn't need an outside source.
Well, it isn't necessary that the celestial bodies are moving because of the ether. It's that they're moving within the ether. Everything, ultimately, the cause of motion is the God. Now, people resist that, but it is a fact. So when we talk about motion, the ultimate cause is God. But when we talk about ether, as Austin is trying to explain now, is it is a necessary antecedent to the electrical field and energy.
And that's what I'm trying to understand is, like, so can any of the people respond to this little analogy? Like, if Nikola Tesla jumped on certain servers and they said, "What you up to?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm just coming up with my new dynamic theory of gravity within the luminiferous ether, so I can harness energy and we can have electricity." He would have been berated and called stupid. But dude, look what he did. He's right. He was proven right. Oh, he wasn't proven right. He just got lucky with an inaccurate framework and happened to discover the perfect way to manipulate electricity so that we still use it. So he got it right, but he was wrong. I just don't know any other way it could happen, but you're wrong. Yikes, bro.
So that's the answer to the necessity question you just asked.
I'd say it's pretty important, man. I mean, whatever.
I mean, if it's a necessary antecedent for the electrical field and energy, the ability to express power, then that's pretty significant in order for us to be moving and existing and living and having this conversation and over these devices and so forth.
So Nikola Tesla, I mean, whether he's propped up figure, whether we should believe everything that he ever said, whether or not you agree with him spiritually or morally, all that's irrelevant. The fact of the matter is that based on the information that we have accessible, right? He's what gave us the gigantic leaps forward in utilization of electrical field theory in the real world. Okay, and so we know he was onto something. This dude was a genius. When he died, the CIA raided where he lived and took his information and only released a small portion of it back to the family. Totally not sketchy. We should none of that should even be looked at. That's all irrelevant. And then he says, very point blank, relativity is stupid, and its current proponents are not scientists. They're rather metaphysicists, and they run around dressing their garb up in math and magic effectively. And then the people that act like relativity.
Did he really say
so
math and
awesome,
magic?
he didn't say math and magic. So
that would have been cool.
But he does use the word mathematical garb or something. And the point is, of course, that he was critiquing the nonsense that is relativity right when it was being proposed and saying this is the opposite of everything that we know to be true. This is impossible. This is a metaphysical claim that's built upon math, and it is not in any way going to depict reality, nor could it ever accurately do so. And then he even went as far as to say, since they're clear, what they're running around trying to explain is the motion in the sky. Okay, so he was like, just so you know, any attempt to try to explain the motion of the things in the sky without acknowledging the indispensable field of force within the luminiferous ether is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. Well, he was correct, because look, it's 2022 and they're still running around in oblivion trying to explain how the Earth's a spinning ball and nothing. Hence the dark matter and dark energy that was alluded to. So he was right about that. That's for sure.
I agree a lot with what you said earlier, because I've actually said it myself that if Nikola Tesla or any other genius were to be talking in these debates, they would surely come to a dead end, because it seems like some people, like, they fight against progress. They fight, and it seems to me like an ego thing, right? Like, how dare you be smarter than I am? How dare you think that you're able to make something significant for humanity? How dare you? It seems to be ego driven. Like people can't tolerate the fact that other people are able to come up with something useful for humanity.
Yeah,
I mean, can we all admit, though, that one of the primary factors to us waking up to the Earth, the deception about the Earth, is the history of all the lies and all the discrepancies and all the time we caught them lying.
Yeah.
Right? Like, isn't that one of the primary factors? I mean, in a way,
and it wasn't just about
everything.
one thing. It was about everything.
Exactly.
It wasn't even that difficult to people these growers want to make it seem like you have to be so out of your mind or something to be able to get it. It really isn't that hard to see. Once you start seeing that it is all a lie, that most of these theories are just suggestions for quote unquote scientists that we can't even verify if they truly existed, right? Once you understand all these things, it's like, holy shit. We've been duped.
Dude, if there's something that gave us modern electricity, but that's clearly been like halted, and it directly opposes and falsifies heliocentrism and has been hidden because of the Copernican principle, why would we not look into that?
Because every single
not to
person
look
that has
into it.
tried has been removed from existence.
We don't want to look into that because we're going to get whacked.
Well, we understand. Well, a lot of us understand that when you question the narrative, you end up with two gunshots in the back of the head. They label it suicide, or you either end up bankrupt or in jail or in an asylum, and they deem you crazy. For people like us, we don't usually end up at the top. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and the thing that I would have to say about that is we can be as crazy as we want. We can come up. There could be the next Tesla sitting in this room right here, ready to do stuff. But as soon as they go public or a mass of people find out, that's when you're done. You can come up and be the most amazing genius in this world and make cars that run on water and bring your own electricity out of the sky, but it doesn't matter until you actually tell people and show them. And when people start to realize, that's when
Look what happened to the people that did those exactly same things that you just mentioned. What happened to them? They disappeared immediately. Somebody did something to them, and they ended up dead. It seems that anybody that challenged the status quo on anything that has the ability to make a difference, they only end up a few ways, and none of those ways we don't want.
Well, that's the key word right there. Also able to make a difference. That's when you're at the danger zone, when something you do might actually make a big impact. But the way to avoid that, you'd think, would be surrounding yourself by, a friend group, by people who got your back, right?
So, Austin, your point, yes.
Yeah, like you would obviously look into something like that. And like the historical context would obviously be something you would, at the least absorb and consider. Because that's how we did every single subject. Like everything about flat Earth, we have that approach. So I'm not going to abandon that approach. And that's just to preemptively address the argument to say, like, oh, you're saying that these historical things that happened somehow prove the ether. No, I'm just well aware that historical context is very relevant within the subject of the Earth.
It's significant to the subject matter. It's worthy of note.
And like, I mean, come on, bro. Like, let's be honest. Like, on its face, it speaks for itself in lots of ways. Like, the government ran in there and took all his stuff. They propped up Einstein to everyone. Like, people only now kind of know Tesla because they couldn't fully keep him out. But it's like, you weren't really taught much about Tesla. And I don't care anyone that says differently. If you grew up a while back, they did not do like a big in-depth explanation of what all Tesla did. They told you about Edison, and they told you about Einstein.
In fact, when you mention that,
right.
it exposes the logic and the ethic of the mainstream paradigm. What I mean is that it exposes their fallacious logic because they're keeping their concluding premise or premises bigotedly against all other alternatives which have demonstrated themselves to be more valuable. In fact, even the only necessary conclusion, the ether, and their ethic, which exposes their unethical, their disreputable behavior in defense of or consistent with their fallacious logic. So the history question, like you mentioned, it exposes those things. It exposes the fallacy in their logic and the disreputable behavior in their ethic.
The same liars that told you about Einstein told you about Tesla. This is the beauty part of their system, is like, you think you're out. It's just another room they built. There was no Tesla.
So
that's just another rabbit hole.
Why they hide all his information?
How? It's not hiding. They just put it behind the thing so you can look for it, think it was hidden, and think you found something. It's the same control,
what about all the
bro.
people alive that knew the AC generator was literally invented at that time, though?
The people you've never met that you believe writings of. Okay, hey, whatever.
So when was
hang on.
I see where he's
I'm
coming
just saying,
from.
if you weren't there,
So when
No,
was the
hang
AC
on.
generator
We're not
invented?
gonna hang on. Wait a minute.
Yeah, we're not going to entertain
RTH.
this.
Hang on.
Tesla was real. We're
If
not
we're
going to
going
entertain.
to
It was
play this
real. We're not
game, hang
entertaining.
on. Hello. If you're going to follow these premises and your logic, then everything you know, which you do not know firsthand, is not really knowledge.
Ah, exactly. So how do you know you're not being lied to about Tesla? Could they be lying to you about Tesla since you were not there to verify any of this?
Hey, just so you know,
Hold on, let me just get it out. No, let me get it out.
I'm
The same
answering
people
the
that think
question.
you.
My preface
But I wasn't done
to
asking
my
it.
point. You're obviously jumping in
Look,
after
with it. I always trigger with it. I love
Listen
how I trigger.
carefully, man. Just listen carefully. My
Go.
preface before I started talking about this was whether or not he's just a historical fill character that they told us or not. The point remains.
Yeah, everything he gives you, quote unquote, the ether, that's from them too. You didn't invent the ether.
Okay,
the ether
how do you know that?
Bro, I'm not done. The ether is the exact same thing as space-time from Einstein. It is a non-physical thing that they attribute to an individual, Tesla, Einstein, whatever, to give you some fucking thing to dibble with. But no, Einstein's space-time is bullshit. But Tesla and the ether, no, that's real. Even though it's the same thing, two names for two invisible things.
Okay, so with that,
actually,
you know that. Hang on, this needs to be asked to him. With that being said, how do you know that?
I just want to say to you real quick, Ghost.
Hold on.
Someone needs to say this because all of us could really go for hearing this every once in a while when someone brings up, just how skeptical they are. And Ghostman, I understand exactly where you're coming from, and I do not have my mind conclusively made up. And the thing that you're proposing, it is on the table. Now, it's not the idea that I favor, but it is still on the table. And I'm not going to make a claim about the legitimacy of Tesla or the ideas you propose or whatever. But I do align with them more at this current point in time, right? I agree with a lot of the things he said, and he did have an opponent that I disagree with even more. I'm not saying either one of these, like Apple, Android, red party, blue party ones are correct. I don't want to fall into a trick of a false dichotomy paradigm. I see your point. It's all around us. But that doesn't, just because it seems to fit into that paradigm that's often used as a trick, doesn't mean that one of them isn't actually the more correct one. And so, it's a work in progress, man. I hear you. We gotta keep our skeptical guards up.
Well, no,
okay, before anyone else talks, hang on.
Creations out there right now. You can technically apply that same logic to every argument, to any knowledge, to anything. So where does it stop? Where is the line being drawn on when something is truth and when something is known?
Well,
this is how you separate beliefs from knowledge. This is how you separate beliefs from knowledge. There are people who believe the Earth is a ball because they've never experienced it, right? If you got into a rocket ship and went up to space and saw Earth was a ball, you couldn't argue it anymore. You experienced it. That's the point. The standard of proof is you have to experience it. And the fact that you've never experienced Tesla living, you've never experienced any of you've never experienced the ether, it makes it just like space-time.
Okay, so hang on. We need to ask this question. Hang on.
What you're saying sounds right.
Do you use electricity? Do you know what an AC generator is? Just because you never met the man Tesla doesn't mean that you haven't met his inventions or his wisdom or understanding of it.
You never, bro. You're talking about Tesla like he's a dude.
Hey guys, let's keep it kosher.
You don't need him. You don't need.
Let's keep it kosher. You could pull the string on a generator and have no idea.
That's why you should have let me talk to him. I saw what he was trying to do, and I asked the questions perfectly. And I said, okay, then when was the AC generator invented? This would have ended the whole thing right then. I then jumped in and told you I prefaced my entire point with the fact that I don't even know if he was a real person. That was my whole first point.
Okay, but you're not understanding that when you say AC generator, right? Like you're just talking, right? These are everything you're getting. Okay, right? It's coming from the same source, dude. Hold on. You interrupted me. You interrupted me. I'm relaxed. Just don't interrupt me. You relax and don't interrupt. So the ether, right? This claim of this invisible, intangible manifestation of, we can't even, it's just an idea. It's like space-time, right? I don't understand how you can't see that ballers use space-time to explain things, but space-time's not physical. It's not an actual thing you can touch. Just like people use the ether to explain things, but it's not a physical thing you can touch. It's your beliefs.
How about this, right?
Well, no.
Well, just like love, just like a lot of things.
What's physical about a magnetic field? And is it a physical medium? And does it require a physical medium to support its existence? Can you answer that?
Bro, I've talked about this before, right? Now, don't interrupt, please. So when you say magnetism, right, there's two magnetisms. There's the magnetism that came from the source, right? Oh, it's a magnetic field of energy. The same one you're going to talk about that came from the source. And then there's what it probably actually is, because we've already said that everything that comes from this source is a lie. Yet they told you the earth is a ball. That's a lie. They told you this. That's a lie. Oh, but they spoke about magnetism. Oh, that's a truth. Oh, photons. No, it's all a lie. I don't understand why you pick and choose what you want to believe out of their model. It's crazy.
This is why I need to ask
Both
this question.
dielectric and magnetic fields exert mechanical forces upon the bounding system of so-called conductors. These mechanical forces, those of the dielectric and those of the magnetic, exert actions as to increase their coefficients of induction. That is the dielectric capacitance and the magnetic.
You're spewing bullshit you don't understand.
No.
Okay,
now you're just tackling on his answer.
The magnet is mechanical.
Yes, it is mechanical.
In operation.
Yes, because they have four movements: spatial, counterspatial, circular, and radial. But anyways, the magnetic conductance. The magnetic inductance are increased.
What is that?
The dielectric fields draw the conductors near to each other, increasing the counter space. Conversely, the magnetic fields pushes the conductors away from each other, increasing the space. Hereby, we may say that the dielectric field is contractive and the magnetic field is expansive. That's from Dollar.
You have no idea what that means, bro. You just read something Ken Wheeler said. Hold on. I let you speak. I let you speak, man. I let you speak. You just read off something that's... Hold on. I let you speak. You just read off someone else's thoughts, right? You used a whole bunch of words that I guarantee you, if I went word by word and try to get you to explain what you read, you have no fucking idea. You're, well, a magnet uses... Hold on. I'm not done.
Because I let him
finish. You cannot. This is so fucked. You guys are bad.
Okay,
you have to let me finish. If I'm talking,
he's a little triggered.
That's what I'm trying to say.
This is just going crazy.
When you interrupt somebody, you're triggered. If you can't listen to me speak, you're triggered.
But now you're trying to put everyone in the room, and no one can have the room now. No one can speak.
Chill out, Gregory. It's okay. I listened to his whole speech.
Okay, so stop shouting and dominating the room, though.
I'm not shouting, bro. I'm talking. So I listened to his whole spiel. I started speaking, right? Then two people jumped in before I can get anything out, and then they're telling me I'm triggered. If you can't sit and listen,
there we go. That is what happened.
The history of the
What's the point of having the room?
I'm modding. Ghost, I'm trying to mod, please. Okay, so I jumped in to say, don't interrupt him, right? And then you took that as me interrupting you and went crazy, okay? I'm trying to say both people need to stop interrupting. Both people right then started talking to the other person almost as soon as they started to give their explanation. Everyone try to keep it as concise as possible and don't interrupt the other person and let them get it all out. Thank you.
Okay, so that he just did not give us his thought. So he asked me how a magnet works and then blah, 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 spatial expansion. I have no better understanding of how you think a magnet works, right? I think a magnet has to be some kind of mechanical, physical operation. Metal cannot be moving towards the magnet without something interacting. It can't just be an energetic field. That makes no sense to me. That doesn't explain it.
I have a problem with what you said.
Then hold on. Then somebody needs to
can I say something?
Because
can I say something?
If you don't understand it, ask the question that you don't understand. And maybe somebody in chat will be able to explain the things that you don't understand. That way you can thoroughly understand what's actually being said.
maybe I do understand it. I just disagree. Maybe I understand it. I just disagree in the logic of it, right? It's like when a baller tells me, "Oh, you don't understand." Yes, I do understand gravity. I just don't agree with the fact that you think mass, whatever it is, has some kind of magical. That's the whole thing. How does gravity work? What's the mechanical operation? Space-time bending. That's what it comes down to. Same with a magnet. Like, how does this magnet work? Is it space-time bending? Is it photons, electrons? Like, I'm trying. Everybody else, oh, it's just a magnetic field. That doesn't.
The problem is you're perceiving the world from a materialistic perspective, which is not your fault. Everybody's been trained under this quintessence of what reality is based upon, which is these particles interacting. But there's actually another postulation, that of field dynamics. And this is where it gets into the realm and explanation of magnetism, inducing the dielectric to create this quantity of electrification and all these other phenomena that we can speak of pertaining to light and magnetism. And to answer your question, no, there is no discrete particle associated with the magnetic field. That's not how a magnetic field works. And this is why it's not the realm of a physicist to explain these things. This comes into an ether field theory discussion real quickly because of the logic behind the magnetic field. So go ahead.
I don't think that explains it any
because
better.
my question got trampled on in the beginning.
Hey, Ghost, can I try to answer your question?
Hello?
Come on. Gregory, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I asked Ghost this question in the beginning because he set up this logical premise on how to determine what is knowledge, what is real. Now he sits here and tells us that Nikola Tesla is another fabricated figure by the dominant party so as to once again deceive and trap the people into this false Hegelian dialectic to keep them from going to the truth. How do you know that?
I said that the same people that gave you Einstein, I said, hold on, I know that because you haven't verified it, right? You were not there when Tesla was born, you were not there from his living, and you were not there when he died. So you have to take it on 100% blind faith, everything they say about whoever that person may have been. And to argue, and that's beliefs. That's not knowledge. When you have no particular experience or sensation with whatever you're talking about, that goes into the belief, God, angels category, not the knowledge, rock, tree, object category.
Okay, let me respond. Let's follow the logic. Hang on, let me respond. Hang on. Let's follow the logic sequence. Given that you don't have an empirical first-hand experience of Nikola Tesla, and therefore I know that the dominant party fabricated him, that doesn't follow.
No, you have no proof of him.
No, that does not follow. You followed your logic sequence.
Yeah, the logic is if you do not have anything for what you're trying to claim, it is a belief.
Please remember your argument.
That's the logic. I just repeated it. I just told you my logic. Maybe you didn't get it. This is my argument.
No,
if you do not have anything,
I heard you clearly.
You don't know my argument. Because you're just going to say that. Well, okay, go ahead.
You already established the concluding premise that Nikola Tesla is a fabrication of the dominant party. That's your premise.
No.
You tried to justify.
That's not my premise. That's why I was stopping you. That's not my premise. Listen.
Did he not just say that like 5 minutes ago, though?
Listen, Gregory, listen. If you have not experienced it yourself, it is a belief. It is not knowledge. Now, I will then ask you, have you experienced Nikola Tesla? You will say no.
Yes.
I will say it is a belief.
I have.
Yes, I have. You met the man. You met the man.
Yes. His creation. Yes, I've experienced his creation.
How do you know he created it? How do you know he created it?
I don't need to know him. I don't.
You say he's
not
being consistent. I caught him in his doublespeak.
So then you don't have experience with Nikola Tesla. You have experience with some kind of machine. So again, you do not have experience with this man you're trying to manifest out of thin fucking air. It's a belief. It's not knowledge.
To establish the concluding premise that Nikola Tesla is a fabrication of the dominant party. The premise that you set up to justify the conclusion.
Your ego will not let you admit.
That's what you just did. We heard you.
You're trying to justify your beliefs in Nikola Tesla. You believe it. You don't know
I'm
it.
not trying to justify my belief in Nikola Tesla. I'm exposing your logic because you're not being consistent with your own logical premises. Now you come in here full steam blowing ahead, and you're not actually listening to your own argument. I have to remind you of your argument that you just said to us earlier. It does not follow that Nikola Tesla is a fabrication, given that I have not had a first-hand experience of the man. That doesn't follow. Period.
Anything you don't have first-hand experience with is fabrication. This is why when people come with pictures of big, hang on. This is why when people come with Bigfoot, listen. When people come with pictures of when people come with pictures of Bigfoot, and somebody goes, "See, look, Bigfoot exists," and he goes, "No, that's just a picture of something. That's not an actual Bigfoot." So when you come to me with a picture of Tesla, it is the exact same thing. Now, regardless of your personal beliefs in regardless of your personal investment in your beliefs in a guy, it doesn't change the fact that they're beliefs.
Okay,
I gotta say this. So I gotta say this though. So for like 5 minutes, we've been trying to say we don't care about the person. Okay, we heard your point. Everyone heard your point. Okay, you said it 10 times. We get it. So anything you don't experience firsthand is quote unquote fabricated, meaning it's not personally verified by you personally, physically, but it's something that you've concluded in your mind. Okay, we get it. We understand your point. And people had already got that the first time you said it. And the guy said very clearly that it's not about the person Tesla. We're just talking about the actual technology, right? We use AC generators. That's what we use. We use them. We can see magnets. We can do it ourselves. So the fact that we have electricity doesn't require Nikola Tesla be a real person. Okay? So we got your point, and it's not our point. You're actually changing the subjects and talking past our point.
I hate to jump in here. Hold on. I hate to jump in and help at all.
Let me respond. That was me. Hold on. Let me respond. That was me. Gregory kept accusing me. Hang on. No, Gregory was not talking about Tesla's technology. Gregory was specifically talking about Tesla, the individual. And I kept saying repeatedly, because he was trying to change what I was saying, I'm saying, if you do not experience Tesla, he's a belief. So don't sit here and say, oh, it was the technology. Gregory was making a very specific claim about Tesla, the man. So again,
can I help you real quick?
Okay, I know that the conversation evolved into that.
I don't know my shit, bro.
The conversation evolved into that once you brought it up, but I'm the one that started the conversation, so I know what the conversation was about. Yeah, Gregory started attacking your lack of logic on the claim you kept interrupting with, but that's again a non sequitur because that wasn't what the actual discussion was about. The fact that you got someone else to engage with you once you change the subject is irrelevant to the fact that you changed the subject. Now we've let you do it for 10 minutes. You're constantly talking over one. It sounds like you're screaming. Maybe you're not trying to. Can you please chill out and left lane on
here's a good point right there, hand. Do you know who your great-great-great-grandparents were?
I was just about to get to
that. Again, if you haven't experienced it, you don't know it, you believe it. So you're going to say, hold on, left lane, hold on.
Answer my question.
It was a yes or no question. It was a yes or no question. It was a yes or no question.
You don't just go, oh, it's a yes or no question. No, you're not going to dictate how I speak. That's what ballers do. Dude, you ask me a question, I'm going to fucking talk. If you don't like what I say, then shut the fuck up.
Same thing over and over, dude.
Yeah, man, you're just a living, walking, breathing genetic fallacy.
Let me try and get a whole thought out without somebody in this conversation getting triggered. Now,
it's the same every time. You said the same thing 10 times.
I'm trying. So when
you're just gonna say it again.
Well, hold on. I have something to say. What's it? Fuck. So when I'm saying, I just want to get it out. It's different. It's not what you think it is because you're not letting me get it out. No. So you're not going to have to ask me every single, do you know your great-grandparents? Do you know this? Do you know that? You don't have to ask me that because the logic is the same. If you haven't experienced it, you don't know it. You only believe it, right? So you don't need to ask me, well, what about this? If it's hang on. What's it? I know. You can't let me do it. I know. You're just.
That wasn't even me, buddy.
It wasn't with it.
This is you guys are crazy, bro. You're crazy. You can't just fucking sit and listen.
Finish the sentence.
A different opinion triggers you. This is sad.
Finish the sentence.
You said the same thing 10 times.
Well, then why is he asking me if it's the same? So if he understands what I'm saying, why would he then ask me a question that would be
I
clearly?
disagree with you.
Hang on, Left Lane. Hang on. If he understood what I was saying, then why would he ask a question that would be easily answered by the understanding of what I said? And this is the whole
Now
point.
you're gonna let him answer. Now you're gonna let him answer.
Left Lane, I'm right there. I'm at the finish lane. Just hold your fucking tongue for a second.
Oh my
So if
god, this guy's so
I know it sucks to let somebody else talk with it. You talk a shit ton. So what I'm saying is,
it's about how you talk.
I know, almost there. If he truly understood what I said, then he would be able to answer the question that he asked me without asking me it. But the fact is, either A, he doesn't understand what I'm saying and he's just being an asshole, or he's just trying to be an asshole.
No,
or C,
he was
he's
asking a
trying to
rhetorical
scrutinize
question.
your assertion.
Exactly. He's asking a rhetorical question to make a point to go back in the argument, but you decided to interrupt him as you're doing me right now, then cry about interruptions the whole time because you go on forever, and you keep saying the same exact thing over and over. Left Lane brought something up to rebut it, to make a point, and then you just started interrupting him to say the same thing again.
No, how does it rebut it? It just demonstrates the logic. You weren't there. You don't know. All he did was demonstrate that. Hold on, bro, Gregory, come on.
The same empiricism again.
Hold on. I'm just gonna start. Bro, this is you. It's on you. Remember, it's on you guys that can't listen to me. I listen to you every time, and every time I start talking, it's on you.
Every time you try to move forward in the dialogue, you keep rambling.
I'm letting you
talk, man.
Here's another way to look at it. Right the hand. Do you have memories, like empirical, actual, direct memory of your birth? So therefore, can you prove that even happened? If you're gonna go to that,
I exist.
Yeah.
Again, if you're trying to say, Chris, you were birthed from this woman, right? Like, how would I prove that? When we're talking about this is why the ballers believe hang on. This is why the ballers believe in a ball, because the line between knowledge and belief is big and gray, and things go from side to side without them ever experiencing it, right? Space never been there, it's real. Like, again, this is why I have a very hard line. And yes, okay, maybe I can't admit who my great-great-grandfather is with knowledge, but I can't be fooled.
So let me ask this question finally. We got it. You're an empiricist. You're an absolute radical empiricist. We got it. With that being said, here's the question. Have you ever had a first-hand empirical experience of the supposition you can only know things by empirical experience?
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes, because when you say no things, what do you mean? Hang on. We have to break that. You say no things. What do you mean by when you said I know it?
God.
What does that mean? Okay.
Knowledge, like you've been referring to.
Well, knowledge, yes, knowledge. You're going to say, how do you know that knowledge is empirical when I just said that I get knowledge empirically?
No, that's not what I just said.
How do you know?
Listen to the question again.
This kid's going in circles.
He had to change my question because he knows full and well, or he doesn't understand the question.
Yeah.
Let me repeat it again. You're an empiricist. You can only gain knowledge by empirical experience. Have you had an empirical experience of that supposition?
What do you think experiences with your senses are? Exactly that. Yeah, I just did. You're saying, when have you had that?
I can't answer
it. I did. You said, when did you have it?
You just asked the question. I can't answer it.
Dude.
Wow.
It's a yes or no answer, man.
Bro, I got 3 words.
Just say yes or no. It's just one word.
You asked me. Okay. You asked me, when have you empirically experienced the gathering of knowledge?
No.
Right?
No, he said have you.
That's not what I asked you.
He said the same thing.
Okay, so then I'm trying to understand what he's saying. He's saying,
then calm down and stop being so impulsive.
Bro, don't tell me to calm down. I'm fine. Just let me and him talk. So I'm trying to get what you're saying, Gregor. I'm saying the only way to gain knowledge is through a first-hand experience of the world. Now you're asking me, have you ever experienced gaining knowledge firsthand through the experience of the world? Or
that's not what I asked you. Are you
hearing me?
Okay,
here's the deal. Here's the deal. Right the hand. Stand by. Right the hand.
You let him answer.
Stop. No, stop for a second. Gregory asked you a 5-word question, and you go on for fucking 20 minutes and not even answering the question. You're going to have to do something different, or you're going to end up muted, because we can't make progress this way.
This is why I'm trying to understand what he asked me. So, Gregory, so you're not asking me when have I empirically experienced gaining knowledge? So, can you phrase it again?
Okay. Once again,
I vote nobody else
you're
can
an
make one.
empiricist.
Move on.
You're an empiricist. The premise of empiricism is that you can only gain knowledge by empirical experience. Have you had an empirical experience of that premise, that supposition, to know it to be true?
Okay, yeah. If you consider gaining knowledge the experience of effects, like if you drop a rock, you've gained the knowledge of what that rock does. Now, to me, that would be that in practice.
No. The reason no is because I asked you about you experiencing firsthand a supposition, a premise. Where in the world have you experienced the supposition, the premise, that knowledge is only gained by empirical experience?
You don't experience suppositions. That's an immaterial
That's
thing.
right.
Hang on. Let me get it all out. Hang on. You experience physical objects. Okay, so
That's
the
right.
only thing you can hang on. So the only thing you can get information from, information is another word for what you would call knowledge, right? The only way you can get true information that didn't come from somebody's imagination is through the experiences of reality. Because if somebody told you a story about how they can fly like Superman, you wouldn't believe it, right? Because you didn't experience them flying like Superman. But if you did experience them flying like Superman, there it is, knowledge. You can't say that they're lying. It's truth.
Okay, so you're simultaneously conceding and arguing against my point, even though you just refuted yourself by you conceded to my point. What do I mean? What I mean is that you just conceded that you cannot experience premises. You don't experience suppositions. So by that admission, by that concession, you are admitting that the premise of empiricism fails its own test. It's self-defeating.
Okay. All right, so hang on. You entered the word empiricism. Now, I was talking about your senses and experiencing the world. Now, to me, it is you objectively sense the world, right? Like I can go up to a table and I can touch it. Now I have knowledge of my sense. I have knowledge that the table's there because that information, right? Knowledge, information, same thing, was given to me through my senses, right? That's knowledge. Now, a belief, which could be just words, right? Imagination is not knowledge.
Yes, I know what you said. And so that school of thought, that epistemological school of thought, is called by scholars empiricism. Knowledge is only gained by empirical experience. I just refuted it.
No, you didn't.
The reason I did, just to say this last sentence, just to say this last sentence, I did refute it because it refutes itself.
Okay, so now so we're going to find, how do we find truth in the world? Now we can either get it through. Hang on. So when we're trying to find, I know. So when we're trying to find truth, we either get it from our imagination, right? You just make up what you want to believe. Mass attracts mass, space-time's bending, or you have to physically experience the phenomenon. Drop the rock, cut a tree down,
that's
right?
not true.
Hang on, I'm almost there. I was
the same thing for 30 minutes.
I was almost done talking.
But you were wrong so fast, though.
Okay, I know, but then you're being uncivil. I might be wrong, but you're uncivil.
Moderating the moderator.
Being civil, I think, is more important than being right or wrong. So if you can't be civil, then being right or wrong is.
All right, well, go. So if the moderator can't be civil, I've tried to be civil with you. Oh my God, it's just only one person's not being civil, man, and it's the person that's like people who interrupt talking very amped. See, the person that immediately always interrupts the other person, the person that's raising their voice and kind of freaking out.
You interrupted me, dude. I was speaking and you just took over.
You're doing the very thing that you just critiqued him for.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, everybody.
Gregory, and then he interrupted me and got on to this fucking thing about how I interrupt. Bro, this is crazy. You guys really need to
calm down, bro.
You got to go back and listen to who gets interrupted. It's really you guys interrupting me constantly.
Excuse me, guys. All right. What's his face? People can call him Right Hand. Is that the name I should refer to him by?
Ghost, right hand.
Ghost. I'll call him Ghost. All right,
Yeah.
Ghost, we all can hear his tone. Ghost, you know you got a tone, but to be on your side a little bit, you haven't interrupted anyone, and people have been interrupting you. So you check your tone, and everyone else check your interruptions. Because Ghost
Yeah,
hasn't
to be
interrupted
fair,
guys.
another point of moderation
He
I'd like to
hasn't.
point out, right? So one thing that happens, obviously, is if someone's talking and they get interrupted, right? But then they still yield the floor to the person that interrupted them, like just to maintain like respect. So they're actually taking one for the team and they yield the floor and let the other guy who interrupted them start talking, even though that's not how it should be, right? That's rule one. Okay. Yeah. But then eventually the person that was interrupted and let it go gets impatient because the other person goes on and on and on and even like changes it and strawman stuff. They're going to get interrupted by the person that yielded the floor when they didn't have to because they were interrupted.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you think you don't get to run wild in that second round when we try to let it slide some.
No, you just excused interruptions. Like, look, if I'm speaking, right, and somebody interrupts, bro, that's the problem. Not me not yielding the floor to the person who can't control themselves. That's why these conversations.
We're not going to debate this. You're a grown man. You just choose to behave differently in dialogue. Move on.
Okay?
I wasn't even done speaking. You just did it.
But I know, but this is the deal. I'm just modding, dude. I'm not even trying to pick sides.
Interrupting me when I'm speaking is not modding. That's interrupting me.
Mute him. Can we just
deteriorating when he entered the room.
Yeah, that's how you deal with people.
Everybody, boo this man. Boo.
Even
not cool.
An unbiased person said I was getting interrupted, but I need to be muted. Yeah, that good. This is why
not being cool, man.
I haven't talked this whole time. You are behaving just like Xanac. Talk all the time. Never let anybody get a word in. When you finally take a breath, somebody tries to say, "You're talking over me. You're talking over me." Like, give people a chance to reply. You don't allow.
You're trying to teach him. Just mute him. That's how you teach him.
Exactly.
Right. Just mute him. We don't need to debate this.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is. We don't need to have a discussion on how to have a discussion.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
That was crazy. I was like,
he isn't disrupting.
I was getting talked over. So clearly, hold on, Shines. Clearly, you had this completely wrong because even from the people in the audience, they were saying,
"Not muted yet." I don't understand.
There he goes. See, you interrupt me. This is how it goes every time. There was a guy in the audience that even was going, "You know what? Right? Yeah, your tone was a little much, but you allowed everybody to speak, and people were interrupting you." Then Shines is going to come in and be like, hey, "Hang on." And then Shines is going to come in and be like, "Yeah, right, man, you were interrupting everybody," even though that goes against completely what the people in here are saying. This is because Shines doesn't like me. And then when I point out her crap logic, like I just did now.
Why does a grown-ass adult come onto the internet and behave like that?
I went ahead.
Moderation, dude. How are you guys? How are you guys on a Discord and think you're going to have civil discussion when there's someone trying to fulfill the role of moderator, and you then impulsively interrupt and debate the terms of moderation? Now, what I said, and if you listen, okay, yikes, bro.
If you're an adult, you should already know how to have a bloody conversation. You should know how a conversation works.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, my God, that did not. All that deterioration did not begin to enter the room. Moving on.
Yeah, he obviously was making an attempt to see how far he could go before he got muted. Because as soon as I muted him, he left.
Don't make no sense.
Yeah. He's the same all the time. It's nothing different. Somebody's got to teach. He's just the same every time. He's got some information. He's got some knowledge, but he's just the same every time.
Well, what's crazy is what you would have to have happen is you'd have to have him come in here and be quiet, like forcibly quiet, and listen, and fully try to listen to what people are saying. Because that's the primary problem is the process of deciding what he's going to say next is happening while he should be listening to whoever's responding to him. So, like, it's like everything. Right. That's what happened with the moderation thing. I was explaining a scenario in which if someone jumps in and interrupts someone when it was their turn, right? And then eventually that person that interrupted gets interrupted because the other person, if person A yields the floor, right? Even though they were interrupted, then you got person B then taking advantage of the floor yielded, which they shouldn't have. and then they just go on, and eventually person A jumps back in. That's not the same. You don't get to run crazy after your first interruption, because the whole point is that we don't interrupt. And it was just a common sense acknowledgement for the room.
Hello, everybody.
What he's saying, I find it a little tenacious, his way of thinking, because you can reduce any argument into absurdity that way, because we don't really experience everything. Like, how about love? How would you be able to quantify that? And if so, if you can't quantify it, then are you as bold to say that it doesn't exist?
Yes, Matrix empiricism has been dead since its inception, since the days of Epicurus in ancient Greece. But it's been dead for a long time. So the fact that people still subscribe to it, it doesn't demonstrate that they have a familiarity with the facts. It's just that they're stuck in this nonsense epistemology that they've grown up with, in this simplistic way of thinking.
I was going to try and jump in there and help him, because I thought that he was saying, you can't believe just the concepts or the ideas that Tesla came up with, but you should be able to look at and you guys were saying you should be able to look at all of the inventions and all of the information and documentation that we got and use that as knowing Tesla. And he wouldn't. I was like, maybe that's not what he believes after he was just said over and over.
Right.
I was like,
he's a walking, talking genetic fallacy.
Leave me alone, Left Lane.
I'm right down the road from you, Lale. You just say hello when I go by.
No, you just told me I'm a genetic fallacy.
Are you picking on Lyle, Howie?
No, I'm not picking on him. He's my buddy.
I will say though, if that's what he was inferring, is that you can't take the information that was given to you, even things they showed you or this and that about his ideas or his thoughts. I can't take any of that for an example or truth, but his inventions, I can definitely use the concepts. So I can see how if he was going for that, the ether, you can't take the ether as a fact, or this is exactly what Tesla thought or how his inventions came to be, because just because you have the machine sitting there, that doesn't mean that it only works because there's ether. And I see if that's what he was getting at, yes, but that's not. I don't believe
it. Yeah, because we got to remember what he actually said, because this is my tactic. I address what people say. I don't try to interpret them, especially with an interpretation that's vastly disparate from what they actually said. He said, you cannot know Tesla the man, it was real, if you didn't have a first-hand experience of him. That's just ridiculous.
Why I stopped myself from saying anything after why you guys argued. I was like, I'm not getting.
I would argue in the case, for example, if Tesla believed in ether, to understand what Tesla meant by ether, you'd have to read everything and understand what he's talking about in the full context, not just a short little clip you can find on Goodreads.
And of course they hid a lot of that information by forcibly taking it and confiscating it once he died.
Well, I don't necessarily agree nor disagree with that. I'm just saying it would be wise to understand it in complete totality instead of just seeing a clip on a quote somewhere on the internet and saying this is what Tesla believed.
Certainly.
Well, you can read his writings. You can read a lot of his writings. So one of the last speeches he gave, look, I don't know if the dude was real, but I do know that in order to even get to this psyop script of dichotomy that the powers that wrote history came up with, if that's the situation at hand here, okay, it still requires a lot of diligence to even figure out what one of these supposed setups are. Okay, you have to actually look into it and go read his writings and try your best to figure out and piece together what was going on. And one of the last speeches that was given to him in this fictional history that was written, he gave this speech and he said, I have come up with a new dynamic theory of gravity that will dispel the nonsense of spatial curvature forever. With that being said, it's just gone. No one ever saw it.
Right. With that being said, it's kind of like Caesar's Messiah, where the dominant party is somehow fabricated this other worldview, this other theory, this other paradigm. And this paradigm which they fabricated is antithetical to theirs. antithetical to their self-interest and their goals and their ends, so much so that it is irrefutable. So they fabricated the truth in refutation to their falsehood. You know, when you examine these premises, I mean, if we're going to sit up here and talk like we're so logical and that we actually want to seek the truth and we're so critically thinking, we should apply that same scrutiny and rigor to ourselves when we assert our premises. And that's what I was trying to do with Ghost, and Ghost was just resisting it like all humans do because of the corrupt, central, fallen human nature. You want to scrutinize everyone else, but you're the one that's above scrutiny and above reproach.
Yeah, which is crazy. I mean, all I'm saying is that is interesting information. Like, if it's a script they wrote, like, not very many people know the script, man. Like, almost nobody, bro. It's like when I go tell people
we're talking about now, right? This point that we're talking about now, this is a reductio ad absurdum again, reducing this position to absurdity, where the implication of the premise is that the dominant party has refuted themselves, fabricating an entirely sophisticated paradigm. Really?
Yeah, like, I mean, you have to use logic to know where to even. You have to know about logic to know where to even look. What were you saying?
Well, I just came back. It seems like there was some drama that went on, and then now we're talking about if the show is scripted on both sides for Flat Earth and Globe. Is that what you're saying?
No, we're talking about this premise that that the dominant party in academia, you know, especially in the area of knowledge concerning physics and also metaphysics, because ontology is a prerequisite to physics. Read the Wikipedia article. We're talking about how somehow Nikola Tesla and other persons like him, perhaps, are fabrications of the dominant party to trap the public into another lie, deceiving them into believing that they in the truth. But then you examine that premise. You scrutinize the premise, and you want to scrutinize other people, then you can take in what you dish out, right? You scrutinize the premise. The implication of that premise is that the dominant party has fabricated an entire paradigm that is demonstrated to be true, demonstrably true, and refutes their own dominant position. Really?
Well,
does that make sense?
That's definitely the case. We all know to some degree with other topics besides Tesla, you know, even the globe Earth, right? One of the things I recently saw that was dealing with the whole globe heliocentric from the geocentric ball, that was set up as a false dichotomy, like the geocentric versus the heliocentric. Well, it's still a ball regardless. They wanted the ball, so they went to geocentric, and then they got the heliocentric, and it was ball versus ball, when the truth is this stationary plane that wasn't even allowed in the conversation, just like third-party political candidate.
Yeah, I mean, there are instances where the dominant party does fabricate a competing party with the third party ruling both the parties, or the other party ruling the other party.
Absolutely.
But as it concerns this particular instance concerning Nikola Tesla, the implication is that this demonstrably true paradigm from Nikola Tesla and other persons like him is fabricated by the dominant party and refutes the dominant party. That's
I think they do
implication.
that to some degree. It doesn't even matter if they did it with Tesla. It's the information that matters, right? Whether he was real or not.
No, that's right. It doesn't even have to be Tesla, right? You have the father heads of electrical field theory,
right,
in unison together, all saying the same thing. Which is
Musk
neither.
is a character, right? Musk, we all agree, probably is just a character that they put in there. We've researched the background. He doesn't even come where he says he comes from. He's a rich boy that's put up in front to be the siphon for this money, or the figurehead, so all these people can make money through the idea that any knucklehead can do what Musk accomplished. All you got to do is work hard.
We're talking about Musk. I mean, Musk. That's another point. It's like they had to take and change the name in a way. It's like interesting. I can see the setup would be maybe the only angle I can really think of is like they try to propose that he was offering this like electric look at the spherical Earth, and they try to spin that. I'm trying to think of any benefit that they would gain. I mean, because really it's clear that they keep us on this like grid system, like an actual grid system, like a computer chip.
You and I have both talked about how they may not only have possibly rolled out flat Earth, but they'll absorb it at some point and use it to their advantage to sell us more lies attached to that idea. And Tesla kind of does, like, you know, he's one of those figures just like Trump that could be the wolf in sheep's, not wolf, but like the figure that they needed for people to back. That was that was somehow somehow chided by the history, like didn't get his fair shake, just like Gore with the Hanging Chads was able to become an Academy Award winner, which is probably planned before the Hanging Chads that whole science was ever created. Right.
Just to make sure my point isn't lost, I was just saying that the premise that the dominant party fabricated a fabrication which is demonstrably true and refutes the dominant party is an absurd implication of the premise.
Yeah, and you can prove it with like actual things that we use and can do and replicate. So it's like that was the actual whole point that has just been drowned out, but it's very important overall in the discussion, which is what's the importance of ether or any type of discussion, or why is it even relevant? It was what happened was it was the background for all electrical field theory. Then it refuted heliocentrism. Then it was tossed aside, and effectively logical production of electrical field theory was cut off at the head as necessary, whatever.
Well, it was multifaceted. They wanted to hide the usefulness of it and promote the ball in the opposite direction. So it killed two birds with one stone.
Yeah, it was necessary casualty, I guess maybe is the word. But like, anyway, so why would we not address that we can physically manipulate and replicate all of these things that they said? But we still just take out a piece of what they said and how they came up with it and discovered it.
Because we hate the truth and don't want the truth.
Well, I'd say that it's designed that way almost intentionally because they had to make science into a faith. So if it was something we could verify or prove to ourselves, they wouldn't know they gave us the fallacious idea that we believe is true. It would just be our own common sense deduction. That's how you really own somebody. Everything they believe is dependent on you giving them the idea, rather than just relying on their own common sense to get there on their own.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, this is the thing, right? So I've looked into Tesla quite a bit. So you have to like look into it. You gotta like really dig. That right there on its face is not logical to say that the party trying to lie to you is doing that simultaneously.
Right. Or it'd be like conflating him with Musk. We don't have any usefulness from what Musk really gives us other than the fairy tale stories that never even happen, never goes to space, never does this. But Tesla's shit is like, verifiable and it's useful regardless if he was a real person.
In a situation where they set it up, right? I mean, it's like they would have had to set it up knowing that you would have had to be diligent and work hard to get to these truths that were hidden, but they're actually placed there with no viable alternative to address all kinds of phenomena that actually do 100% exist in the real world, and therefore we walk around just not addressing anything.
Could it be that they can't kill a truth that's a truth that's so dominant or prominent or undeniable? So they have to have a figurehead attached to that truth. Not that it matters if they did that or not, but it does seem like they are creating the wokeism on purpose.
Tesla didn't discover the ether, That's a very, very old idea. That I brought him up in that context.
But the ether used to be just the elements, right? Like air, water, earth, like
in some schools of thought, but not all.
And the fifth element was the ether.
Yeah, in some schools of thought, not all of them.
Yeah, but it's just like the idea that there's like this metaphysical, all-encompassing realm. This all-encompassing metaphysical realm is not new. It offers mechanism. It offers like physical explanatory justification.
At the very least, in principle, which is one of the ways, right? Which is one of the ways that we gain knowledge, right? Like we cannot get around. Like the funny thing with the empiricists, right, is that the empiricist pretends as though they're not using any a priori reasoning when they are, and not only are they, it's unavoidable. You cannot be not using a priori reasoning. It's not possible. Why? Because it itself is an a priori theory. It's an epistemology. It's not just a posteriori data. It's not just empirical data. So we need to grow up.
Yeah, that's to be scratched the second it was first written, obviously, right? I mean, my goodness.
In regards to the ether, so is vibration and frequency, is that a different place? Is that what ether is saying? That's a different place?
It's an all-encompassing metaphysical realm. So it's not necessarily that it's different as much as it's it has some version of integration, meaning there's a bridge of some sorts, to be very clear. There's an interactive possibility. That's actually the only way you could even have the natural world, though. That's even one of the most obvious parts. To even have the material world, you would have had to have something outside of it.
You need the necessary, right? You need the necessary and independent in order to have the contingent and dependent.
Why is that so? I mean, why can't the creator or whatever created the world be vibrating within this world?
Well, that would be an instance of what I just said. That would be an instance of what I just said. The creator creating the creation, that would be an instance of the independent necessary entity, the being, creating the contingent dependent being.
Except that it has an infinite regress fallacy attached to it.
Well, you can say it about everything when you're asking about this question, but I mean, nevertheless, it's just a basic logical axiom, right? I mean, we experience
but the paradox still exists.
That we experience interaction in the physical world that come from the metaphysical, that are metaphysical. Metaphysical and physical have an interactive capability. We can prove that with logic, right? I mean, come on, man. I mean, that's what consciousness is. That's what intuition, subcategory, really.
Like what Austin just mentioned, the physical and the metaphysical. The physical, the things, taphysika, the things. Metataphysika. Aristotle said when he used that term, it was referring to his writings after taphysika, the physics. But then over time, as philosophers began to systematize and regiment their thinking, metaphysical gained the sense or the connotation of the ultimate things. You can't have the things without the ultimate thing. You can't have the contingent things without the necessary thing. It just makes sense.
Even if all these laws, hold true for the deductive logic of it, the personification of it and the personalization of it is where everything goes awry, because people can run amok with that interpretation, and then it's lost, and then lost and such. Right?
Well, it's not just that they can run amok with this reification fallacy, but the problem in the first instance is that it's a reification fallacy. When they do that.
What is somebody like? I can't hear you. I'm sorry. It's probably my mic.
No, you were trying to talk. I was trying to make way for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had my phone down. I'm sorry. Were you talking?
No, thanks. Go ahead. I was trying to clear the way for you.
Oh, thank you. So someone like QE, what is he replacing the ether with? What would he, not if he even is, but what would he use in place of the ether?
What he would just say God is what is outside of it, and that would be it.
I mean, what he's doing is he's fixating on the components and not the whole. And he's saying that all that's worth giving attention toward are the components, without addressing that they all belong to a whole.
Which is very silly, right? Because if it's components, then it's components of a composite.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So he's not so much doing the replacement with, gravity and whatever it's called, black gravity. Okay.
Yeah, like with what Austin just mentioned when he gave that quick answer to your question, if he's emphasizing God over against the ether, well, in that instance, that would just be a false dichotomy. That would just be an unjustified antithesis he's trying to set up because they're not antithetical.
Hey, Gregory.
Yes.
Is there any knowledge that you gained in your life that hasn't been through experience?
Yes.
What knowledge have you gained that is not directly due to experience?
Revelation from the God.
But you experience that to gain that knowledge, right?
How about the concept of zero? How about the concept of zero? There's no example of zero, yet we all know the word for it, discuss using this term, yet none of us have ever been presented an example of zero because there isn't an example. Same goes for infinity.
Yeah,
it's a very practical thing to be able to use and speak about in conversation, yet there's no example someone can present to you of an infinite anything.
I can give you a perfect example of zero. If I have 0.00 cents in the bank, I have $0.
I kind of got trampled there.
Yeah, I mean, he did answer you though. I like you say it again.
What I was trying to say to Lyle, when I mentioned revelation from the God, that would be a particular kind of epistemology that is distinct from empiricism. Why? Because with empiricism, it is just an experience of particular things, right? It's just an experience of particular things. You don't necessarily experience causality, but you know that you experience causality. You don't experience causality itself, right? You experience things causing other things.
Right on.
I never used the word empirical or empiricist or empiricalism. I just said, is there any knowledge you gain without experience?
Right.
I never used the word empirical in there. So don't put words in my mouth. I did not say it.
Let me clarify. Experience, empirical, they are two peas in a pod, as it were, because empiricism is experiential knowledge. Okay. So, since empiricism is experiential knowledge, another way that I gain knowledge is not just by experiencing particulars, but you also gain knowledge through rational thinking, to use that term very basically. Your a priori reasoning, your rational faculty. And beyond just merely your rational faculties in your mind, you also gain knowledge from revelation. You gain knowledge from someone else.
Yeah, he's saying it's a prerequisite to the experience.
I agree. Generally you gain knowledge from other people. You don't gain it from yourself.
Yeah, I mean, here's a fact. Like, most people don't think about this fact, but the vast majority of all knowledge is not our empirical sense experience, you and I individually, and not even humans overall at present, and not even humans overall throughout all history, including the future. That's still an infinitesimal fraction of all knowledge. The vast majority of all knowledge is not within our individual minds or the totality of all knowledge in all human minds. Even all non-human, non-God minds, all knowledge exists within the God mind. The God mind.
Well, like for example, if I get in a car wreck, I experience that car wreck. I know what it's like to be in a car wreck, but I do not have a totality of knowledge of what it would be like to be in every type of car wreck.
Right.
But I do have an experience with a car wreck, so I have knowledge of what it's like, and I can somewhat help people through that have been in car wrecks too, help them cope with that.
Right.
And they can help me.
Which is why it's very silly when the average person, they use this dichotomy, street smarts versus book smarts, where they emphasize street smarts, empirical experience, above book smarts, a priori reasoning, doing research, thinking, and so forth.
Yeah,
and
you have something that exists outside of it.
Austin?
I was saying you have something that exists outside of it to even have quote unquote experience.
Right.
So that part right there kind of just shows you that something can quote unquote exist, independent of experience.
Yeah,
that's the only way you can even have
knowledge other than empirical experience.
Well, books exist whether I exist or not. If I read something in a book and I test that I experience those, not only reading the book, but also experienced testing what I have read in the book to some extent. Obviously, if I just read the word, the cat jumped over the house, I probably will never experience that in my life.
Right.
You know?
So there's two basic categories of knowledge, like epistemology, right? If someone disagrees, show me the third one. I'd like to hear about it. But you have the a posteriori, that which comes after empirical experience, and the a priori, that which comes before empirical experience, which includes both revelation from the God or revelation from a person whom is not the God.
I like the did you experience your birth question? Like, or did you remember it?
And
Like,
technically he
would you
did,
call that a
but
first
he
time?
doesn't remember it, right? Because you're the one being born. But do you remember it? So then if you don't remember that empirical experience, if you don't remember that empirical knowledge, then you don't have the knowledge. Therefore, you did born?
I have knowledge that I was born. I don't remember the experience.
And you remember the particular empirical instances of that event, but you know, given the case, then the necessary precondition or the necessary antecedent to your existence is your birth.
Right.
That's how you know.
I have no knowledge of any other way, whether it's God physically on the earth or being birthed through my mom. There's no other way that I know of to be on the earth.
What about cloning?
Well, how can you have the physical Earth be created on the physical Earth?
Say that again.
How could you create the physical Earth while being on the Earth?
I don't understand where you're going with that.
You have to be outside the physical world to have existence, bro. Like that. Simple.
Yeah,
It's
if
a
you're on
chicken or
the
the egg
earth,
problem. I mean,
Yeah.
even if you were born and you could remember it, your mind wouldn't be formed for any remembering yet. So what comes first, the memory of being born or the mind that is formed and structured and created to have any memory in the first place? It's a huge chicken or the egg problem. So you're going to need something beyond that circle, something that is beyond, in this case, physical memory or the physical earth, something like God or spirit.
Well, I mean, I've experienced my whole life, and I've been taught that I was born through the natural ways of being born through my mom. I don't necessarily remember that particular experience, but I know that I'm alive right now.
Yes.
You were given the gift of life from outside right now.
I would say the egg.
He's not rebutting you. He's actually agreeing.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
So there's three points that I'll rattle off real quick that I usually make just for either playing the devil's advocate or just pointing out possible contradiction in the rhetoric. First of all, I entertain the idea of an infinite plane just because even if there is some kind of firmament or place we can't get past, what's on the other side? More reality, I imagine, right? Unless there's something that we can claim that we know is there, other than what the biblical scriptures might say about the waters above, whatever. But probably turtles all the way out, maybe. Who knows? But also, if the paradox exists, still a paradox, right? The infinite regress is not a fallacy; it's just a paradox, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just because paradox exists, I mean, we're always searching for an answer we can never find. That's a paradox, but it gives us purpose, so it's not all bad. Following. Hold on, wait. One last point, real quick, and then you guys can go off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Another one is the first law of thermodynamics: energy can't be created or destroyed. And you may be, blamed for a contradiction that you're saying God could create something from nothing and create the world, and that's a contradiction to that law. So what say anybody about any of that?
Two things. To the second one, it would be an infinite regress fallacy when it concerns the question of existence and the question of causation. Why? Because if we're trying to ascertain knowledge of what began or what exists, then the line of causation as it concerns beginning is either infinite or finite. You examine the two dichotomous options. With the infinite supposition, there is no beginning, because every time you get to a point, there's always a point before that point, and a point before that point, and a point before that point, and a point before, you see, and so you can never begin. So in that option, logically, there is no beginning, and so we couldn't have the present.
And what's wrong? But what's intrinsically wrong with having no beginning? If it sticks within the laws, it doesn't negate God necessarily. Even it could be God always was, just like we define God. God is infinite. God always was and always will be. Well, it could be that God, along with the material, always is and always will be, always was and always will be in some form or another. And how could we assume anything otherwise? We've never seen anything that has a definite beginning as far as overall existence goes. We can't prove that.
No, it's a problem.
I'd like to address the.
I haven't finished. It's a problem because
no shit. We both go ahead.
It's a problem because we're talking about the beginning of history, right? A sequence of events. If there is no beginning, there is no present. There is a present, so therefore, to suppose that there is no beginning is reduced to absurdity.
I don't know if that follows. How do you have no present if there is no beginning? I don't get how that's impossible.
You would never arrive at the present.
Are you speaking
beginning,
about
there is
from
nothing.
God that there's no beginning? Are you a Christian or believe in God? I'm sorry, and you're saying there's no beginning.
Talking about me?
Yeah, whoever said that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was you.
Oh no,
I'm a disciple of Lord Yahushua.
Yvonne is Dave saying it. Yeah, we've had this discussion before. I think that it could be.
He cut out. But the fallacy is that implies no sufficiency. When we go into a court of law, we don't ask for the infinite number of reasons as to why the person, stabbed this person to death or committed the crime. We ask for a sufficient line of reasoning and a sufficient cause and effect for what happened with the event. And so it's a fallacy to invoke an infinite regression of causes when really what we look for is sufficient causation and or a sufficient line of reasoning to come to a conclusion. That's where the fallacy lies. And even if there was an infinite regression of cause and effects, unless we can take infinite actions to discover them, what are we talking about? We would be invoking it off of faith, but not saying, oh, we discovered it or rationally reasoned that that is the case, which is fallacious. That's not quite logical.
Right. So with the infinite history supposition, that implies that there is no beginning. And so if there is no beginning, that implies that there is no present. And if there is no present, there is no past, nor any future. There's nothing. If there's no beginning to the thing that supposedly happened, then it did not happen. It's not a real event because it didn't happen. So the only way
I cut out, but I didn't hear the backup to the why that there is no present if there was no past and no beginning. I don't get why that's necessary.
The problem is if you have an infinite regression of causes, there's a bunch of problems with that. If it takes 1 million people to screw in one light bulb, I'm going to ask, why isn't one person sufficient enough to get the job done? Why do we need an infinite regression of causes? That implies that none of them are causative if there's 1,000,001 other things that are necessary for them to be effective. That's problem number one. Problem number two is when we go to a court of law, we do not ask what are the 1,000,001 infinite reasons why this person did this. We ask for sufficient cause and effect, sufficient reason to rationalize why they did it and come to a conclusion. So it is fallacious to appeal to infinite cause and effect when really what we tend to do is look only for sufficient cause and effect and sufficient reason to believe a proposition. That's problem number two.
No, can I jump in here? Women, that's wrong. Because in a court of law, right, if I go out and murder 3 people, right, the court of law don't need to know why I did it or what caused me to do it. All they need to know and all they need to do is prove that I done it. Yeah.
With sufficient reasons, number of causes and effects and infinite reasons.
Cause and effect on a court of law, it doesn't make any difference. Yeah,
They
all they
say
need to
that
know is
That
that
could
I've
be a
done it.
sequence of
cause
events.
you
It had
to
to
do
be.
it
It
to
had to
make
be.
a case, and it is a sufficient reason to say that you did it, not an infinite reason with infinite causes and effects and infinite motivations. Sufficient cause and effect, sufficient reason, sufficient motivation. So it's
The court
fallacious to
don't.
appeal to that
The
when we
court.
don't do that in other areas of our life.
The court don't care the reason I done it. They just want to lock me up for doing the act.
If they
That's
have
kind of his
sufficient
point, though.
reason
His
to
point
do
is they
so, yes.
rationalize it. They need an answer. That's kind of what he said to begin with. He said they need
As
a
long as
rationalization for this answer. Whether it's true or not doesn't even matter, really.
If I
as
go
long
out,
as it's sufficient, that's all that they care
if
about.
I go,
It's not
hold on,
infinite, it's sufficient, and that's what reveals the fallacy. We look
hold
for
on.
sufficiency, not infinitude.
Right. So if I go out and murder 3 people, right, then I go straight to the police station, hand myself in, say I killed 3 people. Here's the weapon I killed them with. Then the following day I'm up in court. I say to the judge, "Yeah, I done it," and he says, "Why did you do it?" I said, "I'm not telling you." But he doesn't need to know.
Yeah,
The point is we look for sufficiency. Some
Right?
people say that that is a sufficient reason to lock you up because you confess to it. The point is we look for sufficiency of cause and effect, motivation and reason, not infinitude. So it becomes a fallacy to appeal to that when that is not what we're looking for.
So, with that being said, to address specifically what Highlander is trying to specify, to use highfalutin rhetoric, right? The necessary antecedent to a crime is history. There's a sequence of events that occurred, which is the crime. It's not an infinite series of events that are sum total of a crime. It's a finite series of events that is the sum total of a crime. So, causality, cause and effect, is a necessary antecedent. It's intrinsic to the issue of a crime. And the prosecution.
The court might definitely care why you killed the people. You know, if they were attacking you, you know, why did you kill them? Because they were attacking me. Or maybe your lawyer pleads insanity. Why did you kill them? Because I was insane. So they're definitely going to want to know the cause.
And it's going to be a sufficient cause, not an infinite series of causes. So that's where the fallacy lies. We're invoking infinite cause and effect, but that's not the way that we actually treat, rational subjects. We look for sufficiency, not infinitude.
Yeah, I don't even believe you're allowed to
beyond
change.
it merely not.
I don't think the prosecution is allowed to even change what they propose as the motive, like halfway through the case. I think they have to stick to what they propose as the motive, giving it one option.
So you guys, as far as the beginning goes, real quick, can you cover me on this? Just make it as literal as you possibly can. Before the beginning, was there nothing before the beginning, and then everything was created from nothing? Is that really what you're saying, literally, or how is it done? And I know God's capable of anything, so it doesn't matter. So you don't have to actually literally explain how God did it, because He can do anything. But that is, it is
Well,
a
at
little
the very
bit.
least, God, would ideally tell us a sufficient reason that would satisfy our curiosity. Most people say that it's sufficient to say that God always existed and was not infinitely generated in that sense. He just always existed, so He doesn't have to be caused or affected. He just always is, and that's sufficient for me.
I'm curious as
what if
how
He
you
existed
around
within
the
everything
word
that
in
was
the
always here?
Bible.
What if all things always existed and God is in all things? He's the essence of all things. And all things in some form or another are always here and always will be in the same way.
Yeah, it doesn't adequately account for human experience. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So what about the word in the Bible that says in the beginning?
Yeah.
Say again.
The book.
Someone who asked the question.
A book has to have a beginning and end.
No. It's not talking about the beginning of the book.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe.
Because each book in the Bible doesn't say in the beginning.
Just the first one.
Just Genesis. And what is Genesis talking about?
Well, Genesis and John, technically,
Well, because it replicates what...
It's referring to the same beginning in Genesis, yes, of course.
And it's talking about the beginning of, I would think anybody else would think, creation.
Yes. The
Where
beginning
did that knowledge
of...
come from? How would any man that's able to write at that point
That's not my point.
Context?
My point is that they're arguing that there is no beginning to God and no ending to God, but God's book, the first sentence literally said, in the beginning.
Yeah, but it just skips over how God was made. But that's not for us to answer.
Well, God,
Well,
in most
before that,
philosophical
because there was
circles, is
never
not made. So the Bible isn't about
right.
God beginning; it's about essentially ours and the information necessary for us and sufficient for us to know what is going into our being, essentially.
Okay, no,
Yes, the
I was
beginning of
just
Genesis is addressing.
asking how you get around in the Bible. The first words are in the beginning, and you're saying there is no beginning.
It would be in the
That's
beginning
all
for
I'm
us and
I'm the
for the
one
story
saying
of
there's
our
no beginning.
salvation through Jesus Christ. That would be the
I think it might be
information sufficient
confusing.
for that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
wait,
think it
there's a
might be
confusion
confusing. The
between God
beginning
always
of
existing and
humanity.
everything always existing. I was saying everything could have always existed in some form or another.
Hold on.
And
There's a
the other side
confusion
is God
between
always
God. There's a confusion between the beginning of reality and the beginning of man. I think these two things might not be the same thing.
Right.
Yeah, this is what I'm
They're
trying to
not.
speak.
I don't even know why it's being.
I'm trying to add this. That's why I'm trying to add this. Let's get our facts straight. So when you refer to the first verse of the Torah, Bereshit, Genesis, in the beginning, the God created. So it's talking about the beginning of creation. Okay, the beginning of created creatures, not the beginning of the God. There is no beginning of the God. Why? Because he is eternal. He is a necessary antecedent of the beginning of creatures.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I thought it said in the beginning.
In the
God
beginning,
created the heavens and the earth.
But I'm sorry. From the first
In that
word, it
very
might
same
be.
book.
All about
Hold
interpretation.
on. In that very same book, he also said, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth, which means redo over again. So it can't be the beginning of creation when he's saying to redo it all over again.
Well, some people say replenish is an old way of saying fill in that sense too. So it's an old word used in an old sense of really just fill, not necessarily refill. So it looks like there's a bit of semantics there too.
Yeah,
So if
in
it's
that
not
translation,
necessary for the earth to be empty and depopulated per se.
What if it said before the beginning?
What did God create in the beginning?
Then that's what it would have said, but it didn't say that. So the fact of the matter is this.
This is a totally moot argument. It's
It
not
really
lost in
is.
translation. It's very simply put out there, saying in the beginning of creating man and what's on this earth. It's very simple.
The
It's not
beginning
that
of
complicated.
creatures. It's not referring to the
I don't
beginning
know.
of the gods.
I think it says something different in the beginning. I'm pulling out my Bible. Hold on.
I think he.
In the beginning, the
Hang on. Wait, hang on.
There was the word, right?
What does God create first?
Hello, wait. We keep talking, we're not listening. It's very simple. I just quoted to you the first verse. Go ahead and read it.
No, it does. But it does say created the heavens and the earth is what it says.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the position of the biblical authors, the God himself, of course,
So
the
it's
biblical
talking
authors,
about
and
reality and not God. It's not existence.
reality in the sense of creation, the creatures.
Physical reality.
There's the creator and the creature. The thing created, the thing that creates, and the things that are created.
I guess we're still talking about the same thing, though. I mean, God might be infinite, but there's still a beginning to what everything is. So what was before the beginning?
Well,
God
was there.
The beginning of the thing can't exist. If there can be no thing, then there never was no thing.
That's what I was trying to get at.
So when does it say that God created the angels?
I think that's day 3 when they say the morning stars sang for joy. Day 3 or day 4. The morning stars in this case would be angels.
Okay, so that this is what the Bible is saying. Okay, not the beginning of God. He is the eternal creator of the creatures, which he began the existence thereof. That's what the Bible is saying. Okay, so
right. So that's how you get around the beginning is not the beginning of everything. It's just the beginning of material. I get it. I understand.
It's not a get around unless you didn't say that in a pejorative sense. But that's the logic and that's the cosmology and cosmogony of the scriptures. Now, when someone comes along to try and move on, when someone comes along and supposes that it wasn't the God, Yahweh, Yodevave, that is the eternal creator that caused creatures to begin existing, that it was just the earth itself, the cosmos itself. Okay. Now, how does that adequately account for human experience, the present? How does that make human experience intelligible?
But did you say in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth?
That's what it says.
Right. So, but I thought God resided in heaven.
It said it was like null and void, like it was empty. There was there was like darkness and emptiness, and he just created matter.
But if God's eternal and always has been and has always resided in heaven, then surely heaven has always been too.
You snuck in the premise that he always resided in heaven. That doesn't necessarily have to be. The only thing that really has to be necessarily is that God always was.
The God himself.
He could be here, he could be there, he could be anywhere. The main thing that's necessary is that God himself, God always was, not necessarily.
But there wasn't a there, is what we're trying to get at. If you're saying there's a beginning, God created a there of the heavens and the earth and the universe and everything. Where was he?
He is omnipresent. He
no,
doesn't
that's not what
dwell in a particular.
Somewhere.
No, that's not a necessary. Hello. It is not a necessary prerequisite for his being. He does not need to be in a particular location, distinct from another particular location that he is not present in. No, it is not.
So is it time? Is it that he's in a different time than there is?
No, he's not in a different time. He is omnipresent.
Right.
How do you get round the God paradox then?
What is the God
paradox? Paradox?
If God is almighty and all powerful, can he create a rock so heavy that he can't lift?
No.
People defeat that by saying you can do anything that's logically possible. If you're asking if God's powerful enough to be not powerful, that's essentially what you're saying when you're saying God's omnipotent, sure. But is he omnipotent enough to be not omnipotent and make a rock that he can't lift? I mean, that's just meaningless.
Yeah, the insufficiency is in the
follow his own rules, or can he break his own rules?
No,
I mean, technically, he already did that in the form of Jesus.
That's what I'm saying.
Jesus
So
was
he
a
can
man
create
and
his
he
own
was
rules,
God,
and he
and
breaks
there
his
were
own
rocks
rules,
that he
and
couldn't lift. So that's another defeater right there.
Obviously, we're gung ho. We're gung ho to try and debunk the Bible. So if we really want to discuss the matter, let's discuss the matter.
And that's what I was trying to say from the beginning. I said it doesn't matter about the Bible, your beliefs, or anything. I said, how do you get around you saying that there's nothing? Something came from nothing. Everything in the world or everything in the universe was created, and there was no beginning before there was nothing there. And then you go, but there was God. That's all I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to.
I'm trying to answer what you're saying, but every time I try to begin to answer what you're saying, you people trample on the answer. So of course you're going to get the answers conjunct.
No, but you made a perfect comment. We're all gung ho to debunk the Bible as if that's his position when he's really just trying to show the logical.
We really are, because every time we attempt to make the answer to the question, the answer gets trampled on. If we would just be patient and listen to the entirety of the answer, maybe we would understand something.
Yeah, let's try to be patient, people. Let's try to be patient.
No matter how strong your philosophical position and reasoning to deduce that this is the case, and you very well might be right, but because you're taking that philosophical position and making it concreta when it really can't ever be concreta because it's your philosophical decision to have that opinion, regardless
well,
of
it's
you're
going
right.
to be concrete if it can't move anywhere else. If there's no other position that you can hold, it's going to become pretty concrete. I mean, you need to show another concrete position that it can provide another foundation. Otherwise, there will tend to be a concrete position forming around, certain.
And I accepted your position of that. That's what it was. Is that God just was before we think that there's a beginning of the universe created. You said there's just God, and I said okay. I said, I don't agree with that, but okay. I literally said that.
God is not a no thing. God's not nothing, right? God's a something. So there was something before the nothing. Or there was something always.
There was something before the beginning of creatures. Like, we're phrasing the answer the way we're phrasing it. Because that's the worldview.
Creation.
Are you asking what the Bible says, or are you asking Gregory for the absolute answer, regardless of what the Bible says?
Trying to make sure that we're being specific and not getting into. It's kind of related to the ether argument. Is there specificity?
Well, we got to be specific about the worldview that we're using to answer these questions. What makes this knowable for us and makes us comfortable declaring an answer? And as far as we can tell,
you see how you interrupted him when he was in the middle of the answer? That's what I'm talking about.
I didn't mean to do that. I'm really sorry about that one.
Well, God said he's the Alpha and the Omega. If he was the first, there's nobody before him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be first. So the only way to deal with that is either God popped out of nothing or he was always there to be first. Those appear to be more or less the only two options.
Which is related to the question, is either history infinite? Is history infinite or finite? History is not infinite. It's not an infinite line of causes and effects. In that supposition, there is no beginning. If there is no beginning, there is no present. There is a present, therefore there is a beginning. Therefore, infinite history is false. So by
I
theological
still disagree with that.
alternative,
I'd say there is only the present.
I didn't finish the sentence.
Always. It's just one. I'm sorry. You were still talking. Got noise here.
The last sentence I was trying to say was, with that last premise, therefore, finite history is true. Now, the first cause in that finite history is the eternal personal supreme being, the God.
And how would the ether argument be able to stay away from religion? Is there a way for that to happen?
Say that
Would
again. You
like
kind of
for
cut
that
out a little bit there.
to be the case? I mean, when people invoke ether, they don't necessarily go religious. I mean, if you would like to separate ether and religion, you're more than welcome to. If it's a problem where you don't want to go into a religious discussion, that's fine. Nobody's saying ether and religion necessarily have to be the case. When I invoke the ether, I'm not talking about any sort of religion.
No,
not religion, necessarily. We're talking about ether itself, but the implication and or precondition of ether is something theistic. The Bible.
No, I believe in God and everything, of course. I just want to know if there's a way to more firmly separate it for those who are going to come in to try to destroy the ether because of the implications of spirituality. So is there a way
Well,
to
you're
stay
talking
away
about people with a certain mindset. People are not going to go for the ether. Oh, sorry. You were saying, sir?
I was just saying there's no need justification to try and separate ether from any theism because it's related closely, very much related. I mean, the cosmos, cosmology, and cosmogony is very much related to theism. So the only reason people would try to separate them is because they obviously have a misotheistic attitude, a hatred of God.
Well, when we're talking about
science, hold on. That's a straw man that I actually don't want to make sure I'm not associated with. I don't think anyone here has a hatred of God because they don't have the same biblical interpretation of God that you do. I think first of all, you have to separate religion from the creation, right? Religion from the creator, even if the necessary antecedent is creator. You know what that personification of that creator and interpretation, whether it be based on the Bible or not,
we
it's all
already do this.
Now you're cutting me off. It's completely, subjective, and that can't be denied even by the person that believes it wholeheartedly. No matter how hard you believe it, doesn't make it true.
We already do that in quote unquote science by just talking about the implications, the experiments that point toward this, or that, and you don't necessarily need to bring religion into it. So I just don't get why the thrust of your question is even necessary when we already do that with empirical sciences. That's not really necessary.
Well, no, but I think that there is a conflation though when people talk about the creator all of a sudden, or if you say there's a necessary antecedent, they assume that you're attaching all the biblical jargon that goes with it, and that's not true for you guys either, right?
I haven't heard
I'm
that.
saying you kind of misunderstood the sentence I said. I didn't specify Yahweh. I specified God, just God and period. Any theism. That's why I said what I said.
So if someone picks apart some of the contradictions the Bible might not have answers for, that doesn't mean they're a God hater, in your words, right?
No, that's not the implication what I just said. What I said, which you responded to. Please remember what you said. I can't be sitting bothered reminding the other person what they said.
I don't want to be on the list of God haters.
Well, if you don't follow Lord Yahushua, then you are. But anyway, the sentence I said was that someone who is so determined to separate theism from the ether is demonstrating their misotheism. That's what I said.
Misotheism would be like a hatred of God, like misanthropy, hatred of man, misandry, versus
so if someone doesn't want to associate
that sort of thing.
Okay, so not associating the ether with theism means you hate God.
How? So let me justify that. I is the person. You see, though in our human experience, we know full and well that there are people who hate the God, and they express that on the spectrum, from the most vehement, hostile expressions to the most kind and sophisticated and docile and decent, mild-mannered ways, but still the same motive. Why are they trying to separate theism from the ether when the ether is a cosmological question and one of the theism is to cosmology, and it always has been, including
maybe by interpretation. Yeah, maybe by interpretation. Maybe exactly, maybe directly related, but also maybe due to interpretation. But that's the thing, is that I think that just in the same way the ballers might say flat earthers hate science or don't believe in science, when really we're about protecting science. Someone that takes apart the logical inconsistencies of someone claiming they know exactly what the creator is and what the creator wants, they're protecting the sacredness of that, whatever that specialness is that we can never know, because that paradox is our life. We'll always be seeking an answer we can never really know. It's blasphemous almost to think that you could know. And that's it's like the same exact thing. We're protecting that sacredness and from someone claiming that they know exactly what it is, and that someone hates God if they don't agree.
Well, no, you're misunderstanding again. Hang on, let me just say this and then go after me. You're misunderstanding again. So obviously you're trying to press this point that we're mistaken in our biblical theism. You're trying to press the point.
No,
obviously.
I'm just philosophizing with you.
No. You are pressing the point, because I was never specifying biblical theism. I simply said that the issues of cosmology, including the ether question, is related to the theism question. That's all I said. But you're self-determined to press that the biblical theism particularly is erroneous, when I didn't even specify that.
Not at all. That's nothing that I said at all. See, that's why I jumped on you
5 minutes ago.
As you said, anyone who doesn't see the relation between theism and ether is a God hater, and then you had to justify it, but you didn't, and then you on top of it said again that you must be completely out just to make sure that the biblical theism is erroneous, which was not my intent either. Saying philosophically, take a step back. I'm not trying to be against you at all.
You never asserted that. I never asserted that. You're not listening. I am simply stating the fact that if someone is so determined to separate the issue of theism from cosmology, that demonstrates a disreputable attitude against theism. Why would someone be so determined to separate theism from cosmology? Why?
That's the thing, is you're interpreting it as someone so determined to do a certain thing, when really it's just opening up all philosophical options to have them all on the table, and we can pick it apart objectively together.
So what's the alternative?
Well, that's a deeper question that we have to explore, isn't it?
Answer the question. What's the alternative? If you try to separate cosmology from theism, which includes, remind you, which includes atheism. Atheism is a particular theism. Okay? How do you separate theism from cosmology? These issues.
Now you're changing the words up. First of all, it's the ether. Ether is not necessarily synonymous with the cosmology. Right?
It's intrinsically related to cosmology. It's a cosmological question.
I agree. They are. I agree they're all intrinsically related. I even agree that theism is intrinsically related. I wasn't even disputing that. I was disputing the part where you added on. Anybody that doesn't completely agree with you must be a God hater, which is exactly
that's not the premise. Again, let me tell you what I said. I never asserted that someone who doesn't agree with me hates God. I never asserted that. Let me clarify what I said.
I'm glad you didn't.
I'm very calculated and clear with my words. I said they are demonstrating misotheism. They're demonstrating an attitude against theism,
which is your interpretation again. No one. If
someone doesn't have to just interpretation.
Philosophically debating the idea of something doesn't mean they're against it.
That's not the point. You really still don't get it.
No, you're not understanding. You're just
he really doesn't get it. If someone's trying to separate theism from cosmology, including the ether question.
I'm sure already.
No, you keep twisting my words, and I'm going to clarify myself. So if you want to debate the issue, then debate the issue. Don't complain that I'm debating.
Right? It's not reinterpreting your words. Misotheism, you said, is someone that hates God, right?
Yes. So when someone is determined to separate theism, when it's inseparable, that's the point. Theism is inseparable from the question of cosmology. That's my point.
So someone is so determined to try to separate. I'm saying it very well may be, but just because I'm saying it may be instead of it makes me the God hater.
Again, interrupting me still. You keep contradicting me, saying no, and have yet to justify your contradiction of what I'm saying.
Greg, I like you. Hey, dude, I like you. I'm not trying to come at you. I don't hate you. I don't hate God. Let's just be cool. Just philosophically, take a step back.
With that attempt to try and simmer down the mood right now, again,
Please.
I gave premises to substantiate my critique of such a person. You just say, and have yet to give any premises to justify that. Give premises to justify that my assertion that people who are trying to separate theism from cosmology, including the ether question, are not missile theists. Justify your contradicting me.
Well, if you're going to say people in general, you know you're already caught up. You can't say people and have some kind of wide brush that all people that act a certain way are a certain thing. So let's just move on. Come on.
So you have yet to justify your contradiction. You just determined to contradict me.
What I have to give you another option to your justification of your accusation.
Justify your critique.
It's ridiculous, convoluted.
It's very simple. You have to justify your critique. You can't just say no.
I said
that you refute me.
You be with the God haters because that's a misinterpretation. If you're aiming at anything that I might have been philosophically putting on the table.
Misinterpretation. Can you specify, please? What did I misinterpret?
Well, I'm not a God hater. Even if I don't agree with you about what God is.
Say that.
Or what theism theism might be intrinsically related to whatever you want to put out there. If it's whether it's the ether, whether it's anything, it's everything. I can agree with that, but I'm not saying that I full-heartedly know it the way you do. So I must be the missile theist.
If you were a God hater, would you admit it?
Absolutely. I hope.
Really?
Well, who would hate God? Well, that's just like a ridiculous thing to even claim. Who would ever hate God? What reason could anyone have to hate God?
Oh,
doesn't even make sense.
Oh, it doesn't. Read the Bible.
I hate God. God's a cunt.
You mean the Bible God? I can understand why people have a problem with the Bible God if it's been used to oppress them their whole lives, or used to kill people in mass gross. Religion's the problem. You know that. It's not God. It's not the interpretation of God. It's the religious indoctrination that's the problem. And it sounds anytime anyone tries to do that, I get a little edgy. That's all.
Okay, so let me specify. I'm not just talking about the God, him or her itself. I'm talking about theism in general, including the God himself, whatever particular conception of theism that you have. So you really can't conceive in your mind why someone would hate any kind of theism. You've never heard an atheist speak?
They hate themselves, maybe. They hate themselves so much, and they're created by God, so they must hate the God that created them because they're self-haters, I guess. That would be the only thing I could.
Or the God's will, his intentions, or his or her, whatever conception you have, whatever conception of theism that is being hated is contrary to their preferences.
Right. Contrary to why are children still being raped? Why isn't God stopping the raping of children? I hate God for not stopping that, and why wouldn't he?
Yeah. Say now you want to zip over to the theodicy question.
I'm not even trying, but it is a gotcha.
I wasn't even talking about. See, you just shifted over to the theodicy question, which is concerned mostly with the monotheistic personal supreme being conception of theism. I wasn't even jumping to that yet, but you jumped to it. I was talking about theism in general and someone hating any conception of God, any conception of theism. So you sitting here saying that no, you can't conceive why, and you just gave me an answer.
No, I'm not making accusations. You're wanting me to, but I haven't made any accusations. I'm just defending myself from yours.
What are you talking about? I just made the assertion that people hate God, including any conception, theistic conception that they have in mind that they hate. And then you said, I don't know. And then after that, then you gave me a.
You want me to refute? Okay, so you're saying there's an absolute statement that you're making that I can't refute about people that hate God that somehow you have insight on who hates God all of a sudden. And if I can't refute
listen to the whole sentence. Just listen to the whole sentence. Stop trying to anticipate what I'm saying. Just listen to the whole sentence. Just listen to the whole sentence.
All right.
I made the assertion that someone, at least someone, but there are people.
Okay, now you're changing to someone instead of people.
Someone, people, same difference. Can you interpret what I'm saying? Interpret.
Be specific if you're going to make claims.
Read between the lines and interpret. Don't make English difficult than it already is.
If you want me to read between the lines, that's what I thought you were blaming me for.
No, I wasn't blaming you for that. Will you listen? I mean, do you want to talk?
It sounds like you're just saying listen because you don't know what else to say.
No, I do know what to say. I'm trying to say it. I have to keep rephrasing it because you keep twisting it.
The same thing over again, but change it as if you had it the same way the first time.
So I'm going to try this again. If you would like to converse, then I would love to do so.
I'm just having fun. I guess you're taking
this without you interrupting with another convolution.
No, it was more like a truce. Like, hey, dude, I'm just having fun, and if you're taking it seriously, I should back off.
I mean, you weren't just having fun. You were resisting what I'm
To a certain
saying.
degree,
Don't be dishonest.
jousting. We're jousting, but not
So
in a personal way. I don't mean it directly at you in any way. Nothing personal.
So can I
Sounds like you're
finish my
taking it personal.
sentence? You're still talking.
I can confirm that there are people that hate all forms of God.
Thank you. I mean, someone is co-signing what I'm saying here. So to finally finish the
I'm one
sentence.
of them. You want me to prove it? I am one of them.
Okay, now I'm going to let you guys talk because someone's actually claiming to be what you want him to be, so you can have your accusation. And I'll step back.
May I finish the sentence?
Highlander, would you say you hate yourself, or how do you feel about yourself? I mean, you were saying you said you hate God or all kinds of gods. So I was just wondering, what do you think of yourself?
What's myself got to do with God?
Doesn't really. I'm just asking, do you hate yourself?
Yeah, it's just a question.
No, I don't hate myself. No.
Okay. That's all.
Very well. Which is obviously Gio harking back to what News Perspective said earlier, if we remember. So to finally finish my sentence, people, any particular person, any people, humans in general, can hate any conception, any theistic conception, because it is contrary to their desires. I mean, that's why people hate things, because it's something about the thing which they don't like. They extremely despise. It is not inconceivable. So me saying that people hate any theistic conception, including the biblical conception, is not far-fetched. It's what we experience all the time.
Well, that's the reason why ether is somewhat related to some sort of theism, because it's unseen, untouched. In a way, does it require a little bit of faith to talk about something that isn't manifest, that could manifest as solid matter later? In that way, yes. And that would only lightly verge on a similar topic, potentially. But we don't even need to go there. We can talk about the experiments. We can talk about the implications. And we can talk about the way science itself talks about space-time, quantum foam, quantum fluid, things that appear to endow space with a somethingness on some level. And we could just go there.
Hey, actually, do you mind if I ask E1 to give a little bit of an explanation to something that I remember him talking about that was really cool, and it's related, actually. The relationship between electricity, magnetism, and light, right? And maybe that there was a conflation or possible direct relation to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost in the same way?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I was referencing things like that, and I don't know if it's so much I had something going on for it, but I was under the impression the same way you have states of matter of a gas, a solid, and a plasma, or however you want to look at it, electricity, magnetism, and light, because I can create all three from the other two. You know, I can literally create magnetism with electricity or light with electricity or magnetism, or electricity with magnetism or light. One of the two, you know, they're all cross platforms pretty much. So that's how I looked at it. And then the Trinity was the same way. They seemed the same principle within inside of the Bible as the same way the states of matter.
Okay, wait, can you get specific about that? Yeah.
Well, aren't there four states of matter though? Just, I don't hate to be a party pooper.
Plasma's the fourth. Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying that the normal states of matter, I guess, until you completely take it into plasma. I mean, that's what I was getting at. Because that's
you were talking about plasma the other night. What were you saying you could do with plasma?
Not that I do anything with it. I use a hydrogen generator, so I, in essence, create plasma.
Right, that's what it was. Yeah, I think there's definitely a unification of the electric universe with flat Earth coming up, don't you think? It's already there. Everything's electric anyway, so it's already an electric flat Earth.
I think everything we're talking about's already been talked about many times over. We're just catching on to it now.
I find it's undeniably electric, but then it'll still be deniably the shape. You know what I mean? Eventually, they won't be able to deny that it's electric. They'll continue with this the shape argument.
Oh yeah. Oh, till It's just like with everything that's going to happen with the economy and everything. They're going to hide everything until they can't.
Yeah, tell us about September 15th, what you were saying to me about that. Not that you're making a claim about it, but what your reasoning was about that being kind of a D-Day.
What do you,
Am I the only one curious why Highlander hates God?
Well, if he doesn't believe in God, it sounds a little bit oxymoronish.
No,
Calling
but
him
the
as
hate
an
part.
enemy and hostile to the God.
Maybe it's
Highlander, you still
he
there?
doesn't like religion.
I'm
Yeah,
curious,
I'm
man.
still
That's
here.
all.
I'm still here.
Would you care to elaborate?
Well, there's so much evil in this world that if there was a God, why would he create something where so much evil happens?
Right. Hard to argue that.
Because
Yeah.
it's a balance. You have to have a balance. Everything is balance. There's really good
I mean,
and there's really bad.
Right. Okay. Well, hold on.
Well, that's
Right.
not an adequate
You see,
answer to the God.
there has to be a balance, right? Now, there's someone very, very close to me, right, and something really bad and really nasty happened to her, right, and she hasn't hurt or done anybody any wrong her entire life. So why did she deserve to have that happen to her to balance the books?
No. Everybody has done something wrong in their lives. To say that she's like, are you saying she's Jesus? Like she's never sinned before?
Right.
She's
So
never done anything wrong?
you're telling me that
Here we go.
the tiny little bits of wrong that she done, she deserved what happened to her.
No, and sometimes people that do really wrong, they don't deserve the good that comes their way. It's just what it is. There is good and there is bad. It's how we perceive it, what it teaches us, why we are here. Like this gets into like the meaning of life. Why are we here? What lessons are we supposed to learn? Maybe it's something that she's supposed to go through.
So what you're saying to me is the nasty thing that happened to her, that was God just balancing out his books to make sure his
No, I'm not saying it's God
books
balancing
balanced
out.
properly.
No. I'm not saying it has anything to do with that. I'm saying maybe it's a lesson. There are lessons within that she's supposed to learn. I mean, there's suffering around this, no matter who it is. Everyone suffers in some way, shape, or form. How much are you going to suffer? Do you find a new perspective? Do you find love in that and joy in that and make the most of your time? I mean, we can place blame. I think God is the scapegoat, right? Like, let's blame God. Let's blame God for it.
Probably just far too busy.
What lesson?
Who are you going to blame?
What lesson is she meant to have learned from being gang raped? Please tell me, what lesson is she meant to fucking learn from being gang raped?
Highlander, would you like to listen to my answer? What I'm trying to say is that this it was an attempt to answer the theodicy question, saying that it's some kind of balance or whatever senses that meant. It's not a matter of it being balanced, and then she specified a lesson, which is one of the possible reasons why the God allows evil to occur. It's not the only reason, but whatever the God does, including allow evil to occur, he has a moral justification for it. Now, we already had this discussion, and so you sneak in the unspoken, unargued premise that he is obligated to never allow evil to occur. And I asked you,
Continue, because where they were going isn't where you're trying to force it.
Yeah, I mean, she said things happen to balance things out, right? And then she said that this shit happens to the person that I know because she needs to learn some kind of lesson, right? So I want to know what kind of fucking lesson is she meant to learn from being fucking gang raped on her way home from work.
I don't understand why you're getting so aggressive about this. It's just a conversation. I'm just giving you my point of view. And I've had horrible things happen to me as a female, especially when I was a child. And I have learned from that. I have grown from that. I have helped others deal with that, with the evils of this world and the horrible things that go on. No, I'm telling you, the lessons, there are many positive ways.
You got to take a humble stance in that.
I mean, moderators, we cannot allow people to just talk through one another blatantly like that.
Yeah, go ahead, Shines.
I'm just saying that there's many positive things that people can learn from negatives that happen in their life. People get raped and have that baby, and they end up like changing the world by saying like, don't get an abortion just because you were raped. Like, don't blame the child. It's not the child's fault. You can take a negative and turn it into a positive. In darkness, there can be light. So you can either continue to be angry about it and fester and be hate filled, or you can be positive and say, how am I going to turn this negative into something better? We're always faced with this, whether it's something that's good or bad or whatever. I mean, I just don't think it's right to scapegoat on God, like, oh, God is a horrible evil if God exists, like he's making this happen. It's our fault that it's happening.
Can I jump in for a
God
second?
is the source of all evil, hen. So don't come that shit with me.
Yeah, I've seen that scenario come into play where the rapist also got visitation rights. And so she had to be tormented even more dealing with that.
Yeah,
so this is why I said what I said, regardless of grim trampling of what I said earlier, in consistency with what Shines just mentioned. Praise Yah that this happened to her. Praise Yah, Shines. I said in consistency with this question, which is not irrelevant, it's directly relevant. I'm getting to the point because I already had this conversation with Mr. Highlander here, is that he is trying to sneak in the unspoken, unargued premise that the God is obligated to never allow evil to occur. In defense, to answer the theodicy question, the person who is biblically minded, who follows Lord Yahushua with all their wholesome mind and strength, says that whatever the God does has a moral justification, including allowing evil to occur. You may not like it, doesn't matter.
And it does come back down to us. Like we have free will. We have free will. Horrible things are going to happen. That's God throwing his hands up in the air saying, you know, what are you guys going to do? What choice are you going to make? And so when horrible stuff does happen to us, and it does happen, we have a choice. Are we going to turn this into a bigger negative, or are we going to try and turn this into a bigger positive and make the world a better place? It's on us.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be doing hold on.
We're the only ones here.
We wouldn't be doing the evil and nasty and horrible things unless God gave us the knowledge of it. So therefore, God has created all this evil and nasty and horrible things himself to give us the knowledge to do that. Because we wouldn't be able to choose to do that unless he gave us the knowledge of it.
Highlander, have you read the Bible?
Not cover to cover, no.
How much have you read? How much would you say?
I wouldn't say a lot of it.
So probably less than half?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you don't understand the half of the Bible, so you barely even have a half understanding of the theology taught in the scriptures. So how do you think you're capable of answering the question of theology in the scriptures when you have ignored the entire story, when you haven't even gotten to half through the story, which explains the entirety of what the God has revealed about himself?
I don't know that it's just it just response to that, and I studied the Bible on the college level, Old Testament, New Testament, and shortly thereafter transitioned to atheism, or not atheism, but agnostic. And yeah, I don't think that you have to read the Bible to have a relationship with God necessarily. That it lives within your heart and how you perceive it. And Highlander has had an experience, and he wants answers to his questions that we can speculate and come up with all kinds of responses to it. But I understand his pain.
But of course, I understand his pain also. I don't condemn him for his pain. I praise Yah that he has sustained him unto this very point, and I hope he grants him mercy and allows him to repent.
Are you actually taking the Bible? Are you taking the Bible literally?
In the sense of exegeting the text and trying to understand what the authors meant by what they said, yes, of course, like any other text.
Because I've spoken to several priests, right? And they all said the same thing, right? That the Bible is not to be taken literally, right? The Bible is meant to be a book of guidance. That's why you don't read it cover to cover, right? Like a normal book, right? Because you're meant to pick out the parts that are meant to help guide you through whatever part of your life that you're going through, and the parts are meant to help keep you on the right road, if you like. That's what they said to me.
Okay, no, they're wrong. Terribly wrong. The scriptures themselves refute that. All scripture is inspired by God and profitable for correction, reproof, and instruction for the righteous man to equip for every good work. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of God. Lord Yahushua Jesus, I have not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. Anyone who says a little jot or tittle of the law has passed away, he shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. A jot and tittle is the smallest grapheme on the text. You ever see Hebrew? You know what a yod is? A yod is a little, it looks like an apostrophe, especially in the Aramaic box script. Not even so, the smallest grapheme on the text is to be disregarded. So no. So that this is an instance of where people who claim the name of Christ do not actually even make the attempt to follow him with all his heart, soul, mind, and strength. The first and greatest commandment, and the second one like it, love your neighbor as yourself. Okay. So when you actually read the text, especially in its entirety, especially given the way the text, the authors say, talk about the text itself, it is to be taken in its totality, the whole enchilada, as it were. So no. So again, this question of theodicy comes down to this. It really comes down to this to get to the point if we really want to dialogue the truth. The person who indicts God for some injustice to allow any evil to occur, they must justify the premise that the God is obligated to never allow evil to occur. That's it.
You sound like a preacher, man. You sound like you got the answer. You sound like you know, but really, you don't know shit, man. Let me just give it to you straight, because nobody else here wants to tell you that.
Oh,
the thing is, I mean,
I'm interested in knowing how you know I don't know anything. Hang on. I'm interested in knowing how Montreal knows I don't know anything.
Let me say
Well,
this.
you're committing
right?
a cardinal
Because
sin right now. Then, if
can you not see how somebody like
pride and
myself?
confidence in what you're saying, and you're talking to people as if what you're saying is the end all be all truth, and all of that arrogance and all of that you're portraying there is probably not what that book actually wants you to be doing.
So complaints about the way I'm saying the message and knowledge claim about my knowledge.
You're saying all this stuff, right? Now, can you not see how, for somebody like myself, how it would be hard to believe in the Bible when there are loads of different people out there that read the exact same book as you, but they don't believe the same thing as you. And there's even they even fight over it. I mean, the Catholics and the Protestants have been fighting in Scotland and Ireland for a very long time. And they believe in the same book. They read the same words. Right?
Yeah, well,
so can you not see how, for somebody like me, why would I believe something that people can't even fucking agree on? And they start fighting and killing each other over it.
Okay, so are you done? Credulity, complaints about the way I'm saying the message, and a knowledge claim about my knowledge. None of which refutes what I just said. All red herrings. Now, to address what Highlander just said.
Prove a word you've been saying, dude. Prove one thing that you've been saying. Go ahead.
But you're satisfied with you.
Prove me Yahweh
if I may
that
finish
you've been
the sentence.
praising all this time. Prove me.
If I may finish the sentence. It's amazing how grown adults come onto a forum and don't know how to carry dialogue.
Will I get you insulting?
No, dude, you're coming in here preaching, right? As if you know shit, right? We're asking you a simple question. Now you're going to start preaching again. Tell us
I'm
how
not
this
going to start preaching again. I'm trying to address what Highlander
That's what
said.
you're doing. You're just
preaching,
preaching, brother.
As he rumpuses me. Okay.
No, you interrupted me as I was speaking, sir. That's what just happened.
Go ahead. Have a
Now you
conversation
go
all by
ahead.
yourself.
You go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, thank you. Highlander, follow the logic sequence, because we're sitting here making arguments. So let's be logical. Okay. So does it really follow that, given that people disagree about a proposition, let's make it simple. Does it really follow that, let's say there's 10 groups of people, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And there's proposition A. Does it really follow that, given that all groups have contrary interpretations of proposition A, that proposition A is false?
Let me try to mind diddle God into existence here. Hold on.
Diddle. Yeah.
Okay, I hear mockery. I don't hear an answer to the question.
Say that again.
Dude, just admit you have a belief. You have a spiritual belief. You have faith.
Just concede that you're wrong and I'm right. I'm in a forum. I don't want to debate, but I just want you to concede with what I'm saying. Highlander, would you please answer the question?
Concede to what?
Right. So I have 10 groups of people.
Hold on. Let me have a minute with him. Concede to what, dude?
I'm gonna go ahead, have a conversation all by yourself, man.
To his first assertion that God is real in the first place.
How do we know that God is real?
Concede.
Which God? First of all, which God are you
moderators,
talking
can we
about?
stop with the red herrings?
Or the God of the Which God are you talking about?
Moderator, please.
What moderator, dude?
I'll start moderating in a second if everybody can just like chill and just have a good conversation. Like, let's just talk kindly to each other.
Thank you.
I'm trying to, but he doesn't seem to want to talk to me. Tell me you don't
Because
want to
you're
talk to me,
insisting
and
on
I'll back off.
dialoguing with me when I'm talking to Highlander right now. You're inserting yourself into a dialogue you're not a member of right now.
Well, where are we at in the conversation? Originally, Highlander brought up that a girl, a woman he knows, was, abused and so on, like that. What happened to her? So so the larger kind of question was, why do things like that happen? Like painful, horrific things,
I thought that
tragedies.
It was both of them, but it was Highlander first. And so what I was trying to do, Gio, is try to continue with Highlander first, but people keep interjecting and try to steer the dialogue somewhere else. I'm trying to be consistent.
Are we still on that, or are we on some other thing? Because it seems like you have taken it a bit into like a sermon thing that you're trying to. So I'm just trying to figure out: are we actually in a discussion, or are we?
We're in a discussion.
Or are we just now trying to pick apart like Gregory's religion or whatever?
I mean, I'm trying to discuss with Highlander right now. That's what it began with. So the last one we were on with Highlander is I was asking him because he just mentioned, well, I talked to this priest and that priest, this cleric and that cleric. There's so many different denominations. There's so many different interpretations. Okay, yes. So that question, this disagreement and denominational question. So again, we're arguing. So let's be logical. Does it really follow that there are 10 groups, for instance, in this hypothetical? There's 10 groups of people, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and there's proposition A. Does it really follow that given that all 10 groups disagree about the interpretation or the veracity, the truthfulness of proposition A, that therefore proposition A is false? Does that follow?
No. They all believe,
no.
proposition A, but they all interpret it a different way.
But it doesn't make it true.
No,
okay,
it doesn't make it true.
Highlander's answer. Can we please hear out Highlander's answer?
You're convinced you have the right answer, right? Correct?
Can we listen to Highlander's answer, please?
Well, who the hell are you, dude? Do you think that you can run the show here? When I can't get to ask you a question, it's you and Highlander now?
Fine.
When did you take over the show, dude? Who the fuck do you think you are?
Let's not have a coherent dialogue then. They
No,
won't allow
I
me
wish
to listen
not
to
to have a
Highlander.
coherent dialogue with you. Who the fuck do you think you are, dude? Tell me.
Oh, I'm Gregory Leon Green with the second.
Right. I'm SC Montreal. Glad to meet you.
Pleased to meet you. Would you like to have a coherent dialogue in this forum, or do you just want to talk through the answers?
Tried 4 times to ask you a question, but you shooed me off, sir.
Because I wasn't talking to you at the time. I'm busy with another dialogue with another person. Do you understand that?
You actually weren't.
You can't just run the show. Who do you think you are?
I'm trying to run the show. I'm trying to have a coherent dialogue.
Right, and we cannot get in there. It's just you and Highlander. Since
because
when did you take over
Geo's discussion that is different from the current point of discussion? We cannot have a coherent dialogue.
Yeah, but I mean,
you're
as a
very
Discord
person.
channel,
I'm gonna back off because you're pissing the fuck out of me.
We can't hear everyone when everyone is talking at once. I do want to say I love you very much, but you did come in hot, and I think that's where the problem came in. Like if you didn't come in hot, maybe Gregory would have received you better. Gregory, you do also need to allow Say to join the conversation as well. It can't just be 2 people on one. Like,
of course, I know. I'm not saying that only 2 people are allowed. I'm saying let's not jump from point of discussion to another point of discussion to another point of discussion. Let's have a coherent dialogue about something.
I don't think I came in hard. I think I was very respectful when I first started, but you seem to not want to talk. Listen, fine, man. You don't want to answer the tough questions. You want to preach about your God.
Still keeps ridiculing me as avoiding the question when I just made myself clear.
Why are you interrupting Montreal again,
Gregory, now you're interrupting him when he's trying to talk.
I mean, he keeps repeating the same critique over and over again. I'm not saying don't talk. I'm saying don't go to another point of discussion.
And reading from
I don't want to put people on mute. Like seriously, everybody needs to just like chill and take turns.
I mean, can we please continue on the single point of discussion that I was trying to go with Highlander? He gave me an answer to his question. It was trampled on by everyone else.
All right, go ahead.
Dude, I don't care anymore. You go ahead and talk. I don't wish to talk to you anymore. How's that?
Try to argue God into existence. Go ahead.
Highlander, does the conclusion follow? Do you remember the question?
Right.
Say
The
no,
10 groups
Highlander,
of people
because it's
can
obvious
believe
both
premise
ways.
A, and
Say
all
again.
believe-
I can't hear Highlander.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you whiny little bitch.
Is that going to be tolerated, moderators?
You a little snitch ass bitch, dude. How many little brothers and sisters did you have? Little snitch. All you doing is looking for mommy.
Chill. Grim. Chill. Thank you, whoever muted him.
Okay, Highlander, your answer, please, if you wish.
But the 10 groups of people can all believe premise A and believe it in different ways, but like what was said, it doesn't make premise A true, does it?
The question was, it doesn't make premise A true? I said, do them disagreeing about the veracity, the truthfulness of proposition A, make it false?
It doesn't make it false just as much as it doesn't make it true.
Okay, thank you. So, regardless of people disagreeing about proposition A being analogous to the Bible, it does not then follow that given that people disagree about whether proposition A, the Bible, is true or false, that it is false or true. It doesn't matter. It has no bearing on the veracity of the text.
What is preposition A?
The Bible being true, the worldview of the Bible.
What about the mode? What about the supposed motive of the Bible? Is that true? Did we succeed with what the Bible is supposed to entail?
I just don't get how we got
you
from like why do bad things happen to people to now Gregory trying to preach why he thinks the Bible's true. How did
we got here this way?
All right, you love the Bible. That's cool, dude. Can we move on to something else?
But
this is how we got here,
Bible
Gio.
says
I mean,
the one trick
wanna
pony,
answer-
dude. What else do you want?
God, my God. Do we want to answer the question? The reason we got here is him asking the theodicy question. And then as a retort, Highlander retorts to our answers talking about, well, there's so much disagreeing. So we got here because of Highlander's retorts, not because I just forced it here.
I don't.
All right.
Well, not everybody wants to go there with scripture. It is what it is, but we can get back to the, the flat earth, the ether, and other topics without necessarily having to go there. Potentially. If eating meat offends my brother, then I shall not eat it. It is what it is.
But then again, the flat earth is just like the Bible. So many people can believe that it's true, doesn't make it true.
Fair enough, but I guess the thing is whether you're going to trust your senses and have faith in your senses. If you're going to override that faith because of faith in scientism, NASA's lies, or something like that, well, then what is the object of your faith then? Is the object of your faith worthy? NASA's lies, telephoto lenses, et cetera, et cetera.
So
yeah, but I mean, you just said put faith in your senses. My friend makes a living from fooling people's senses because it's easily done.
That's why you need to ask yourself whether or not you have sufficient grounds to trust your senses when it tells you it's flat, or do you need to override that sufficiency for faith in something else? That's a huge question.
That's kind of where I'm at with it. It's like, well, I can trust. You know what I mean? I can follow you there to the horizon. If I was a flat earther, I trust my senses, but then there's this thing that happens at the horizon, and now I can't trust my senses, so I'm not so sure anymore. That would be my position as if I was started as a flat earther, right? Because now I have this horizon that I have to explain.
But nobody started as a flat earther.
Wait, what are you getting at with those premises? I don't understand.
If you're starting with nothing, no, you know what I mean? And then I end up only looking to the horizon. And then I think, right, everything looks flat up until the horizon. So, I mean, I would an honest position to myself as a non-biased observer would be, it looks flat up until I hit the horizon. So I wouldn't run around telling everybody, it looks completely flat. It looks absolutely flat. It's probably just flat because there's always that horizon that I have to explain to myself. And I honestly can't say it only looks flat while I also see a horizon and things being hidden from the bottom up, I have to come up with another
You have to come up
Never
with a
answered.
consistent explanation. And the consistent explanation is that vanishing points are forming in the foreground based off your height. If you're 6 feet off the ground, Grim, you're going to get a 6-foot vanishing point just like you get for a 6-foot pole, a 6-foot zone of vision. And anything that's taller than
I
that will
incorporate
just have
all
to
of
sit
that.
in the background. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now I'm at this point today. I incorporate all of that, and then I still see that problem because I don't have an absolute. Well, see, that's the thing. There's not a mechanism known to man that absolutely does that for whatever reason we're trying to impose.
Perspective does that.
No, not
Perspective
alone.
does that.
Not alone. No, it does not. It will not make the horizon drop off on a flat plane.
Of course it will. Just like a coin in front of a car, the coin gets to a vanishing point and still obstructs huge amounts of what's beyond.
Not
Even if
below
the
eye level,
horizon,
though.
which is a bunch of vanishing points linked left to right and forward and back from the observer, it's a
But it
consistent
wouldn't
application
happen
of the
below eye
principle.
level, is my point, and that's. I think you know what I'm talking about. I mean, there's
It
that
goes
point you
toward
keep
the level
missing.
of the eyes. That's sufficient. We have sufficient reason to be justified with the flat.
Yeah, so Grim, you critique the flat Earth
The
position like
difference between
Lemon just
me building a
articulated as being
cabinet using
inadequate. So what is the adequate alternative?
Oh, hold on a second. You mind if I just talk to Lemon? Oh my
No,
God.
not at all.
I mean, just a little taste of your own medicine. Sit back.
It's not, but go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I don't mind talking to either of you, Grim. What were you
I'm only
saying?
messing with him. I don't know. I don't really care. It's kind of like when you say, well, it's about the eye level. Well, I mean, when I build a cabinet, I don't just use my eyes. I measure it. So that's why so that I understand that I'm getting the right measurement, right? At least as close to as possible. Well, that's why I don't just use my eye at the eye level on the horizon situation, because I know that over that great of a distance, that a small angle could be a big distance. So that I'm definitely going to try and use a tool. And then when I do use that tool, I recognize now that it isn't at eye level and that it drops when I go up. I mean, that kind of thing right there is why I can't just say, oh, you know what? It's probably flat, because those can't be just explained away. They can be ignored and marginalized, swept under the rug and not thought about, but they can't be explained away yet.
You can explain that away with the questionable nature of your measurement. To have a measurement, you need something that doesn't change, and you don't have that with the horizon. The horizon appears there. The horizon appears there. You don't have an unchanging standard for the horizon. So you have really what amounts to philosophy-laden assumption that the horizon is essentially the tip of a ball, as opposed to having an unchanging standard that you're measuring to. And with perspective, making things appear differently based off of even how close you are to the ground over a flat planar surface, we need a consistent explanation. And the globe explanation of it being the tippy tip of a ball, when it moves and appears to go up toward the level of the eyes of the observer, toward the level of the eyes, appears to be more consistent with a flat surface than it does with a ball.
Well, if you're calling the fact that we have gases in the atmosphere the reason for the inconsistency, we agree on that, and we calculate that in as a factor. It's not ignored, marginalized, or swept under the rug in any way.
Well, not to neglect the fact also that no matter how high you go, the horizon never curves in all directions. It never curves
And also,
downward
you're using
concavely in all
refraction
directions.
and gases, Grim,
Excuse me.
to explain away
You
the
mean no
lack of
matter how high
geometric
you go up
argument
to
that
a
you
certain
have.
altitude, and then it does.
But you're using gases and refraction as an excuse to buttress your model when your model has already failed. The geometric claim fails
I'm
because we
using
see way
gases
too
in my
far.
model because there's gases in my
We
environment.
try to
And it's
preserve
only
the
fair to use
geometric
gases in my
model
model.
and
I
try
have
to massage
to.
refraction into it.
The reason I'm using gases in the model, Lemon, is because there's gases in the environment.
But how are
That's a
you
red
going to
herring from the shape of the Earth.
It would only help to reflect the reality of the situation by using the environment that we're in, right?
So rather than make your globe claim falsifiable at that point, you're going to try to preserve it and massage refraction and gases into it. That's your prerogative. I would drop the globe and go with something flat and then apply refraction.
If you're talking about accommodating refraction, that's not a massage. That's taking reality into consideration.
It becomes a massage when, for terrestrial refraction, you put in 7.6R, which takes the presupposed radius and just makes it bigger. It's the way that you apply refraction at that point that's questionable, and or whether you're willing to drop this model the moment it's inconsistent or try to keep massaging it.
It's a post hoc retort to save the globe, with a premise, the presupposition of the curvature of the Earth, with a specific measurement of its curvature, which is not had.
You mean which is not accepted? We have it.
Yeah.
You don't accept
Yeah, it's
it.
there. You just don't take it.
Yeah, you keep
Because of the nature of how
you
by
have
saying
it,
that
you
type
don't.
of shit. And you go, no matter how high up you go, you
because
don't
of
see
the way
curvature
that you
all the way.
guys generated
I don't know
it.
how
You
many
know how
times
you
you
can
repeat that to yourself, but you can't really say that without absolutely debunking those photos of Earth.
because of
and
the
the
way that
entire
you guys generated it. You guys looked at the horizon and said, we're going to assume this is a ball anyway and generate our formula anyway off of that assumption. You didn't discover it by walking through the center of the Earth or verifying it in that sense through the center of the Earth out the other side. You didn't verify it. You just went with the assumption, and here we are 500 years later. Maybe it's time to drop the assumption and go with something flat.
Well, I've never been
You have a
in the
coherent a priori
ball
theory that
either.
explains the data with post hoc solutions, none of which are substantiated.
I've never been into the center of this golf ball I'm holding either.
They are
Okay, so
substantiated.
you don't
by
have any
prediction.
empirical experience to substantiate whatever you're saying
They
about
are
the golf ball,
Tell you
including
that it's
whatever you're saying
spherical in
about the Earth.
nature because I've never
And
been
the
to the
golf ball,
center
you
of
can
it.
see both ends of the golf ball. We haven't seen that with the Earth. We've seen curved and barrel distorted photos of a very questionable nature from NASA. We
Well, it
haven't
might
seen
be
the whole
questionable
thing of
nature,
the
but
Earth.
I mean, questionable nature and absolute fakery. I mean, which one is it?
They're questionable because of the harnesses tugging on their clothing, the curved barrel distorted lenses, the water bubbles popping up in their spacewalks, the masons that are there that are of questionable, trustworthiness, especially if they're trying to go against, say, the creator that made a flattened dome system, aka God, and they're
You mean
serving Satan or
ice chips?
heliocentrism. So
The
all
ice
of those
chips in
things
the
are very
spacewalk?
questionable.
Yeah, matter of fact, fabrication is questionable.
Right, but question it though. Give us some of your answers for those questions. What conclusions
You
and how did you
sit
come
here
to
and
those
say that.
conclusions?
I know feeling like you've been in
Sounds
this
like the
dialogue
lazy
long
way.
enough to know
You mind not
what
interrupting
the
me every
familiarity
time I
with the
start
arguments
talking?
concerning the
I mean,
fabrication of
Jesus
those photos.
Christ,
So you
dude,
pretending like you're
seriously.
not familiar is just ridiculous.
Hold on, Grim, you were saying?
Yeah, I was. Is this the way it's going to be? Little Squeaky Pants gets to interrupt everybody he wants to, but no, everyone else gets muted for interrupting Squeaky Pants.
Hold on, you have the floor. If anybody interrupts you, don't worry. I have the mute button. Please continue, sir.
So, I mean, I don't even know what I was saying. Something relative to the ice bubbles or something that we were talking about on the spacewalk. I mean, I've seen a lot of that where people are like, oh, the bubbles in the water and all that, and look at these particles floating around. But those things are, explained as ice chips, that as far as I was.
Going in multiple directions.
Yeah. Not like bubbles going all in the same direction. Buoyancy.
Plus, Lemon, you said about NASA's fakery, right? You do know we have pictures from space that are not from NASA.
Yes, I have heard of that. But deception takes on many forms and many levels. Sometimes we deceive even ourselves. That's why we need to talk about the consistency of the narrative that we're using to make sense of this data. Because if we're deceiving ourselves, a consistent narrative can help expose that.
Yeah, aside from any minority alternative conceptions, the majority narrative is that we have known the Earth is a ball flying around in a vacuum for thousands of years, and then the supposed epistemology ascertained that knowledge is Eratosthenes' sticks and shadows, which is easily explained by a flat stationary plane with a local sun. So after that, supposedly is sent thousands of years later with the space agencies. That's the narrative. But they didn't. The space. I mean, we know full and well that the space agencies did not try to shoot up rockets into the sky vacuum on the hunch that it is a sky vacuum. They assumed with certainty that they live on a ball flying around in a vacuum.
I just want to make one quick correction on that. It hasn't been thousands of years that the vacuum has been proposed. Thank you.
The vacuum was from the Epicurean Greeks. They said that they define things in dialectic opposition, meaning we're going to define one thing and then define another thing that is totally opposed to the other thing in total dialectic opposition. Dialectic being like a fancy word for speaking or discussing or some shit. So anyway, matter is dialectically opposed totally to the void, the Epicurean void of the Greek ancients. So we're dealing with an ancient philosophy here that may or may not have been tested with its premises. Sometimes we assume a philosophy and we just go with it. Sometimes we test the philosophy, sometimes we don't. And so as far as we can tell, they assumed that matter was separated from the Epicurean void in total dialectic opposition.
God bless you all. Love you all. Y'all mercy on you.
Peace.
Heart you too, bro.
Peace be upon him.
Yo, Gregory, I apologize, bro. I did come in hot, so
Oh, he
I
already left.
shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, he already left. It wasn't that big of a deal. Like, it happened. It wasn't that serious. But yeah, he's already gone.
No, it's okay, Essie. You're just questioning.
And
sometimes I get a little heated, you know?
Yeah,
We all do.
A lot of us, sometimes when an ego tard is talking for too long, you kind of get annoyed with it, is all.
You know, I've been listening for a few hours, and I think I believe in the globe now.
I know, you fucking just bad. With friends like that, the flat earth doesn't need enemies.
Gregory is a good flat earther.
Oh, sorry.
He's just jealous for the truth is all. That's I mean the main thing is just both sides getting to present their points and just trying to speak civilly to one another as much as possible. That's all.
Yeah, and Gregory, like I was saying, he has a very calm. Like, it doesn't matter how it comes in, whatever, he keeps calm. So then it like he tries to level it out so that he can keep talking. It's kind of brilliant. He has a good way about him with that and can keep on talking for hours.
But I think the vacuum of the Epicurean Greeks has been more or less abandoned. We do more or less assume that space has some properties. We just try to define them a little differently. I think the framework that accepts that space has some level of properties tends to be much more etheric in nature, ether-based, or as it's called currently, space-time, quantum foam, quantum fluid, dark energy. All of these things appear to more or less be talking about something like that.
Lemon quantum plasmas too. No joke. No joke.
And I think it's good that we're going with some sort of ether, whatever, electric universe thing, because that's testable, scalable, much more verifiable than just gravity, which is a bit more mystical. I mean, when you think about what gravity does, it's like me being gravity, being in the center of a room surrounded by a bunch of people. I pass through them like a ghost, lock onto them like a tractor beam, take on solidity, and pull them to the center of the room, the center of the room being the center of mass. I mean, it's just mystical.
And not only that, it's the heaviest thing that hits you first if you're gravity. It makes no sense. Wouldn't the lightest thing be pulled the fastest if it was gravity?
If it was consistent, yeah.
What?
It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
What do you mean
Because the less force, so the lightest object or the thing with the less density should be fastest getting to whatever object it is it's going to in gravity.
If it has less mass and it's got atmospheric resistance, why would the smallest thing get to you first?
Because if gravity is a small force, right? It's not a big force, it's a small force. It takes more, or it's not like an instant, it doesn't just tractor beam everything in. It gradually pulls it in, like if that's what you attribute it to, or if you believe in gravity, that's how it would work. That's why you have the solar system or anything like that. So you would think, at least in my mind anyway, you would have the lightest elements or the less dense elements traveling faster through. I'm not talking about through the atmosphere or this and that, but just through any medium. That this consistency medium, a different weight or density, should be pulled faster through to the object, the bigger object, that's gravity. If that's what it.
Well, it's that, you know, the attraction is proportional to something's mass. Therefore, bigger, more massive things are heavier, so they're going to weigh more. So they're going to, you know, fall first.
Travel faster, right?
Yeah.
So the whole experiment that they did up in just to get rid of all of what would it be, wind resistance or air resistance or anything, they said they went to a vacuum and dropped an feather, and what was the other thing they dropped? A hammer.
Bowling ball. Or well, yeah, it was a hammer, I think, on the moon, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. So you would think that
it was a feather and a bowling ball.
Yeah.
In
Okay,
the vacuum chamber, feather and bowling ball.
They hit at the same time, from what I was expecting.
Yeah, well, that's what I was talking about, because they removed the atmosphere and the resistance.
So something that has different mass and different weight moves the exact same from gravity. It doesn't make any sense.
Everything falls at the same rate without
Not
atmosphere.
falls. So you're telling me that I'm not even going to try, and it just does. There's no way I can justify any of that.
Do you know the? Hold on. Do you know the purpose of that experiment?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I understand.
Right. So you do know that when they
were
dropped
saying
that
that
feather,
they were saying that the reason that the two items hit the ground first is because there's no wind resistance or no air resistance, or there's nothing there.
That's not why they dropped the two objects. They dropped the two objects because they wanted to measure the acceleration towards the ground.
Fine, that's fine, but then there should be
measured the acceleration for both masses, they found that they both accelerated at the same rate.
Same speed. Right. So in my mind, that doesn't give me gravity. It gives me an inherent up and down. I understand what you're saying. I know why they did it, but to me, that has nothing to do with gravity. Because if that's true, then because they're sitting on the moon and it's 1/6 the gravity of Earth, the sun out there is holding the Earth and in a geosynchronous cycle around it, or I'm sorry, a cycle around it, ecliptic, I guess is would be orbit, but it would have to pull harder on you because you're closer to the moon than it would be on the Earth. So there would be some type of resistance between all these different objects that have mass that are pulling on each other. But it doesn't.
No, you're all moving.
It's
you're
the
all
exact same.
You're all orbiting. Everything's orbiting
around the center of what? The Milky Way, the galaxy.
Yeah.
Right.
You're orbiting around all of those things. You're orbiting around
and then
you're rotating.
Yeah, right. So there's only the only force we feel is what body you're on at the time. You don't feel any of the other forces, but they hold that planet in.
You do realize, right? Hold on. You do realize that the moon does feel the sun's gravitational force, but it's
right. Well, that's what they say. Yes,
but because it's so close to the Earth, the Earth's gravitational force. Because of the distance, the Earth's gravitational force is stronger. Yeah?
Than the sun?
Yes, because of the distance.
So the sun decides which gravitational object it's going to impede its forces on.
No.
But then the sun and the moon, by the ball standard, the moon is closer to the sun than the Earth is every 28 days. Every 28.5 days, the Earth gets closer to the sun than the moon. And you're telling me there's no effect that would pull the moon away from the Earth, even though the Earth is held in position by the gravity of the sun. And then in turn, the sun is held in position by the center of the galaxy by a black hole. And all these forces are so great that they hold all this together, but they don't interact on the objects that the other one is holding on to. That's what I'm getting at. There's no forces.
Like, if you were to be able to take away the Earth instantly, right, then our satellite would continue to orbit the sun, because then it's not got Earth's gravitational force acting on it.
Okay, let me explain it to you this way, because I don't know of any other way to do it. And I know this isn't the best example, but you can have whirlpools in a river or a bed. And I know this isn't the best example, but if you have a maximum or a drain at the center of whatever it is, or in a spot, the major whirlpool will always overtake the smaller ones and turn it into them, or pull the ability. And they always show me gravity as, I know it's not the exact same example, but if a force is so great that it's holding on to an object that is 100 times, or I'm sorry, 1/6 the time, times the size of the other object that's right next to it, but the smaller object gets closer to the bigger object and it doesn't affect any force upon it, then I can't say that like that. I'd have to say I can't prove, but it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, or there's no metric that I can use to show that force decided that this object I'm going to hold on to, and this object I'm going to let that object be the one that has more force.
What you're not getting is the gravitational force on the Earth satellite is proportional to the distance of the objects that are acting on it, right?
From the object. So why doesn't it affect it when it gets closer to the sun?
Earth, Mars, our moon, our planet and our moon even feels the gravitational forces from our gas giants, right? But it has no effect on us because we are closer to the sun than we are to them. And because of the distance that we are from them, right, the sun's gravitational force is stronger.
Now you went to the sun. No, I'm talking about this.
Right? So the sun's gravitational force impacts everything in our solar system. Everything.
He said, what about when
so
it's closer to the sun than
decide,
the moon?
Or the moon closer to the sun than the Earth. When the moon goes around the Earth every 28.5 days, it gets to a point, whatever day you want to decide and whatever point you want to decide that it's closer to the sun, it's a new moon. Whenever there's a new moon, it's closer to the sun. So how is the force of the gravity of the sun on the Earth greater than the force of the sun, the gravity on the sun? On the moon.
Because they use the size of it and what they claim the mass of it as a vector for the gravitational attraction.
You do know that
it's smaller. It's smaller and less mass in their model.
The sun is 93 million miles away, right? And when the moon goes around the Earth to the point where it's closer to the sun than the Earth, the moon is still 93 million miles away. Yeah.
Right. This is my point. That the sun and the hold on. The sun and the moon are relatively the same distance from the Earth, from the sun, right? I mean, would you give me that? Whatever model you subscribe to?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you believe that this moon gets closer to the sun at any given time? Or the Earth gets closer to the sun?
Obviously, the moon, when it orbits the Earth, at certain points, it gets slightly closer to the sun. Yes, but
so does the gravity change? Does gravity change on the force of gravity change on either one of the objects? One of them gets closer.
No,
it can't.
No, because
it has to be. Right. So how does one object stay in its exact position and the other one that's moving around, you're saying by that, and it doesn't get affected by the sun? I don't understand how you can tell me that the force is the same, but yet this one's moving around and it's getting closer and smaller or the bigger. It doesn't matter whichever one you want to talk about. When one of them gets closer, it's not affected any different than the other one that's further away, smaller or bigger. But it's this. You're telling me it's the same force of 9.3 meters per second squared.
Yeah, but that's because when the moon goes round the Earth and gets closer to the sun, it's not that much closer. Yeah,
Doesn't matter if it's that much closer.
The amount that it's changed is negligible. Yeah, and on a solar system scale, it's barely noticeable.
It's just like everything else that they do. You can call it negligible
hold on.
because
That's
it's relative to the big it is, but it's not like it's negative.
That's my point. That's my whole point. Is it's negligible, right? The problem is when I start doing math and I do all the actual turning of the axis of the Earth around the axis of the sun for all this solar system and everything, if negligible is even found in a 0.00001, I can show it. It's viewable. It's not noticeable. And that's my point. Is if it was negligible, if that movement of the moon on the Earth or the Earth away from the moon, it wouldn't be negligible. Even if it was 0.76 thousandths of an inch, it would change over every time.
The distance that the moon gets closer to the sun than the Earth does, right? Is so small it makes zero difference.
Tell me how
the
far
gravitational force that the sun is impacting on it.
Tell me how far it is.
The only way that the sun is going to have more of an impact on the moon is if you take the Earth away.
So only the Earth makes it to where the sun can hold on to the moon within the orbit of the Earth. The Earth has to be there for it to do it. Right. So if you take it away, it would do the moon.
The sun keeps the Earth in its orbit, right? And the moon is in the Earth's orbit.
Right. So the sun doesn't affect the moon at all. The sun doesn't affect the moon then. Only the Earth does.
Yes.
Wow. That's what I wanted to hear, man. That can't be happening. If there's a force of gravity on all of the bodies in the sky, the force has to go upon everything, not whatever it decides, or if there's another body in the way, it gets rid of it. In my position, I'm not going to argue with you anymore about it, but I'm glad you said that it does not. That's what I was trying to get at. It has to affect it.
So easier.
The sun impacts its gravitational force on every celestial body in the solar system, right? But if one of the celestial bodies is close enough to another, right, then the celestial body that's got the greater gravitational force will be the one that has the greatest influence.
And you're telling me that the Earth has a greater gravitational force than the sun?
Gravitational force, because the moon is so close to the Earth, the Earth's gravitational force is stronger than the sun's gravitational force on the moon.
Holding the Earth.
It's not hard to understand. I explained this to my 6-year-old, and she understood it.
No, E1 gets the theory.
Hold on. I didn't start making insults about what your intelligence was or anything, but I said, how can you have a force affect one object and then you say, no, it doesn't affect this object, even though that I can prove it? Is the moon going around the orbit of the sun with the Earth?
Game the question. Game.
What?
Yeah, I mean, they've got a pseudo-physical concept of this heliocentrism thing. They've gotten a bunch of people to believe it. So, I mean, I think we all kind of understand the basics of it, but none of it's verifiable. And
we're all working in the context of that game question.
Yeah, Highlander, are you still under the impression that it's just a matter of time?
I'm going to say this one more time, right? And I pray you understand this, right? The sun has a gravitational force, right? Think of it as like a magnet, Yeah. Now, the Earth has a gravitational force, right? And so does the moon, right? But because the moon is closer to the sun's magnet, because the moon is closer to the Earth's magnet, the sun's magnet has no effect
Cancels out.
Until you take the Earth away.
So it cancels it's like a wave. It cancels out.
The Earth no longer impacts the moon. Therefore, the sun's gravitational force would then take over, and the moon would still continue to orbit the sun.
So the sun's gravitational field literally, since that's what you think it is, a gravitational field, it cancels. It's canceled out by the Earth. The Earth's gravitation. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
We're all working in a begging the question context.
So you said you did math on this. Which derivative were you using to solve the three-body problem?
I don't understand what you mean. I'm sorry.
You said you did the math on this,
yes.
Which means you did the three-body problem. Which method did you use to solve the three-body problem?
I don't know what you mean by the three-body problem. What do you mean by that?
Orbital mechanics. Literally first day. Three-body problem.
You do know the three-body problem. It's also called the N. We've talked about this before, E1. The N problem with the three orbiting bodies, and a lot of flat earthers think that the ballers don't have an answer for it, even though they do have some kind of justifiable.
I did it by two bodies. All I needed to do, and this is the math that I did. I did it just from mechanics, looking at a timing chain of one body, one circular body, and another circular body, timed around each other, going around themselves once per day, a 360-degree circle around a 360-degree ball, however you want to pull it.
I recommend you look into the three-body problem and the solutions. That is the answer to your question.
Doesn't matter.
What is the solution to the three-body problem? I don't think you know.
There's about 3 different methods that I could walk through if I wasn't high as a kite.
Let me ask you this though: how do you get the timing of a 360-degree ball going around a 360-degree ball that literally has to have a solar noon come back 0.986301 degrees more every day? Every day you would have to have 66 miles added to the rotation of the axis of the Earth to make it to where you could have a 24-hour day and still stay in line of a solar noon. I don't understand how you can get away from that and tell me I have to look at the 3 bodies before I can show you the timing of something going around.
You said you were doing the math. I pointed out you were doing the wrong equation.
Not perfectly circular.
Okay. No, I can go along with that. Okay. So I'll look at the equation and see where I'm going wrong with that. I'm sorry. You're right.
But the orbits are not perfectly circular.
Straw man, just to let you know.
No, no. If somebody's got something like that, an actual equation, something I can actually replicate and do myself without having to, join some cult. Yes, I'm going to try it. I like that.
Yeah, the math won't be. I mean, E1's really proficient on the math. Hey, what's that math problem that you gave to your uncle? I wonder if Kool-Aid could solve that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm going to save your time.
You're saying that your uncle's, was laughing at you for being a flat earther, but then you asked him this, the math dilemma that he couldn't get. The query about the.
Tell me what you're talking about, dude. I have no clue. I have no clue what you're talking about.
You're telling me. You probably just forgot telling me about it. Your uncle or something was giving you shit about being a flat earther, and you're like, tell me it was like some kind of thing I was gonna write down to get the solution to, and then maybe you just forgot about all that. It was some kind of like rotation of the Earth with it was exactly what you're talking about now. It was it's like an impossible equation that would basically show them that the globe's impossible, but
it's exact. No, I'm sorry, it's not an equation.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's what I'm talking about. The 0.986301. If you take 360 divide it by 365. That's how many days you would have to go around the sun. It comes out to 0.986301. So that means every single day you go that much of an arc degree around the sun, or you would have to if you were on a ball Earth.
Hold on. That's where you made your mistake, right?
Okay, tell me where I made my mistake.
The Earth's orbit is not a 360-degree circle.
So what is it?
Jesus, it's an elliptical
it's an elliptic.
orbit.
Yeah,
It's an
okay, there we
elliptical
go.
orbit, but how many degrees are there?
It's so the elliptic orbit, the
That's
oblong,
still
doesn't
360
degrees.
Nah, this guy's dumb. Okay, whether it's elliptical or circular, perfectly, it's still 360 degrees around a center point. I can explain this, but I'm not going to. But that guy has no idea what he's talking about.
I'm sorry, I'm getting upset too because
I'm still not convinced that it's not. I still think it's Allie B that's trolling us. Sounds just like Allie B.
It's not Allie B.
But the only reason that I believe that math to be true is because I dealt with engines most of my young adult life, or when I was a kid anyway, and I did a lot of taking engines apart, putting them back together, and timing them. And if I moved my camshaft, or if the bearings in my camshaft got a little worn and things started moving a little bit, the timing of everything got off, or the timing chain got a little, everything didn't work. And it's the same thing. As soon as you move the spatial distance of one of the bodies or one of the gears, either one around itself, the timing changes. And you have to retime everything. And by our bodies of the sun and the earth, it's 0.986301, at 3.53 minutes every single day.
So the globe does have an explanation for what you think you're calling out, and I'm not a glober here, fellow flat earther, but just saying, there's the idea of a ball spinning around its axis, one rotation, and then there's the idea of the sun rising every day as you move along an orbital path. That means that in 24 hours, the Earth has to spin not once around its axis, but 100 and then some extra percent around its axis to catch up for the distances moved angularly around the sun in its orbit. That's why there's two things that the moon has terms for that correlate to, you could use the same terms for the Earth, called a synodal month and a sidereal month. That's why a sidereal month is 27.3 days, but a full moon only occurs every 29.5 days. And people might say, oh, a moon cycle is 28.5. That doesn't exist at all. There's only two actual numbers you can actually describe the moon with. There's the sidereal month of 27.3 days, where the moon is where it was 27.3 days ago in placement of the sky as you view it. And then there's the full moon cycle of the phases of the moon, which is 29.5 days. And that discrepancy is actually well described by the globe. Not that I'm a glober, by the compensation of the distance it's moved around the thing that's orbiting.
Yeah, we've been over all those details earlier in the conversation, just to let you know, but yeah, it doesn't actually work. Their excuse for it. We were talking all about the details of that. It's going to be off over a period of time that they cannot justify with all of their calculations.
I don't need speeds and I don't need expressions. I need speeds and time. Can I
just ask, in your calculations, right, did you take into consideration that the Earth slightly speeds up and slightly slows down?
By what speed? That's what I just asked. So what's the speed? If it's not 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, at the solar equator, and changes throughout the latitude, what is it?
You just told me a minute ago that you built engines.
Right.
And
I said if it's not 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, what are you saying it is?
You're making a claim about it slowing up, it's slowing down and speeding up, and saying, what does it speed up to then if you're making a claim? What's the number? Don't start turning it around like he doesn't know something. He's asking you.
I didn't say the Earth's rotation speeds up and slows down.
You said the speed of the sun.
No, I didn't say the speed of the sun either.
What'd you say?
So what are you talking about?
I said that the speed of the Earth, that when it's orbiting the sun, it speeds up and slows down.
Okay.
Oh,
So
really?
what does it speed up to?
At what
And what does it
speed?
slow down to?
Are
Well,
you?
that
You're
has
going to give
Nothing to
me
do
an
with his
actual?
proficiency in
Hold
being
on.
a
Hold on.
mechanic.
I was talking about degrees of movement around a geometrical shape. So I couldn't even tell you the speed. So you're going to give me miles per hour or kilometers an hour, or are you going to give me degrees around the sun that the Earth speeds up to? Hello? Did I drop out? No, I'm still here.
I don't think he understands the whole concept.
Well, they would say that the speed will change, but the degrees will stay the same for a period of time, I think.
The speed cannot change
exactly.
The speed could not change unless you change the timing, the actual timing of your clocks, the movement. At least in my mind, I'm sorry. In the way that I've seen it, the way that I've done the math, looking at engines, looking at timing chains. If you move one of the bodies, it not both of them, but one of them, you have to change your timing every single. All the time, every 24 hours, you would have to change the timing of where the firing of the mechanism was, or where solar noon is. Or there's one other way you can do it, and that's speed up the rotation of the item that's moving or the object that's moving. You can't move it faster around the object and say that helps you, because that just defeats your whole purpose. As far as moving it faster around, doesn't matter. You still have to have the angle of the timing of where the positioning on that ball or the item that you're spinning around.
Yeah, the orbits of the Earth around the sun is not the
I
same
take
as
back what I
timing a
said.
camshaft and things. And you got to ask yourself if it's exactly 360 degrees
How
per
could it
day.
not be?
And why do
How
we
could a
have
circle be
300?
anything other than that?
Yeah.
Why do
Even
we
if
have
it's
365 days in a year? Hello.
So it's a 365 degree circle?
Because we have a
That's like saying
365 degree
110%.
calendar. Our calendar is 365 degrees, and the Gregorian calendar does not match up with anything of reality, because we have to change.
You can't equate the orbits and the planets to timing a camshaft on an engine.
Yeah, but what
Yes,
you
I
said
can.
about it being anything other than 360 degrees of an orbit is completely wrong. That's the only option. That's the only way anyone defines it right now upon Earth. If someone degrees, that's a whole other system you probably want to invoke or invent yourself. But orbit will always be 360 degrees. 365 days can fit within 365 degrees. That just means that there's one rotation, more than one rotation happening within each degree of travel of the orbit. The way it really looks from the ground, though, is that in 365 daylight cycles, the stars have 366 cycles. That's the way it looks with your feet on the ground. The stars will cross over your head 366 times, the same amount of time it takes for the sun to cross over your head 365 times. That's all the raw data we got right there.
I'd agree with that, because the
Hey,
stars.
Fundy, I know you love EWAR, right? You watch everything EWAR does. That 2.2 that I just put in the live stream is great breakdown of this whole discussion, where the 365, the 360, how they patched it up. There was a whole 3-part thing to it that in the middle, and I have to figure out the guy's name to give you the reference, but he basically does break it down. It can't be off just a little bit over periods of time that add up to a lot.
Well, and the other thing that I found that was very strange to me was when I started doing the math of the 365 and the 24 hours in a day and 24,000 miles around. You start looking at, and I know that you can change those numbers and everything, but when you do the numbers that we're told, every time that you come up with something that you yourself as a flat earther or an anti-baller or even somebody that questions anything, anytime you question what they're talking about, you'll find the answer 666. Divide, start dividing this shit out, dude. It starts getting weird. You divide 24 hours in a day, divide it by 360, and you start getting 666. I mean,
hold on. What does 666 mean to you?
Because it comes down to this for me. It's you know the whole saying, the devil's in the details. You know, you find the devil in the details, and it's never about finding 666. It's never about finding the devil. It's about finding the bad thing in the details, whatever you can find. Well, I think the actual thing should be the lies in the details, the lies in the devil. Whenever you start finding things that the Christian religion brought us this bullshit, and I know that I can definitely piss off some people by saying what I'm about to say, but it was all brought to us by a group of people who tried to control this world. And whenever they came up with this idea, they had to use something, some metric they had to start with, some number that everything would come back to. And when you start finding the lies, every single time, for me anyway, this is just for me, I see 666. I see 666. I'm not saying it's the devil.
Right, you relate 666 to the devil, right?
No, no. That's what I just tried to explain to you. That's what they say. Devil's in the details, but it's the lies. It's anytime there's a lie in the model. Anytime I find a lie in what I know, that you aren't spinning 666 or 66,000 miles around at the equator, or around the axis.
There's a red pill.
Right. So
dude,
there's a red pill in a Hollywood movie, very famous one.
When you say 666, what does that mean to you? What does 666 mean to you?
It's a number.
Right, that's all it is. Yeah.
In this relation, yes, I do know that the Christian. Hold on, I do know that the Christian religion and a lot of not even Christian religion, I guess, religious people from different sects will sit there and say that 666 is the devil or the mark of the beast or this and that, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not even trying to attribute any of the evilness or anything or the devil to it or anything. I'm saying that people always use that saying, the devil's in the details. And you're always looking for the 666 is the devil, what people think the devil is. And if they came up with a model to control the world, to tell everybody, not just the lie of the shape, but everything, where you are, why you're here, what's going on, who's in control, the shape of the earth, and you start finding 666 in every single equation you start doing. Divide out how many hours there are or how many miles there are in the earth, divide by 366 or divide by 360, and you get 666. I mean, you start doing this stuff, and that's what I was trying to get at. It's not matter that I'm saying the devil's in there. I'm saying that the
conflation is convenient for them. They can scare people off, boogeyman, by making it the 666. And if they buy into that idea that the number actually has power or means something more than
you shouldn't look into it or be dealing with it.
Or they just have the boogeyman to claim, right? It's a straw man. And 666 isn't the element carbon, the number for the element carbon is 666.
Yes,
in their system of electrons, protons, and neutrons. I'd like to clear something up.
But the actual number is for carbon. Carbon is the element 666 as well, right?
Sure. In the electron, neutron, proton paradigm of describing elements, sure. But there's something really important to clear up here. There's two things I need to say. All the Bible ever says is that 666 is the number of man. Never once says it's the mark of the beast. Although the other thing that I need to clear up
is even better.
It is. Hold on. All the Bible ever says is that 666 is the number of man, but we all need to also recognize that for some reason in culture, it's a widespread meme that 666 is the mark of the devil. Now, it's never said like that, but it is worth recognizing that that's what someone is pushing on us for us to think about that number on, so those are the two things. You got to weigh them against each other however you feel necessary, but those are two different sides. And when it comes to the word, 666 is the number of man, and in culture, 666 is the mark of the beast. Two different things.
Beautiful.
Yeah, but there's
I even
also
like
that
it better.
conflation about human being monster. The actual translation of human is monster. So monster could be conflated with beast, and they could be calling humans the beast.
Nope. Then if you want to tell me that
And
666 is the mark of man, then great. Then man's fingers are all over the deviling up of the ball. And
Well, I
that's
got
the
one more thing to tell you about the movie Santa Claus. Have you guys seen the Tim Allen movie, The Santa Claus? I know it's silly to bring up, but
no, I've never seen that.
That,
all right,
the thing you said about the beast and the 666, that's what I was going to say. Because
Highlander,
don't
cut him off.
Hold on. Let me say that.
You're cutting him off.
If you think about it, right?
You're cutting Fundy off. What are you going to say about Santa Claus, Fundy? Real quick, he was in the middle of something.
There's a red pill drop, and there's a red pill drop in the movie The Santa Claus with Tim Allen. He kills Santa Claus accidentally, and then he puts on his suit, and there's some contract that he signs, right? The devil's always making deals. He signs a contract. Now, he reads the contract, and he reads the text that's visible to his own eyesight, the Rayleigh criterion, the text on the page that he can resolve with his own eyesight. Now, an elf comes up later to him, and he says, well, you didn't read the fine print. He says, what fine print? And it turns out that there is microscopically sized text, like, 0.000 font size, right? 0.1 font size in between the letters he can actually read with his own eyeballs. There's little tiny text on that contract paper that is also written that he can't see with his own eyes. And he signs on that contract. So in that sense, it's like, yeah, the devil is in the details, or the Satan is in the details, and they call it the Santa Claus, as in the parameters of a contract is called the clause, and he's signing the Santa contract, the Santa Claus that he signs off. It's just a red pill that they drop in that movie, that the Santa, which Santa as an anagram for Satan, he signs the Santa without recognizing the clause of the contract. And so they're just dropping red pills in that movie. That's all I want to say.
Now you're connecting fucking Santa with Satan. What the fuck?
Put a story in there.
Oh God.
Jesus fucking Christ.
No, Santa and Satan probably were conflated on purpose for the same boogeyman reason we just talked to you about before. You're not talking to true believers here. You're talking to people that see through the playing of the true believers, right?
I'm not the one connecting Santa with Satan. I'm just reporting to you an obvious example of a Hollywood movie that wishes to correlate those two things, and for good reason. Everyone's doing it, bro.
Santa's an anagram of Satan.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's literally just like a truth.
Yeah, but you could say that about a lot of words.
Yeah, but it's a Christmas, and Santa is also
Please don't start an argument of this sort with Highlander again. I can't take it.
Yeah, it's not worth it, guys. It's not worth explaining how Santa, Saturn, and Satan are related in the way people have correlated them throughout different cultures.
Without getting them to say you're making a claim about it, rather than just pointing out it is an anagram. Hey, Highlander? Do you know Ali B? Are you friends with Ali B?
No.
You're in the same country. Do you know who he is?
No.
He's the flat earther that thinks we went to the moon.
I'm not even sure they're from the same country.
Shut up. There's a flat earther that think we went to the moon.
Yeah, Ali B. Are you sure? Am I that far off on the accent? I thought I was.
Yeah,
I thought I was talking to Ali B this whole time for a bit.
Do people not know that Chris Saturnalia? I mean, come on, like, where you been? Catch up. It's the same holiday. There's probably 10 traditions that we do on Christmas that are originally derived from the practice of Saturnalia. Say, why do we bring a tree to our house? Why do we have parades? Why do some of those parades have themes? I mean, why do we have a Yule log, right? There's all sorts of Christmas traditions. That's because Santa is related to Saturn, and Saturn, of course, is related to Satan, and Saturnalia, of course, is Christmas, just an older version of it.
And I'll add this, and it might not even, other people might not agree, but I think what they actually followed, the Star of Bethlehem, was Saturn. I mean, you can see it happen in the sky. It just happened, last year? You see the,
Oh yeah, the
amazing.
official astronomical definition of the Star of Bethlehem is the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, which happened recently. But that is like the astronomical definition of the
Has anyone told PJ about this? Somebody needs to tell PJ.
Hey, wait, is there a Star of Bethlehem that we can actually recognize that totally destroys that argument?
Yeah.
Left lane, is there an actual Star of Bethlehem?
Every time.
No.
Sorry, man. To add a leg to the table, though.
Right? So what is it?
Does this guy have me muted? Because there's some sort of a disconnection going on here.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, also to add a leg to the table every fucking time, brother. Every time. Can you just hold on for a second? Sit back just for a second, please.
Yeah, and Christmas happens in the age of Capricorn, or at least the season of Capricorn. And who rules Capricorn?
I don't think he can hear you, mate.
Saturn.
Do you have Grim muted?
Yeah, Fundamental, have you got Grim muted?
I ain't got anyone muted. It just seemed like it was a shit show, so I might as well speak.
Okay. That'll get you muted in a heartbeat.
You are a little low. I can hardly hear you.
Yeah, so anyway, I was trying to add a leg to this dipshit's table. You know, now I just don't want to. But for the rest of you guys, though, they have discovered that in Saturn's rings, there's the same deuterium levels as in Earth's oceans. That would mean that those waters are of the same age.
That's interesting.
That's all I wanted to say. And I thought that would be supportive to this guy's conversation. But obviously, there's a combative mode already triggered in him. And
it's all right.
Center of attention, I guess. Whatever.
I appreciate the good intentions, but no visceralness towards you at all. But I'm not gonna go ahead and believe anyone that they can tell me what Saturn's rings are comprised of, especially the age of the deuterium.
But you want us to believe everything you say, right?
Oh, I can show you just like endless piles of people agreeing, and not like people who belong to some sort of defense department of a military, but just books upon books correlating traditions of Christmas to an older tradition of Saturnalia.
Stories and stuff.
I mean, you've heard of the Yule log. You've heard of the 12 days of Christmas, right? You've set up a Christmas tree in your house, right?
Yeah.
Do these things seem like more admittable things than saying that you have a claim to the deuterium age in the ring of Saturn? Yeah. Nice tone.
Yeah, we have space agencies and satellites and equipment like that we're using that you don't believe in, obviously, but that doesn't make it untrue.
Do I need satellites to know that some people have a Yule log? To know that, like, I was raised growing up putting a tree in my house? I mean, these are cultural things.
Satellite to test the rings of Saturn's water, though, to get the deuterium levels.
Yeah, you're right. I believe it.
I mean, you're fighting against it so hard, but it actually supports.
I never fought against it once. I just said that I don't take too much stock in someone, claiming that they know the deuterium levels in Saturn's rings. No fighting at all. Just completely neutral stance. I didn't attack that guy's claim at all. I just said that I don't, confidently subscribe to, someone actually knowing the levels of deuterium in Saturn's rings. That's all. Never fought against it once. I mean, it was kind of unrelated, to anything I was saying. It doesn't go against anything I was saying.
Well,
He
no.
even
If you're
thought
talking
that
about
it would support.
Saturnalia and Earth being a part of Saturn's system in an earlier age, and the reason why we are,
What?
the reason. Well, that's a whole thing about Saturnalia. Saturnalia happened annually. See, the orbit of
No,
Saturn happened. Hold on, buddy. Hold on, buddy.
Saturnalia.
All right, we're gonna
Saturnalia
have to
is
mute this
about
guy.
it
I'm not
being
gonna be
in the
interrupted all
time
day.
of
I'm leaving.
Capricorn throughout the year, and Capricorn is ruled by Saturn.
Does anybody hear me? Because I'm not doing this. I'm in the middle of every
Yeah, I
sentence
can
I
hear you,
make.
bro.
You guys can blob through me. The point I'm trying to make, which you so rudely interrupted, was that Saturn makes a 30-year orbit. A 30-year orbit around the sun. That's 30 years,
Sure.
dude. Right. So we on Earth won't see that in that aspect doing its annual anything. It doesn't do anything annual for us. So we wouldn't have an annual celebration of Saturn unless we had a different configuration of the planets in the past during the purple dawn of man. This
That's
is
about
where that
zodiac
Christmas tree
rulership.
idea comes from. Hold on, buddy. This is where that Christmas tree idea comes from, is because Saturn was supposed to be supposedly in this idea fixed as the North Polar star, and it wasn't a little tiny star. It was a friggin'
Not
planet.
that complicated.
I
No,
don't know
you
why
got
you have
it
to
wrong,
chirp
bro.
in every time I'm talking. What is wrong with you, dude?
It has nothing to do with any
What have I done
cycle.
to
It has
you
to
to
do
make
with
you just
it
act
has to
like
do with
that?
planet. It has to do with planetary rulerships of the zodiacs. Capricorn is associated, right? When you get a tropical astrological system, they say people born in the beginning of winter are Capricorns.
Well,
And Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. And that month, that degree of the year is ruled by Saturn. That's why it's Saturnalia, because he's ruler of the sky where the sun is placed during that particular time of the year in those 30
You notice the
days.
difference? You notice the difference in the way I said it's possible because of this, and then you said it's definitely that. I just want everybody to notice that that's the difference
Oh, no.
between you and
Well,
me.
No,
You know
that
everything,
was a
and I'm
point.
only
That
reaching
that's
was
for
how themselves
possibilities.
will
There
explain
we
it,
go.
though. I mean, that's
Yeah,
how
go
they
ahead.
explain it
Go
for
yeah.
for it.
themselves.
Yeah,
What
you
you're
interrupt
talking
Well,
me
about
that
is some
again.
crazy alignment that
Interrupt
no
me
one
again,
actually
you
is
fucking
privy to.
coward.
Yeah, that was something I wanted to point out in what I was saying, that, oh, that's crazy, but yours is true. We're discussing things and presenting ideas, and everybody has different ideas and things, but you seem to take the position, listen to all this shit that I've got to say, and it's all absolute. But what you've got to say is false. And that's the way you're presenting. And you would probably get less resistance if you were a little more open to other people's opinion.
That's why I was very
Yeah,
careful to
sure.
say I believe it could be
Saturnalia
because of,
isn't
it's
based on some
possible
sort of
that.
cosmic,
Dude, I know the fuck you hear me
super large
talking, you son of
cycle.
a bitch. I know you hear me
It is
talking.
based on the yearly cycle.
Dude, Grim, you got to take a fucking breath, bro. Take a breath, Grim.
Do you know what we were told? Do you know what we were told? Why we have food and celebration round about the Christmas time?
I gotta say something.
Because that was the sun at its southernmost point in the sky, and then when it moved 1 degree north, that signaled the coming of summer and spring, because we obviously didn't have calendars back then. So what we did was we celebrated the fact that the sun is moving now north in the sky, and spring and summer are going to come, which brings a harvest. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say something real quick. Normally, I don't care about these kinds of conversations, but Mr. Grimm has been trying to talk, and then he stated that, or he wanted for you guys not to interrupt him. Obviously, you interrupted it, and then you accuse him of telling him to calm down. You guys are just pieces of shit at the end of the day.
Thank you for noticing that. It's not all of
Did I
them. It's
interrupt you, Grim?
the main two right there.
Look,
that are
man, I know Grim good, man. He gets revved up sometimes, and if
Man,
I
you
don't
don't know
say
me
something,
at all.
it'll
At
escalate, and he'll
all.
get pissed off, man. I'm just trying to calm him down.
Yeah,
You
right.
coming in telling him,
That's not
why
how
are
you
you
calm
hanging
I
out
just
with
come
pieces
back.
of shit, bro?
Guys,
Why are you?
everyone shut up for a second. Right. I've only just got back and it sounds to me like Grim's just been interrupted. Grim, do you want to finish? I don't know who the guy was that called everyone pieces of shit, but if you do that again, I'm muting you. Grim, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's the moment is gone. That's the whole point about conversations. If I'm in the moment and having a conversation and retorting to someone or responding to someone, you know, that's the moment for that to happen. Not it's fucking 10 minutes later after interruptions and everything. You know what I mean? It's just.
No, I understand you, man. Look, I've only just got back. I went to go and do something. I just come back and I just heard everyone pissing and moaning. So I just wanted to get some control. If you want to make a statement, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I interrupted you, Grim, but if I did, I apologise.
That wasn't you, brother.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about this particular thing is that I think like people have different chemistry, you know, like so two people will be different than two other people. And it's like there's kind of two modes. Sometimes interruptions, like people are okay with it, you know, like someone says something, they kind of get interrupted, so they kind of pass the mic, or maybe the other person's asking a question, you know what I mean? So sometimes the interruptions are okay between two people because they're kind of going back and forth and they're jumping in or whatever. Whereas other times people totally want the mic and they want to actually say their thing and not be interrupted. And then, you know what I mean? So it's like, how do we know that fine line between like, hey, I don't want to be interrupted, I just want 30 seconds to speak, versus two other people that might like to kind of go back and forth and, you know, kind of go quick back and forth, you know, interrupting each other, but it's not an issue. So it's like a really.
Or just like Lemonberg, Gio, just like Lemonberg, he'll finish his statement no matter who is talking. He will finish his statement and his thought no matter what, and he's so consistent about it. Everybody just knows, just fuck, I just got to shut up and wait because he's not going to stop no matter what.
I only got frustrated because it was a frequency thing. It was literally every time I tried to say a thing, I got interrupted. Then it becomes, all right, now I'm being fundy muted.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of, at the end of the day, it's almost like the art of moderation to be able to kind of know when to, you know what I mean? Because like if you just mute someone temporarily when they actually were in a back and forth with someone, you know what I mean? Then you're kind of shutting down the open panel vibe. But on the other hand, if you don't mute them and they're just totally interrupting the other person, then the listeners are all just hearing audio chaos and we can't hear what's being said either way. So in that case, a temporary mute, not that the other person's being like muted, like shut down for some long amount of time, but just for 20 seconds so the other person can speak. And then actually they'll be able to have their full time to speak as well. So
I would just like to say that tonight has been mostly talking about how to talk to one another rather than having conversation. So if everybody could just be decent and give each other the time to speak in a calm and, you know, civil manner, it would go the way it usually does. Like if everybody could just chill.
For real.
Yeah.
Right on.
Well, I think for the most part, I've been talking about topics, but yeah, there have been a couple moments where it gets derailed into.
It's been a lot tonight. It's been more than most days. I was exaggerating when I said it's been a lot.
Or how about learn to listen to each other? That's like a real skill set. Because I can tell you from my own experiences, whenever I try and talk and then the person doesn't listen, talks about other things, I just stop engaging at that point personally. But I just mostly listen. But when I listen to other people and I want to hear what the other person has to say, and I can't do that because the consistent interruption, it gets very annoying. And no, I'm not going to retract that. If you want to mute me for saying you're a piece of shit, you can mute me. That's fine.
Oh,
dude. Conversation, please.
I think you were right on target. They were behaving badly, and that's, you know, that's appropriate.
Right. That'd be one thing. Say, man, y'all are behaving like fucking assholes or something. Dude, y'all are all pieces of shit. Like, what the fuck is that? I talk a lot.
Talk about
if it's a subject I'm interested in, otherwise I listen to y'all. I'm here all the time without talking because it's not. But if it's something I'm passionate about, I jump in, you know, with passion.
The Christmas tree thing. That's what I was saying.
That's fine. Just learn to have a conversation and listen and give each other time like to talk. It's just learn how to be civil. That's it.
Yeah, I kind of think of it as like it's like a talking stick, you know. So there's like you know, some people do that like in a group where they'll have like an actual stick, like everyone's sitting in a circle, and then one person gets the stick, and then whenever they're done, they hand it to someone else. The thing is, with a Discord server like this where we're online, we don't have a physical stick, but it's a similar thing. Like for example, right now I have the talking stick, so I'm going to talk for 20 seconds or whatever. When I'm done, someone else jumps in. And the thing is that if you can't physically pass the stick to someone, then we have to kind of do it almost like with our minds, like psychically. We have to sort of, you know, like whenever I'm done speaking, it's not really, not that I'm passing the mic, but it's like the kind of collective group energy has to somehow kind of like go to one person, and you know, just naturally, and whoever jumps in. The problem is that when a lot of people want to get in, then it's like people feel like they have to interrupt because they have to get in next. and then they end up interrupting, and then you get some of the like power dynamics too, people wanting to dominate the convo. Then that's when it goes off the rails. Otherwise, we can just naturally just pass the mic to each other, and everyone can
quit monologuing, man. Quit monologuing. I'm just
see, Brian's one of the ones that usually interrupt. That way, everybody can actually be heard and can actually hear each other.
Yeah, and Gio barely spoke, right? And it's like, oh, you're monologuing. There's so many people in here. I need to get.
I'm just joking, man. I swear to God, I'm just joking.
I was using that as an example because
We knew he was joking.
yeah, people have done that. It's like, oh, you talk for more than 2 seconds, you're monologuing. Now I need to speak. It's like, chill, dude. Like, everyone, just relax. It's all good.
Right,
Yeah.
but the same 3 to 30 seconds can seem like an eternity when someone you really don't like is talking, right?
Yeah, your legs are shaking. You're like, I gotta get in there. I gotta say something. Oh, they're wrong about that. I need to interrupt them because I don't agree with that. So I have to interrupt them. Just let them say their piece, dude. Take notes.
I'm so glad I'm back. My problem is when I agree with somebody, I'll interrupt on accident too, and I'll be trying to help, and I'm like, oh well, sorry, I just wanted to throw that in there while I can still think about it before I forget,
That's why I tell people.
Here's one thing I really can't stand is when somebody says something and everybody gets the point and they just go on and go to repeat it, or else if they ask you a question, they make a point and ask you a question, you go to answer it. And they don't like the way you started off, and they jump back in and act like you interrupted them. I'm like, God, that grinds my gears.
I know that irks me, dude, because that's that slow, antagonistic mechanism where they talk really slow and then repeat themselves over again, right? And then make you suffer listening through the whole thing. They're berating you when they're doing that.
Do you know what I think, or do you know what I've noticed? One of the main causes of interruption is when people are having a back and forth, right? Sometimes somebody will say something and then they'll start talking about something else, and then they'll talk about something else, and then so the person they're talking to now has several points to address, and by the time they get the chance to respond, they're feeling like they might forget about the first point.
Correct. Yeah, very good.
That happens a lot, yeah.
So, guys, why in Greek terminology is a half man, half goat called a satyr?
Bah. Because it's satire.
You guys ever seen the devil?
Why are
Satan?
there only 24 letters?
You ever seen Satan associated with a goat? Where did that come from?
Yeah, the
Where
Baphomet,
did the association?
the Baphomet, right? The Baphomet.
I mean, that's just one extension of it. Well, why do you think Satan is associated with goats while a half man, half goat is called a satyr? Yeah, think about that.
Yeah, see, when y'all talk like about this, man, I just sit back and listen. I'm not super knowledgeable about a lot of this, so I just sit back, listen, and learn. So any information is good information. So keep pouring it on, man. I like it.
Yeah. Well, maybe, just maybe, it might have something to do with the constellation Capricorn, which is half goat as well. And what holiday happens to introduce the age or the month or the era throughout the year, the 30 days of the year that are ruled by Capricorn, the goat? Oh, well, we introduced that time of the year by celebrating Saturnalia. That's the holiday that introduces the time of the goat in the year. And who rules? Who is the god? Who is the god of mischief that rules over the holiday of Saturnalia? Well, it's Pan. And what is Pan? Oh, Pan is a half goat, half god, human half goat god. Seems like there's tons of layers that sync up.
Yep, layers of symbolism. That's what's his name, Manny, what you call it, man, said that if you want to learn the world, then you need to learn the language of symbolism, because that's if you want to learn all your history, you need to speak the language of symbolism, or you're not going to know nothing about history. So I don't know nothing about history, man, but I'm learning. Manny Hall, I think his name was.
Yeah, Manly P. Hall for sure. Secret Teaching of All Ages, this famous book.
Yeah, he's a Rosicrucian.
He's also a 33rd degree Freemason, but you know what? He does give you a lot of tools to work with.
Yeah, he leaves you a lot of breadcrumbs to follow and distract yourself with. He tells some truths too, but a lot of breadcrumbs because you know he is them.
I'll just say this. I won't explain it all. I'll just say that Saturn, Satan, Kronos, satyrs, half goat, half man, separate the sheep from the goats, the devil associated with goats, Pan, the god of mischief, ruling over the holiday of Saturnalia, all happening in the time of the year, in the calendar that we celebrate on every year in winter, in the age of, here's the last part, Capricorn, the goat. Piece it all together, guys. It all makes sense if you want to take the time to see how one came before the other,
Totally
and
makes
which one was inspired, and which one was inspired from the other in a chronological order.
Yeah, it looks like they recognize shapes in the sky to things they were familiar with, categorized them that way. We've seen a lot of goats around here, so those look like goats. We've seen some crabs here from the beach, so that looks like a crab. We've seen right, so you got that going on, and then so
that's what you get out of that. You serious?
Absolutely.
No,
Personifying cosmological events, putting human behaviors and intent on to feel more comfortable about cosmological events that are not in our control. And then we could notice the cyclical nature of those cosmological events, and then we can create allegorical stories so that we can remember when that next cyclical event comes up again. So that way we don't forget. And then those allegorical stories got turned into a bunch of different literal stories and forgotten about the allegorical side of them. But they all stand from cosmological events that needed to be remembered. And I think they needed to be remembered because there's a catastrophe or a cataclysmic event that happens every so often that we're literally forgetting about.
And I think Christianity and the start of the Christian religion anyway was done the same way from the stars, just at the same time of when you're talking about in the winter solstice. If you look at the stars, the sun dies upon the cross, the Orion's belt, I don't know the guy's phallic ever, but anyway, it sits there for 3 days and then is reborn upon that time. And if you look at it, it is born of the Virgin Mother, Virgo, and preceding that is 3 wise men. And that's how I think they took all this to make it into, like you said, a story that needed to be remembered. And then somebody started writing books and somebody started doing this and the whole thing got, I'm just saying that's how I think.
Virgo doesn't even have to be there for that to also be true because it rises from the ocean. And Maya, maritime law, the sea, right? So you're dealing with the Virgin Mary, right? An unfuckable sea.
It
You
is
got
strange.
John the Baptist.
Why is an apple red? Apple's red. Apple's red because the fire truck's red. The fire truck has 12 wheels. There's 12 inches in a ruler. Queen Elizabeth was a ruler. Queen Elizabeth was a ship. Ship sailed 7 seas. Seas had fish. Fish had fins. Fins fought the Russians. The Russians were red.
No. What we were doing was attributing all of the timing of everything that we we celebrate or we worship or have worshipped for time immemorial are all placed upon these stars. And then even the religions that you think or anybody thinks that they're worshiping because a god or a sun or somebody came down are all foretold and told to you in the stars upon the days that your whole religion is set upon. And you mixed it, or I shouldn't say you mixed it, but religions mix all of these things together with the like he's talking Saturnalia, paganism, everything to make it to where, I shouldn't say to make it, in my opinion, it is that they did all that so that they could take away from the believers of the other gods to pull it into them. If they didn't have presents, you aren't going to get presents. You know, oh my God, you're not going to worship God. So they
Are
had
we
to
having
have
a bromance right now?
what?
Well, what I'd like to share is
No,
that
I like what you're
when
saying.
it comes down to most cultural traditions, it all comes down to the Son of the world being crucified on the solar cross. And that would be the cross that is formed in the year by the 2 solstices and the 2 equinoxes, dividing the world into 4 sections. And that most symbolism can be inferred, at least at the base level, upon its orientation to the solar cross that the Son of God is crucified on. And all that crucified means is on the cross, which the sun is always on in a portion of the year as it goes around, according to the true cross, not the fixed, the cardinal, or the.
I have a question. Who in here thinks that they know an
Central
absolute
cross
truth?
of the sun.
Who in here thinks that they know an absolute truth? Like, this is it. This is the end all be all. This is hands down an absolute truth. Who in here
I have
thinks they
one. I have one, but it has nothing to do with
there would be some
spirituality or
things that I would.
existentialism.
There would be some things that I would bet my life on, which is good enough to say that, but I'm still, wise enough to say that I'm not claiming absolute truth, but I would stake my life on certain things, I would say.
Okay, so what is one of those things that you would stake your life on?
I would stake my life, as long as there was an equal reward on the other end, or even a partial reward, right? If you would say $1 million on one side versus giving your life up on the other side, right? I would have a certain confidence to say, yeah, I'll take $1 million against betting my life, which is
you just said you would give your life. You just said you would get your life. We're not putting in the $1 million. So what would you give your life up for that you think is the truth? Like, all cards are on the table. Everybody sees what everyone's cards are. You're saying, no, this is an absolute truth. I stake my life on it. What would you stake your life on?
Even for $1, right? I'm just saying, like, when it comes to a bet, like staking, that means that, like,
come on, man.
poker. Someone, we're just having a conversation.
Let's hear Joe Biden.
Calm down, all right? Calm down. All I'm saying is that in that situation, you would say, I bet my life on this claim versus any other sort of reward. And I would say even a penny, okay? Even a penny, I would easily stake my life because of how obvious it is. And I acknowledge my ignorance as a human, but I would stake my life. I would, hold on, please. I'm not going to take too much time. I would stake my life for any amount of reward, even the slightest, because why not, right? It's no big deal. Even if it makes me $1, sure.
Okay, but what is it? What is the thing?
Yeah. Here
Holy
goes.
shit.
Here goes. Yeah. God damn, you guys are in a hurry. Okay. Here goes.
In a hurry.
The solar cross, defined by the summer and winter solstice crossing the spring and autumnal equinoxes, is what is the root that explains so much of what almost 90% of all holidays are based upon.
Okay, so wait, that's your truth? That's the one that you're...
I would say that. I would say that. Yeah.
You better hope for a jury of your own peers.
It's a good one. It's good. Can you bottle it up in just like one sentence, just to summarize it for us?
Yeah, there is a solar cross that the Son of God taken in the way that the universe is God, and that there is the solar sun, the thing that we have a real hard time looking at when we try to gaze at it. That sun is the Son of God, and that there is a solar cross that he is crucified on, that he is always stuck upon, the cross that is formed by the summer and winter solstice and the autumnal and spring equinoxes, that most of every religious holiday that I'm aware of, the same holidays that I assume you guys are aware of, are all based in relevance to the position of the sun in its circular journey throughout the year, upon its relevance and its angle and its position along that cross in its circuit. Why is Easter in a certain time of the year? Why is Pentecost? Why is crossover? Why is Christmas? Why is it the rebirth of God? Rebirth of Christ? Why is it the death of Christ? Why do we celebrate these holidays upon these times of the year in such a systematic manner? Because there is the solstices and the equinoxes, and that is the root that we decide what times of the year we celebrate many, 90% of all holidays.
That's right.
Just to be completely honest, I'm not even sure what your answer was.
His answer is that the cosmological events are the reason for the religions, and he can show you examples why the sun is where it is during particular types of gospels in certain such situations and all that. And I can agree. That's probably a good one. It'd be awfully hard to prove, though. I mean, I would go for something a little easier, right?
I would be like, we all die. We all
Yeah,
die.
we all die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone
Physical
dies.
bodies die. So this penny will fall at the speed of gravitational acceleration in a vacuum.
What'd she say?
I said we all die.
We all die?
Yeah. All of our bodies end up ceasing to function.
You didn't know that, bro? You didn't know?
that sucks.
It's the truth.
That's a sure bet there.
But I think about that a lot, though. I think about that a lot, though, Shines. Like,
yeah, I do too. Like other things, right? That was just a silly answer for obvious. But what are things that we can say is a definitive truth that, like, Fundy is like, I would die on this cross, right? And it's a literal cross in this example.
Yeah, I'd also say that there's an ancient Chinese story called Journey to the West, and that the main character, Son Goku, the monkey god, is a metaphor for the sun traveling from the west, or the east as he rises, to the west. The journey to the west is about a monkey god who is traveling from sunrise to sunset, and the whole story is one big personification and metaphor of the sun's journey told in the way of a monkey traveling to the actual west of the world.
Yeah,
I'd say Jesus is the same exact thing. It's a story that's been told since the beginning of time, just as long as the sun has been crossing the sky above your head.
And the scary dark is going to come. And then the sun will bring light and take away the darkness once again.
And then the phoenix will be reborn out of the dark ashes of night. The firebird, the bird that flies across the sky, the sun that is a bird on fire that crosses above your head.
Yeah.
Reborn every day. Also a fractal of the year cycle.
See, Buddha's mom's name was Maya, interestingly enough. And he spoke at 2 days and said that he was the greatest among men as well. Why would that be so coincidentally aligned if they weren't talking about the same shit?
They're talking about the same shit, that's why.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's the same story told over and over in different ways.
But we were told, right, in our history pack. What's your name? Sorry, I can't see the thing.
Me? I'm Shines.
Shines. We were told in history, right, that the man couldn't contact other men in those other continents at that time, right? That we didn't perfect the sea travel yet, and all of this. These stories should not be aligned in any way like this. Like Jesus, the little black bambino, and then Buddha, the little black bambino, and Jesus on a.
But this is the thing; it's a collective hive mind, right? So there's something in tune about human beings, and that's why the stories are same but different, right?
Well, the
3
wise
like
men, the
on
7
point to a certain
sisters,
degree.
7 fishermen. They're literally talking about the Pleiades star system. They're literally, you know what I mean? They're talking about the
it's
Orion
innate
belt.
within us. It's totally innate within us.
It's cosmology.
Every human has always seen 7 colors of the rainbow and we've also all seen the sun pass above our head and a night and day cycle. These are the reasons so many stories have so much in common, because we all experience day and night and the sun and the moon and the rainbow. It's literally the root of most traditions right there. Day and night, darkness and light, and the colors they're just the colors.
I've never heard about the colors in the rainbow before, but I have seen that since it's a northern hemisphere, both of these are northern hemisphere religions, the Pleiades would be in play there, right? Because those are the brightest things at night that we're talking about. And since the rest of this is cosmologically, you know what I mean, cornered, I would imagine that it's still at that and cosmologically based.
Yeah, most traditions come from people who live in the northern hemisphere, just because of the continents and their orientation. That I assume is partially true, just based on like very obvious observations that we can verify with people on the internet, very easily. Most people need to look to the south during noon to see the sun. As far as where people live in the world, there's way more people living in the northern hemisphere, area than the southern area, right? Most civilizations throughout all of history have been placed in the northern area, that we call it, inside of the equator. So that's where all your traditions are coming from people who live in the north.
It's because there's
They're
more
going to have a
land in the
northern
north.
hemisphere. Every tradition you know about is coming from a northern hemisphere perspective.
Well, not every tradition, but okay, vast
Yeah, right, exactly.
Pretty much everyone that you know about, though. Every holiday that you probably celebrate comes from a northern hemisphere civilization.
Well, there were a couple civilizations down south, but you're correct.
Yeah, I'm just talking about holidays and traditions and words and viewpoints and philosophies and worldviews. It's all based on a northern perspective, because there's very little people, that live in the south.
And I'd like to add the reason that is because the sun and the moon only go around the northern disk.
That's incorrect, but
no, he's right.
I'm saying that's why I'm saying I think that's the reason that is because nobody in the southern they see either whatever you want to say, a reflection or ambient light on their winter.
Well, the Australians
Oh,
would disagree
what?
with you, but okay.
You said very little people in the south, and first thing I thought of was the little Guatemalans.
Well, no,
right.
he's
There
right.
are some very little people in the south.
only about 12% of the world's population lives south of the equator. Most of those people are Indonesians and Brazilians.
Yeah, but he was talking about the roots. I mean, there's a lot of roots in South America, South Africa, Australia. The South is huge. If you're talking about the roots of humanity, like going back, not just the numbers today in the cities, but it's pretty, in a way, I think it's pretty evenly distributed when you look at the entire lineage of humanity in that sense, in terms of these land masses that we're aware of. Like the Australian Aborigines. I mean, there's peoples in all lands.
Exactly. The main takeaway is that those southern religions you'll see do not align with those cosmological events of the northern religions. But see, that's another focal point to pay attention to, that these religions, they're seemingly in the northern hemisphere so close to similar and the same, but then in the southern hemisphere they are so different. Well, maybe because the stars and the cosmology of the southern hemisphere is much different.
Yeah, yeah, they would yeah, I mean, they would be building meaning and symbolic understanding of their place in the cosmos with the sky that was in their direct vicinity. And I would even go as further to say that the actual ether is actually built that way. That the sky and the luminaries above each part of the Earth at the different times that it's above is actually part of the actual etheric field, and they're actually interrelated in that way as well.
Now, what I don't understand to a large degree, besides on a very shallow manner, is where the planetary rulership tradition comes from or what is based upon, besides giving the sun the planetary rulership over the dog days of late July and early August. And I would say, well, it does seem in a very shallow way that the sun would rule over that time of the year because that is the hottest time of the year. Now, that seems to be the only basis I can come up with as to the orientation of the planetary rulership system of astrology, just giving the sun domain over the hottest time of the year, and then everything is just spread out equally around that time of the year. I don't see any correlation any other planet has to any other time of the year besides just giving the sun correlation in that system to the hottest time of year, which I can get down with, but everything else is like, it seems like it's all rooted in the sun there. And maybe that's fine, but it does give me some serious doubts as to the legitimacy of associating any planet with any time of the year, besides that one that I can kind of get down with in one sense. But, I mean, that comes into play where, why do we have Saturnalia in the winter? Well, because, the sun and Saturn are kind of opposites. One is the fastest traveling thing across the sky. One is the slowest traveling thing across the sky in its return cycle. So what do you get on the other end of July? You get winter. What do you got on one side of the summer solstice? You got the winter solstice. So there you go. But I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I see the pattern. I get why they do these things kind of in association with the system, but I just don't see the great importance. It just seems like an arbitrary system that was invented once that has carried on its tradition even till today's standards, where I celebrate Christmas in this late January, late December, early January. Is there a deep universal importance to that? No, it seems kind of just like a cultural bullshit standard that I was born into. But that doesn't mean I can't decode it, even though I don't believe in it. I've decoded it, but I don't see what it's based upon in any legitimate way.
You kind of lost me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was saying I see it as the as far as Christmas and the way that everybody used the same things is it's a carrot to the stick of religion. And I don't know any other way to explain it than they give you something feel good or an events, these moments or time that we celebrate and all this kind of stuff to release your anger, your trepidation, or your fear of all of the judgment that's going to be put on you, or the wrath that's being put on you from this deity or this entity. Because if they didn't have something like that, all you would be told is how you get to go to heaven, or you get to go to paradise, or whatever the religion is at the end, but you get to suffer the rest of the time. That's what I see. All these things correlating together, and all these days and events is all these religions have to have these days and events to ease the suffering, so you keep believing.
Well, it always correlates to the cycle of seasons. And, Christmas, right, is the birth of Christ, the birth of the sun, right? And it's also the lowest point, but there's a whole sort of reincarnation vibe to it, because, like we say, it's New Year's. It's the end of the year, as in the end of a life of the year, and the rebirth or the birth of a new year, right? And that happens around Christmas. That happens on the winter solstice. That is the end of one year and the beginning of another. And that relates to the cycle of the sun.
It's also kind of northern centric in that way, because it's
it is. Yeah. Yeah, all of these traditions are very northern hemisphere, excuse my language, centric. Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting just combination of terms, northern centric, because that's what it is. Like it is northern and it's centric. It's like the center of a dartboard is like the. But we weren't really saying we didn't really mean centric in terms of the center. We actually meant centric in terms of like more in the social sense of it.
Yeah, exactly. The viewpoint of Northerners.
I'd be curious to know if a lot of the southern quadrant religions are all based off, well, not all, but most of them are based off the same thing, even if it's not the stars. But that'd be hard to find out, though.
There's so little, documentation and knowledge on the very few religions and cultures of the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, dude, the wording you used, you said quadrant, southern quadrant. That's a perfect term for that. So yeah, I just wrote those down. Northern centric and southern quadrant. That's a good usage of those words. Because yeah, it is like a quadrant. That's how I see it. I mean, I think we live in a quadrupole system. There's essentially 4 corners of the earth, which are the 4 southern star poles, star fields.
Yeah, well, I think even New Perspective was the reason I started using quadrant, because he's like, you don't live on a ball. Stop saying the southern latitudes. Or it's funny.
Have you seen this map? I just posted it in the chat. It's called the Pierce Quincuncial projection. I'm not saying this is exactly what it is or anything, but it does show how that could be laid out in a quadrant fashion. Now there seems to be land missing on the over near Hawaii in that southern Pacific, because it would be like a cross with all the continents coming out, making 4 directions. But there does seem to be a big missing part in the upper left there. Could that have been the land that Admiral Byrd was talking about when he said he found a continent that was it? What do you say, like at least the size of the United States of America, just rich, full of resources, tons of land there?
He said mountains and mountains of gold and diamonds and silver and coal and all kinds of weird shit.
Yeah.
The thing that we need to understand in order to decode almost 90% of all of these cultural traditions is understanding the reasoning behind the like, what do you call it, a mascot, right? Like Capricorn is the mascot of the beginning of winter. And if you really want to understand the deepest truths behind all of these words, traditions, holidays, whatever, is who came up with and what was their reason behind calling these stars these mascots. I mean, that is at the root of all of these things. That'll give us more insight than anything else to understand what was going through the minds of the people who decided to look at some dots of light in the sky and call it a goat, or call it some scales, or call it a lion, or call it a virgin. That's what's at the bottom of all of this. And maybe that takes us to one older tradition, but that is the limit. That's what we're all stuck upon right there. We'll understand a lot more about decoding all of this stuff that we've inherited, all these traditions, if we can just understand why is there a ram followed by a bull, followed by a pair of twins, followed by a crab, followed by a lion, followed by a woman, followed by a scale, followed by a half man, half horse, followed by a scorpion, followed by a goat, followed by a pitcher of water man, followed by a pair of fish. Why is this the system we've inherited, and why is it so old? And who started this? And what was their thought process in developing this system, calling it in this manner? And is that based on something even older? It might. I mean, I don't even know if we'll ever get to the bottom of that. But if that's not what you're aiming towards, then you're not trying to get to the root of any of these things, because the zodiac is the root of pretty much everything we're aware of. But what is the root of the zodiac? And if that's rooted in something else, what is the root of that thing? I don't know, but that's what I'm working on. I know, and I'm pretty sure that's the path we take to understand the meaning behind all of these things we've inherited. Why does the tropical zodiac system align with the birth date of Christ? Why does Pisces begin at the same time the Fisher of Men is born, with the fish symbol who washes the feet, which is astrologically associated with, the Pisces associated with the feet? Why is it all so synchronistic? Well, there's a good reason, but who even decided that time of the year is associated, or that time of the Platonic cycle is mascotted by the figurehead of two fish? It's not as if the lights in the sky actually resemble a fish at all. Like, come on, guys. It's not as if Taurus looks like a bull, or Aries looks like a ram, or that those stars have any significance of being connected by dots.
Yeah,
These
yeah,
are
they
arbitrary.
do. Yeah, they do. They have that.
Some of them are kind of close. I'll give you that.
Yeah, it's both. I mean, there's an artistry to it. I think the creation of the sky clock in that sense, but it's both. Like they are there, but I would definitely say that the actual animal archetypes and element archetypes and color archetypes, sound frequencies, all of those, even parts of the body and different health systems in the body that are connected to each of the 12 signs within the sky system. It's basically just dividing the sky into 12 sections. And once you do that, there do seem to be these like foundational, like archetypal and symbolic representations of each of those sections, and like the multiple layers of meaning within them.
Oh, please don't tell me you're into astrology now.
Yeah, that's the most pathetic thing I've heard all night.
Hey, Mr. Shield, what's your star sign?
I don't know. I don't care.
When were you born? I can tell you all about your personality.
You don't even know your sun sign? Just where your sun was when you were born?
Oh, I do, but it's bullshit. Astrology. You can read your horoscope, and it's so general. It's like, oh, today something nice will happen to you, and something bad will happen. Yeah.
Is that your understanding of what? Is that your understanding of what astrology is?
Oh yeah.
I've got a little tip.
Well, then I would say you've been profoundly deceived in a psyop, because that's not what real astrology is.
Psyop. No, astronomy has been known.
No, I don't think you heard what I
Astrology.
said. Hold on. If you think that the horoscopes in the newspaper is actual real astrology, what I'm saying is that you have been deceived in a psyop, because that is what I would call like pop astrology or fake astrology.
Oh yeah.
That's designed to discredit astrology, because they've been trying to do that to it. So you were sold a fake bill of goods, is what I'm saying. That's not what it actually is.
Uh-huh.
What they're doing in those is they're taking one position of one thing, which is the position of the sun, and they're making generalized, kind of dramatized generalizations. That's not the real practice of understanding the correlations of the luminaries in human life. That's just one media-based kind of propagandized version of it, designed to make people think and be tricked into thinking that it's all fake and a joke because they're so general. That's literally a psyop.
Let me embarrass you with it. Let me embarrass you with a simple question. So, actually, it's two questions. Are you aware of the prime meridian in an astrological sense that is referred to right ascension of meridian? Do you understand that that's the 0 point that the degrees of the celestial sphere is based on? Right ascension of meridian is the 0 marker that the 360 degrees starts at. You You know this? Yes, no? Sounds like no. Let me embarrass you further. In what constellation does right ascension and meridian demarcate its 0 degrees position at? So here comes some synchronism in your way. Although I feel like you've been embarrassed enough, but here's for everyone to learn a little bit. It's pretty cool actually, because I love syncretism. I love preaching syncretism.
Are you trying to talk to Paid? Is that target just because Paid came in and did?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I forgot who. I didn't look at
I know the
name.
answers to your question. It's based in Pisces. That's because that's where it was. Yeah, that's where everybody considered the new year to begin at one time.
Yeah.
So what?
Almost.
Good.
Almost, because Pisces and Aries are very related. However, I said 0 degrees, not 30 degrees. So, right ascension and meridian, abbreviated as RAM, spells out RAM, does it? Right ascension and meridian, 0 degrees, starts at 0 degrees Aries. Aries is the RAM. 0 degrees RAM equals 0 degrees Aries the RAM in position in the sky. So even the astronomical system pays homage to the astrological system of constellations. 0 degrees RAM is 0 degrees RAM. You're the only one missing out here on the synchronism happening in play. The jokes that are being told right in front of your face that you're just not.
No one calls it RAM.
That you just don't have
no one calls it RAM. They always call. No one calls it RAM. They always call it right ascension.
Meridian.
You're just missing. They don't say RAM. Nobody says RAM.
Joke happening right
Nobody
in front of your
says
face.
RAM.
It's a little embarrassing, but I'd like to welcome you to the club.
Nobody says RAM.
It's right ascension meridian.
Nope.
Yeah, I understand. I explain it to you.
No, you can explain it all you want, but no one calls it RAM. And I'm aware that
which takes place in
based on astrology.
0 degrees RAM.
All our astronomy. A lot of our astronomy is also based on astrology.
Do you understand that part of it? That takes
so what?
Aries?
Yeah,
right,
it's not RAM though. Nobody cares. I mean, it's right ascension. Just because it means RAM in English. See, that's the problem. You guys think that everything was made in English, and these things were made by Greeks.
I do hear you on that. I mean, it's still a cool correlation.
I know, but it's like I've been listening to Pete too. I've been listening to Pete too long, and his bullshit.
It's an inside joke being told right in front of your face.
No, it's not an inside joke. No one calls it RAM.
Well, it's an inside joke made public.
0 degrees.
It's just whether you're, educated enough to understand the joke.
Nobody calls it RAM.
On right in front of your face.
Pete, are you aware of the sign of Aries, that section of the sky being associated with? Are you familiar with the RAM and the association with Aries?
Oh no, I like I said, astrology.
You don't know
doesn't
that.
interest
Okay.
me.
Have you ever seen like the Aries sign?
Yeah, it's a sheep or a ram, right?
It's called a glyph.
You have to understand, these were guys sitting around the campfire, a few thousand years ago, telling stories, drawing pictures in the sky.
Stop wasting our time, bro. Stop wasting our time. I just educated you. on
didn't educate me on anything.
Of an inside joke being put on right in front of your face that you never noticed because you're too dumb. But you're welcome.
Yeah, well, no one calls it RAM though. That's the problem.
Come on, man.
Nobody calls it RAM.
Come on, man.
See, you can insult me though. But
we're having a discussion, not a debate. So can we just get back to? Do you want to offer something to the conversation?
I just want to say that I'm tired of him insulting me. If I insult him back, though, I'll be banned for
he
days
has been throwing insults. Please, don't do that, and we can move on.
No, if I do it, I get banned for 9 days now or some ridiculous thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I apologize.
Move on.
I'll move on. Have a good night.
Can I throw something in on this real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not so much to say that astrology is right or anything, but I will say that there's something that I've actually done that's kind of weird, actually. But it shows to me that there's some correlation to be when you were born, how much energy is within inside of your body, as opposed to where the sun was when you were born. It really does seem to me that if you were born, it doesn't matter exactly the time of the year. I don't know if it all has to correlate with the bodies of the houses in retrograde or anything like that, but I just know that people that are born in the northern hemisphere, because that's all the people in America that I've dealt with, but people that are born in the summer put off a higher electrical charge when I test them with an ohms meter, I'm using silver and magnesium hooked up to an ohms meter, pretty much going for charge. I'm not going for ohms. I'm going for actual charge voltage. And I can get up to 1.8 volts out of people that are born in the summer. And I barely get a quarter of a volt out of people that are born in the winter. I don't know if that has any correlation with anything, but it does seem to be something, a metric that I can at least see a difference. And I tried to, go through all of it as far as, different connections. Is it that some people have more moisture on their body, a better connection? I can only go by, trying to get them lathered up with either a gelatin like Vaseline or water, and just, try different mediums and see if I can, because some people's skin's really dry and some people's really wet. It didn't seem to make a difference when they were born what that was, but as far as the energy I got out of them or the voltage, people in the summer gave more.
Yeah, I totally want to respond to that. Brian, your camera's on. Brian, just so you know. Brian? Okay, you got it. Why if he meant to have it on, if he was going to show something, but that's really interesting, dude. So wait, how are you taking the measurements from people? So this is people that are born in the summer versus the winter. You're actually measuring a difference in voltage coming off of them. So what are you using to measure that?
So I didn't do it to measure people. It's not the whole reason that I did this, to try and figure this out. What I was trying to do is create my own energy. I wanted to have it to where I could charge my iPhone. And what I was doing is taking magnesium. So I take a magnesium, hook it up to hold on, I gotta check it. Hook it up to the negative, and the positive's hooked up to silver. I just used a silver bar. And I can connect to either your hands or the back of your head and your chest or your feet or whatever. It's usually better in your hands, like your wrist and your neck. And what it is that I just turn it on to voltage, DC voltage, and I actually get one. Like myself, I was born in July, and I literally push 1.8 volts out of my body. And this is going to sound really weird, but if like I've had a cut on before, and if I put the electrode, the magnesium one, inside the cut, I get a little bit more.
Well, test someone who's born on Christmas.
I did.
And see if it's as low, and see if they're the lowest reading you experience compared to someone who's born.
No, they're not. I've gotten up to December, I think it's December 13th. And I mean, I could go on and on and on, but I've done people all different out. And it's not that it's exactly a science of, okay, these people on December 13th are the lowest, but they will not get above. Anybody past, I would say, September or October, never pass a volt. Never. And I push 1.8 volts just by grabbing it.
And what is the device again? What is it?
An ohms, just an ohms meter. I'm hooking up, but I'm not just using the electrodes out of the ohms meter. I'm using a silver bar on the positive and a magnesium on the negative.
Okay. And then you're putting your hands on those or something?
You can do your hands. The best way that I see without actually going inside the body is right on the back of the neck at the base of the skull, and then on your wrist.
I'm 1.08 volts just with the regular leads. I just checked my shit just since you were talking about it.
What's your birthday?
Virgo.
What's that? December?
No, September.
Mid-September.
And you're 1 volt?
1.08. I mean, it started off at 1.08, then it went down to like 80 something. But me and my I noticed dude, when I heard about the atmospheric shit, if me and my wife held hands and our voltage increased, her voltage really ain't that high. She's born in late mid-November, and but she's like a real slow, patient type of person, which is opposites attract, right? Because I'm hyperactive. But anyway, we held hands, and then we checked our voltage. It went up when she grabbed my hand, but not that much. But we raised in the air. We stood on the bed, and it went up as we went higher. It was a trip, dude.
Another one. if you put that on you, wrap it up, with duct tape or whatever you can get to connect to your skin. That's why I use magnesium or silver, so that the contact would never be broken, and be good connection. But if you go running or get all excited and pissed off, you push more voltage.
Look, I just hit 1.43 just now. Talking about it. I don't know. Can you see? Can you see?
Yeah, we can see it.
Hold on, let me try and position it. I'm holding the phone in my
The quality
hand.
of it is a little bit. I don't know if there's a selection to turn up the video quality. It does look a little bit pixelated. Wait, it kind of looks better now. Actually, maybe it's just when it's moving. Yeah, it looks pretty good now.
Can you see the voltmeter?
Yeah.
Look, I'm holding it with my thumbs. I got it on negative, but look, wait, just with my thumbs right here.
You gotta put it on your nipples.
I just had it at fucking.
When you start getting excited, it's gonna go up. I mean, that's
Look
what
at that. It went up to it went up to 2 for a second, man. Can y'all read that?
1.35.
Yeah. Now it's 1.37. I got it on. Wait, let me put it on. Let me see. Let me put it on resistance. My amps are blown, but let me check my resistance. Look, I got 5 milliohms of resistance. It went from 44, so I got a current. Yeah, something.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand any of this, but I think maybe the best reading you may get is if you're like standing barefoot in the grass or something. Just saying. I don't know.
No, the best reading is if he sticks that electrode, the positive one the negative one in his mouth and the positive one on his foot. If he can really do that, I mean, but I wouldn't want to. Yeah, you'll get under your tongue.
Say the negative one up his ass.
Holy shit, dude, he's fucking right, dude. Oh my god, bro. I just did my ankle. It's by cut though. You see that little cut on my ankle? But no, I put the negative one in my mouth, watch, like a thermometer, and the one by my ankle, because I got shoes on, and it showed like 2.5 fucking volt. Watch.
But that's internal voltage. That's not on your skin. That's why I was saying that's a different voltage. But yeah, you're right.
That's crazy,
put one in
dude.
Your mouth, put one in your mouth and one up your anus. That's how you get.
Yeah, get a reading on your taint. Get a reading on your taint, Brian.
My taint's teeming with voltage, man.
You want to know the really scary part about this is? All you need is a capacitor, like a 240 UF capacitor, and you can hook up a light to it and keep it going with just your body.
Man, I got a bunch. What size what capacitor you say?
I think 240 UF will be fine. You just got to charge it up. So you take those 2 volts, keep ramping it up, and put a diode. You'll have to put a one-way diode on it. Probably I don't even know. A germanium diode probably be the best. Just put it on there, straight into a capacitor. Then you got your light, and then you'll just be charging up the capacitor. And when it gets enough, boom, light.
I got fucking all kinds of circuit boards and shit, man. That's what I do.
What happens when you run down?
Well, that's the grand thing about it is we are electrical generators. Our body is a lot saline and iron, and you think about it, the iron core is being ran through a saline system. And that's what you've pretty much got as an electrical generator or battery.
Yeah, it's a trip, bro. When you really think about what and who you are, yeah, it's a big trip, man. It's crazy.
It's crazy, bro. I can't believe it. Fucking tripled.
He's gonna be hooking himself up, dude. Be careful. Don't get crazy, because I did there for a while. Don't get crazy, man. You're gonna have certain ideas.
No, it's funny you said that, bro. Because like I said, man, I've already done that. I already done that, man. And like I said, we're obviously on the same page. Because like I said, I was held. I'm like, look, I got a current, baby, and I was like, this is a long time ago. I'm like, here, hold my hand, and the volts went up, and we got high, and then we did it low and watched it go down. But I never thought to do my head and my feet. That's crazy. But so yeah, you've obviously done the dumb shit I've done, but it's a trip. It works pretty consistent, man.
Yeah.
You got to get that full Kundalini spectrum, the top of the head and the base of the spine, if you know what I mean. Get a little anal action going on, you know?
Ow.
So wait,
Crown
what's the
chakra,
theory? What's the
crown
theory
chakra,
with the
root
birthdays?
chakra.
If you worked out like the whole, like, okay, you were saying it's if certain dates that you don't see it above a certain number. Do you have this like graphed out, like?
Well, it makes sense. It's just like a magnetic field. So the magnetic field, the element that's up above us, is at a certain latitude. Is it longitude or latitude? What's the one going up? I think it's latitude. Anyway,
Zenith.
Longitude going up and down. The lines are going up and down.
Longitude. So the higher during the summer, the sun's up close to the North Pole. So that just means there would be more energy in my mind. There's more energy coming out of the element, grounding to the ground around you on the northern quadrant. So
Yeah,
that's
so
when
you're at a higher latitude then. Yeah, my bad. I meant the actual lines themselves are longitude, but yeah, you're at a higher latitude if the sun's in the north.
If you were born exactly on the Tropic of Tropic of Cancer, right at the 33rd parallel underneath Egypt on the summer solstice, I would think you would not always, but those would be the people that should have the highest concentration of electricity in their body. And the less would be the people during the winter that are born the furthest away from the element of the sun, where the connection is going to the ground, because that's when your spark came. And I don't know if it's when you're born or if it's when you're conceived. I'm not positive on that. As far as I who knows?
It's both.
But that's just a thought, guys. I don't subscribe to that at all, but it does seem to work. It really does.
Well, yeah, we were looking into like how the stars could literally have an effect on the personality or traits of a person back in the day. And yeah, it's an early stage development. The position of those energies when you're born and where you're born could literally make a difference. It's not all just like some kind of coincidental thing. Geo knows that for sure.
And then you got to wonder if you can measure that electricity. There's got to be anomalies. There's got to be people that can do weird things with that electricity.
But are you saying that we all have a frequency that's set when we're born, and that's the way it's always going to be the rest of our lives? Like an average frequency?
No, I don't know if it's free. Well, you definitely have a frequency pulsing through your body, that's for sure. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about actual voltage, literal energy, not some,
But that's you don't consistent your whole life.
No, it goes up and down as you get excited, as you get sad, as you start getting sick. It's really low. Like
what does it have to do with your birthday?
What about testing people that were born in the South in their winter, which of course is our summer? So would they have a lower, like, is it a voltage thing based upon the distance between you and the sun, or the sun's position upon the larger Earth system? And then would it even be both? And then it also depends on your position within the Earth system.
Well, that's what I was saying from the beginning. I'm not sure if it has it because it's astrological. We're talking about the astronomy or whatever. They don't do it off of the sun. It's off of all the positionings of the house being in, or Mars being in its house, or this order or that. And that could be what it is all the heavenly bodies together, in their position gives you that energy level or whatever, even if it is frequency. But it seems to be, to me, where not so much where you are. I guess it does have something somewhat. I guess I interjected that, but it does seem to have something to do with the timing of the year, not so much exactly where the sun is. I'm just saying the timing of the year because of the sun's positioning above the plane, not so much you being right underneath that sun. That's not what I was trying to get at. Because there's a certain amount of energy, like during summer, that the sun gives off.
Right.
And there's at the northern latitudes. It might be different because of all the arrangements of the Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, all that kind of stuff. I really don't know. All I know is that when I was measuring people, it seemed to be different for their birthdays.
Yeah, no, that is definitely very interesting, and be interesting to do further looking into that. I mean, I would say that
Elon,
I would
hey,
say that
Elon,
everybody
go
has
ahead.
the sun, like everyone has the sun in their chart. I just posted a chart in the chat. Well, there's actually a bot on the server that you can anyone can use it actually and pull up charts and stuff. But I just did one for today, and that's actually not even necessarily. Let me actually post a different one.
Hey, E1, this might be a good time to transition into re-explaining what I was trying to get out of you the other night with stars being Mercury. I know you already said it to some of the people, that not everybody was here. And then the connection to the ley lines.
Well, let me just say one thing. If that's a different topic, let me just say one thing. I was just posting this chart to show the second one I posted. That happens to be during the Great American Eclipse of 2017. I just posted it because it's actually from my software, so it's a little bit more detailed. But essentially, if you were to take like an AE map and put it under that, that would be the position of the Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, etc., in their circle around the Earth. You know, Polaris would be at the center. You know, continents would be out. Of course, this wouldn't show their actual distance because you'd actually have to put them between the tropics, Tropic of Cancer, the equator, Tropic of Capricorn, because they're all moving in between that. So if you were to do it spatially in that way, you'd have to actually draw it that way. Whereas this is just showing them all equal on the circle in that sense of distance. But their actual geometric position, if you were to put an AE map under that, would essentially be what that is. So all those lines in the middle are just the geometric relationships, either like 120 degrees or 90 degrees or 180 degrees. You know, the actual just like two hands of a clock, just their geometric relationship as they are directly above us. And so in that sense, everybody has the sun, like where you're born, the moment when you're born, all the luminaries, everything is in their positions, but the sun is in its position, like within the actual zodiac, which is like the section of the sky. So that is going to have its own charge dynamic with the way that the sun is expressed within that person, like whether they're whichever sign it's in and the time of the year and the time of the season. But then there's also the actual position, like you were talking about, of actually like whether you were born in the north or born in the south, and then the difference of seasons. So with all that being the case, I'm interested how what you're testing would actually link into this in terms of that actual voltage. Like, is that a positioning thing, or is that because of the actual season? That's really interesting, like which cycle that correlates with.
That would be too, because there might be anomalies within inside of the areas that it was just either astronomically off the charts, that they have some like 15 volts in their body, or people that would have 0. That's what I would be interested in. And I don't mean 0, but very, very little. Very, very little. Because there's people that I have found that I can't get a reading off of. And
Do they seem like NPC type people?
That's what I was about to say. They seem like vessels. They don't have, that you look into their eyes and they don't have, there's nothing there.
Spark. There's no spark.
Yep.
Well, that's a separate thing. But I mean, what I will say, just in terms of the astrologically, in terms of the position of the sun in the chart, like the sun can be stronger in some charts than others. So for example, if someone's born with like a sun Mars, actually that Great American Eclipse actually has a sun Mars conjunction. It happens to. But if someone's born with that, Mars tends to bring a very energizing, activating, so that's Mars's whole symbolic archetype is energizing, activating. So when you have Mars with the sun, you end up with, like, in some cases, like people that are very athletic or very, for men, it could be very masculine, but even for women, it could have a really strong sun energy, because Mars in that case is like activating the sun energy. Whereas in another case, somebody that might have like the sun with Saturn, well, Saturn, it's a complex archetype, but it does represent, kind of like dimming or weakening. It's connected to like depression, limitation, everything connected to limitation. So if someone's born with like a sun, there's Sun and Saturn in a conjunction instead of Sun Mars, now it's Sun Saturn, their sun energy can be modulated by the Saturn, and however that Saturn's coming through. So it would be really interesting to do like what you're talking about, to test, to look at actually someone's whole chart and to get like detailed measurements, like those readings, and then see where all the correlations actually are, like whether it's the distance to where they were born, the position of the sun in the zodiac, or the position of the sun in relation to all of the other luminaries as well, and how they're all interacting with their particular sun to give their body a unique charge.
It's definitely
Yeah, and
interesting.
actually, the thing I was asking you about, you could also be directly related to this. If the stars are connected to the ley lines directly.
Oh, definitely, dude. No, that's true as well. Yes, where you're born is within like a particular ley line quadrant. Well, not really quadrant, but like a particular ley line section. That's a whole other factor. Yeah.
But Eve, what were you trying to say about the ley lines connected with the stars that I didn't get before? Or that your theory, or possible theory, or whatever?
Well, I believe that's why we have stars, is because the ley lines, the same way we have the ley lines on the earth, we have ley lines in the sky. Two toroidal fields sitting upon each other, separated by, I don't know if exactly if it's at the horizon or at, sea level, but it's somewhere around there. And you can kind of see, it seems like to me, that the stars are the nodes of where all the ley lines in the sky meet. And you can, I know until I get the images, everybody's going to show me the images, show me the pictures. So I've taken pictures of stars without having that, out of focus, blurry fucking ball looking thing. And I've only been able to do it 3 times, 3 different nights, grabbing different stars and stuff, because the way you have to do it, you have to trick the camera to believing there's light so that it doesn't out focus. And what I'm seeing is a glob of metal, whatever you want to say it. It's a glob that's moving all the time, different shapes, different sizes. But what it does is it's being interacted by that wave, that Indian beat, boom, 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 boom. And when the booms go through, or each one of the little small 3 booms, what I see inside of it, it looks like a pyramid goes through. Not separating anything, but it looks like a pyramid's being pushed into Mercury, is what it looks like to me. And every time when I catch the pulse, because I don't always catch that pulse going through the image, I'm taking 120 pictures per second, sometimes 60 pictures per second, and like I said, I've only captured about 3 or 4 times. But what I think's happening is the same way in a light bulb and everything else, that as far as the incandescent or fluorescent light bulbs that you see. I'm sorry, not incandescent, but you have mercury. Mercury goes vaporish, makes UV light. You've got the essence for every type of light that you see, neon, all those types of things that glows in the sky, all this kind of stuff. And the one thing we're told that's right next to the sun is mercury, the body of mercury. So if it's enough to go gaseous, it would act just like a light bulb. You would have the UV light from the electricity from the sun, or the connection from the sun to the earth, exciting the mercury that's gaseous, giving you UV light, which would excite all of the gases in the atmosphere and give you the warm glows of blue and everything. When the connection of the electricity gets further enough away from the sun, and I don't know what that is, there's no terminal line that you have darkness and light, but it gradually goes away, and you gradually start being able to get the stars, or seeing or picture the stars at all, get pictures of them, not just see them. They start coming back, and most of the time they always come back. The biggest, brightest, most colorful stars are the ones you see first. I'm not saying always, but that's the ones you see first. And everything seems to come together as it turns black. And what I think is happening is all the mercury that's been gaseous gets far enough away from the element of the sun and is held with inside of the ley lines of the, and I don't know how to explain all the how it's held up in an ether, or what it is, nothingness or whatever. But I believe the forces of the toroidal field up above that move the stars, that move the sun and everything, are enough to hold in those ley lines the stars, and the stars are the nodes of where the ley lines actually meet.
Yeah, crazy. And you didn't kill the room. It's just like you stunned everybody, I think, with that. Any responses? Anybody want to add to that, or try to ask questions?
I know I'm crazy, guys. It's okay. But that's what I believe.
How would it? Yeah, no, that's what I think that you wouldn't think it if you didn't have good reason to. It's just hard to get the connection between the two. For me, it's still as far as like how that. I mean, I'm not saying it's not that I don't think that you're right. I'm just saying how can we literally connect those ley lines, and how do we? I don't know enough about ley lines. I guess are those recognizable and very easy to identify?
No, I mean you're gonna as far as the ley lines on the Earth as opposed to what's in the sky.
Yeah, the ley lines on the Earth, are those like all well-known things that are not? There's no pseudoscience to it, really.
Well, they're going to show you where all the ley lines are on the Earth, but do you really? I mean, it's the same thing with everything else in this world. You have to go out and witch or measure with magnetrons or whatever your own ley lines. I mean, you're not going to. I don't see how you could take somebody else's ideas
What's the
of where.
what's the mainstream interpretation of why there are ley lines and what they actually mean, or what the actual significance of them is compared to what someone might really know?
Well, I believe they say it's from like the core of the Earth, is what I believe they're saying, is that it's a magnetic field that comes from the core of the Earth, and you're just getting the magnetic field coming up.
Okay, and then if it's a toroidal magnetic field that moves all the time, would those ley lines stay consistent?
Well,
I mean, if that's what it really is, that the ley lines, or is there something actually physically aligned that never changes?
Well, that's what they say. I mean, I don't know. You would think that it couldn't know if it's a spinning ball of molten nickel or iron or whatever, or I'm sorry, solid nickel or iron, and it's spinning inside of molten stuff. Those ley lines would have to move. The magnetic field would have to move, but it doesn't. That's what they.
Right. Okay. So there's another globe debunk, right? If that could be shown to be the case, and they're saying.
Well, and see, what I'm trying to say is that the mechanism that's moving the whole ley lines at the top are moving consistently at exactly 360 degrees. Or no, it's 361 degrees per day.
Now wait a minute. That makes the connection even stronger to explain why we have possible drift with this gyroscope. Right? Because there's a field that's moving. If there's a direct connection between the ley lines and the stars, then there's a field of connection, even though it may be weak, but it's enough to move to make the drift of the gyroscope.
I think it's pretty significant, to be honest with you. I mean, it's enough to. I think it's the driver of what moves. Well, you don't feel electromagnetics. I mean, unless you really turn it up, I mean, you're not going to feel it.
Okay. That's why I'm saying it's weak. Weak for us, or it's not strong enough to affect us.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Does that make sense, Gio? Are you still here? Gio knows about the ley lines. I know he does.
I was just trying to figure out a way for it to all work with the model and how it, how could you have. How could you explain these lights in the sky that move in the fashion that they do, that replicate their not only their positioning but their timing of the positioning, coming back around, and they're going around in a fashion that is 360 degrees opposite of each other, the two discs. And I was just trying to figure it out. And when I started messing with my metal filings and electricity, and I started making my home off grid and started working with hydrogen and mercury and all this, I was like, holy fuck, that's how they did this. That's how this world, that's how they figured out light. That's how they figured it. They just reverse engineered what was already happening above us.
As above, so below.
It just seemed that way, and I mean, I welcome anybody to say, "What the fuck?"
There's no better example of as above, so below. If the ley lines really are connected, it's the same for some kind of energy force field, and that would also explain maybe even the downward acceleration if there's a field there being generated constantly, and it could explain the ether drift. It could be like what the ether resides in, even that field, that is the ether field that moves along with it, the in between the stars and the ley lines. Everything in between has this field that moves in coordinates with the 15 degrees. And that explains all of the things that they try to attribute to space-time or spinning Earth or whatever, right? Could.
I guess. I don't really.
I mean, if the pendulum is actually processing, right, and the gyroscope is doing the 15-degree whatever, possibly, or average or something, and they're saying that's the spinning Earth, and it's actually the other claim is it's the ether. You know about that whole thing, right?
Yeah, no idea. Yeah.
Would the ether then be directly attached to this connection between the ley lines and the stars? Then, of course, it would be.
There has to be some connection. I don't know if it's ether, but it has to be something. It can't be a vacuum. It can't be nothing. It literally has to be something up there. And I don't want to say it's the ether, and I don't want to really claim to know what it is, to be honest with you, because that's crazy. I don't.
Yeah, it seems to be a ingeniously designed machine, this entire realm we're in. It's like the interior of like a complicated Swiss watch, but it's like a billion times more complicated than a watch. And you add all of like just the entire sky, everything happening on the Earth. It's pretty amazing to think that's all being sustained.
Hello.
Yo.
Hello.
I thought my sound wasn't coming through, but everyone was just kind of sitting in deep perplexion, I think.
Well, I had to walk away for a second, so.
Okay. Dude, I never heard you. You were talking about your little areas you have set up to show you the movement of the stars and the little altars and stuff. I didn't hear about that before. I want to see that shit sometime. You have to show us a camera at some point in a private hangout. That's cool.
Oh, yeah.
You're like it's like a Coral Castle type setup you got going on there, huh?
Not a coral castle, not even close. No, it's just I got 3 altars at the position where the sun comes up in the summer solstice, where it sets in the summer solstice. I have something set up so that it points directly at the Polaris. I have a sundial off the side of my house. My house is built directly, set up for east and west for the sundial, and it's just. I'm trying to make it all look good now with like petrified wood, white petrified wood for the markings of the time, 1 through 12, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I just would have done it.
And did you look at the Georgia Guidestones for any of the way they had a lot of those readings set up to be read?
Yeah, and then I took it down. No, I'm just kidding.
Then you blew it up. You're like, I got a better one. You're saying, I think you said you think directed energy weapon, or what was it that you thought maybe did it?
No, it just bothered. No, not. I didn't say directed energy weapon. No, not at all. I said it was very strange. It was very strange that they have a video closed circuit TV camera sitting at it 24/7, and all they caught, they didn't just catch anybody going up. They caught an image of somebody going away, maybe, but they caught it being blown up, and they're trying to make it out like somebody used a bomb or something, and it looked to me like an artillery shell. It looked to me like somebody shot the fucking thing. Because you would see somebody walk up there, you would think.
I can't unmute because you can hear what's going on here.
You guys were talking about the magnetic ley lines. This is kind of going a bit interdimensional, but what do you think about the idea that the electromagnetic ley lines within the earth and the ether and the heavens above, like the actual magnetic lines, create like different portals within different parts of this realm?
I would
I
say
wish I
no.
could have heard that, but I had sirens going on here. It sounded good.
Well, there's different ideas of portals. I mean, that's one thing in and of itself. And I'm not actually talking about an actual portal. Like, I'm not actually talking about. Well, there are actual portals, but that's a separate topic. I'm not really talking about a physical portal. In this case, I'm talking more about the capacity for one's consciousness to access certain realms is correlated. Yeah.
And the reason would be because no matter what, it's the same thing with you go to a person that has not so much dementia, but can't let things go. What they do in psych wards is they shock their brains, or they use magnetics to reset their brains so they don't have the same thoughts and the same processes. So if you leave the magnetic field that you're within and you change that at all, if it starts fluctuating majorly, I would think you would not only have a different conscious, but you would almost be like you said, a different portal, almost in a different dimension inside your own mind. When everything starts changing as far as electromagnetically and how your brain, fires off the electrodes to the neurons, I think you'd change completely. Or is that not where you're going with that?
I don't think he was going there, no, but that's interesting.
Yeah, no, I was actually more thinking about places like Egypt and Machu Picchu and Great Pyramids and these different places that people were setting up within certain magnetic ley line arrangements in order to be able to access certain realms of knowledge and spiritually, mystically, and to be able to reach like certain connections to certain realms to be able to channel further technology and knowledge.
Oh yeah, no, and that's very interesting because I really do wonder whether some of the information that I think I come up with or I think of, where does some of those thoughts, do you, or you start compiling information? Is there a set of information out there in the ether or in energy that you can actually connect into without having to interact with a being or physically experience something? And I do wonder about that, because you should be able to, if that is true, go to a certain place like you're saying where it'd be more energetic or more of a connection to whatever this information that I think I can tap into would be, where it would be. I mean,
yeah, it's like concentrated or heightened. Yeah, in certain areas.
So what do you are you saying that you think there's places like that, or do you know of places like that, or what do you?
Yeah, like definitely, I'm linking that to the magnetic ley lines and the actual way that the magnetic ley lines correlate with the ether and the accessibility of different parts of the ether to access certain other realms and other.
Wow, yeah. And I thought of it exactly a different way with this. So, all the anomalies and stories from Indians to now of creatures in the night and Bigfoot and things taking people or seeing things and they follow them, and nobody can ever have I mean, yeah, they say they saw something or they were scared and this and that. But I had an experience myself one time to where everything went quiet. Everything literally, I could not hear anything. And it took about 3 minutes and everything came back. And I felt like I was being watched, or I felt like something was there, and everything around me knew. Not just every person or animal, but everything around me knew whatever was there, because it's like a vibration. I couldn't hear anything and I felt weird. And what I attributed it to years later, actually looking at it, was the ley lines in the sky. And I don't know if this is true, but it seemed to me that it might correlate with a certain positioning of the stars coming above me, or a star, a node coming above me at that exact time for a certain amount of distance, 3 minutes or however long it took for its magnetic charge to touch the ground and go by me. And you think about it, there's a lot of weird things that happen in this world, like, deja vu or things like that, that it almost has to be a connection between a magnetic interference that rushes through you. I shouldn't say it has to be, but it seems like it has to be something like that.
Yeah, like it would have its physical correlate in the world. Yeah, there would be the physical side in addition to. That's definitely interesting. Or like, like some of those things that happen, like where people, they haven't thought of someone in like 5 years, an old friend or something. They'll literally think of them, give them a call, and then they haven't talked in 5 years, and the other person instantly picks up. They're like, "I was just thinking of you," something like that.
Yeah, and how is that connection? How is that connection done? Is it because of electricity, or is it everything's just coincidence?
Yeah, exactly. And then, would there be the physical component to that, like an actual physical charge connection happening between two people?
Well, and I wonder if there's certain people that can do that. That's what I wonder, because there's so much difference in everybody as far as we all have the same eyes. I'm not saying that, everybody can see the same, but people can see things that other people can't. And I'm not talking about just because it's they visually can see it. People see things differently and can discern everything differently. So why wouldn't it be the difference with thought patterns or processes of transferring your thoughts through your body? Maybe somebody can have an anomaly to where they can have ESP or send not so much I shouldn't say ESP or send out a signal, but I guess that's what it is, connect to somebody without speaking to them. Never seen it, that's for sure, but it's possible.
Yeah, that's definitely real. Like, there's so many ways that can occur, yeah, where you can have simultaneous experiencing of basically two people's consciousness as one, to where they're either like the idea of reading their mind or being like telepathically connected.
Having the same dream. Things like that.
Yeah, like it happens in synchronicity all the time in all kinds of little ways that people either do or don't pick up on, but there's also many like very interesting and dramatic cases. Like this one, I'll just say it super briefly, and I won't go into all the details, but basically just in the quickest nutshell possible, these two elderly, man and a woman, and the man passed away. And after he passed away, he came in spirit form, and the woman claims to have kind of had a psychic connection with him. And he told her that there was a book on his bookshelf that he had borrowed from a friend like 10 years previous, and he had forgot to give it back to the friend. And of course, he passed away. And in particular, there was like a little note in the book as well. There was like a lot of details about it. And she went to the bookshelf after she had that experience, as it were, connecting with him. She went to the bookshelf. Indeed, the book was there. And, it was like, fourth shelf down, fifth, 12th book on the right. It was a whole thing. And it was that exact book. It did have the writings and the little note on the inside of it, the writings in it. And she called the friend who was still alive, that he had borrowed the book from like 10 years ago. And the friend, instantly broke down crying. "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I did lend that book, and and then I just heard he passed away and all that stuff." So it was like this profound kind of correlation in the physical world of her having, accurately sort of navigated all that.
That'd be a trip, I have to say.
Like she got something in the kind of spiritual psychic realm, as it were, of someone who passed away that was actually accurate, that like in the physical world. And there's so many of those, but that's just one. That's a kind of an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's had those things though that where, it's not so much you even think or make a decision, but for some reason you stop. And a fucking diesel comes flying by. I mean, that's not what happened to me, but it was a 4-wheeler that came flying by me, and there's no reason for me to stop. And those are the things that I go, why would I do that? And I chalk it up to coincidence, of course. Oh, there was just my ankle itched, and that's why I stopped, or whatever it is. But I'm not so sure anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all have these capacities. It's just some are more aware of it than others, and some have dialed it in more than others. Like some people haven't dialed it in at all within themselves, and then other people have, or are on the journey of doing that. Because at the end of the day, it's like attuning your consciousness to the larger field of who you are. It's like the idea of like if you have like a water faucet. Normally, our water faucet, like compared to the whole, we're usually experiencing only a little part of it. So maybe it's just like a drip coming through, just that little bit that we're experiencing. But if you like open up the faucet, more starts to flow. You see more of it in that sense. So people being able to like expand their awareness or consciousness beyond just their physical body to tap into other layers, whether that's like remote viewing or looking into the future or looking into the past, all of those kinds of things.
Yeah, I never got into the whole remote viewing or anything. I understand, how they do it and what they're trying to accomplish, but that's the hard one for me to get into.
Yeah. Well, do you believe when you pass away that your soul can float around and go look around the earth and stuff? Like, do you hold that? Like when you're in your soul form, like after you die?
No. No, I do not. I'm not sure.
What do you think happens when you pass away then? You just totally leave this realm? Like you instantly just vanish from here?
I don't think, well, I don't know how to describe it any other way than this. I believe I am my persona or my soul, you would call it. I don't call it a soul. I call it my charge. So I think I'm energy. That's what makes me me. It's the modulation through this vessel that I am that makes me specifically me anyway. And that when I die, it's not so much that I die, my energy is released from this vessel. And I mean, there's just, or the spark or whatever, but I never have, even when I was a Christian, believed that I literally had a soul that had to be judged. But I mean, that's what I believe anyway.
Yeah. Nice. Okay, so when you leave the vessel, where are you going? In your understanding, what is it another dimension? Is it another realm? Is it overlaid over this realm? Is it above? Is it up to the heavens? Like, what is that to you? Or in your
I think I go straight to the energy, that the same energy cycle that gives us the electricity in the sky, the light, just everything, the light that we see, the sun and the earth, just everything that is energy. You can measure it. I can measure 2 volts out of the ground. I can measure some ungodly 80,000 volts out of the sky. It's just crazy. There's energy everywhere. And I think that since I am DC, I don't believe I'm an alternating current. I believe I would directly go to the ground. That's what I believe. But I could be wrong and definitely persuade, think something different.
Wouldn't it depend on your polarity?
No, your polarity is going to be positive no matter what.
Ah.
Are you saying there's an alternating current with? I've only found direct current inside of a body. But if we have alternating current, that would be different.
Well, if you look at the the electrical heart pulse signal on the EKG, it's kind of an alternating cyclic voltage. But anyway.
The heart pumping? Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I could go along with that. You can use an oscilloscope to watch the electrical pulse of the muscle of the heart pump. Yeah, I was talking more of the actual voltage, the what you can measure. I don't measure like if I take that machine I was talking about, an ohms meter, and go, I can't do it with an alternating current. Even if I stick it inside my body straight to my blood and a nerve, I've never been able to get alternating current. But I see what you're saying. It definitely would be a wave on an oscilloscope.
Oh, I came late. I didn't hear how you were measuring your voltage.
Yeah, I'm just using a ohms meter on direct current with well, I think whoever else was doing it just in live on the show, they were just doing it with the electrodes from the ohms meter. I use a magnesium bar and a silver bar. Just
Well, you realize, of course, that it's the difference of metals that's actually producing that voltage difference. It's not you, right? You could put it in a cup of water and get the same thing, basically, especially if it was a little bit salty.
Well, no. You can do it with just with the electrodes, with the copper.
Yeah, the current passing through his body, bro. It's not like he's touching the metals close to each other. He's holding one in one hand or touching it on a whole other place on his body. So the metals might help or change something, but yeah, you don't need to do that. You can grab the leads. And he even told me, man, because I've done that before and held hands with my wife, and it upped a little bit, and then we got higher. We stood on the bed and held our hands. We held hands and held the lead in the other hand, and on the ground a little lower and consistently. And I forgot what the reading was with me and her in a series, if you will. But no, we it definitely was pretty consistent. But I had one more thing to say. Oh yeah, he told me like he put his mouth on his foot, the highest and the lowest. And I did it on camera, and sure enough, it was like over double, between double and triple my regular reading, of like, it ain't that much.
How much was it?
It's current. I had resistance. Initially, I had like 0.44 milliohms of resistance, and like just right at a volt. And then when I put it in my mouth, and as close as I get with my feet, because I got shoes on, it was like a little over a couple volts DC.
Ah.
You've never? Do you have a voltmeter?
I've got like 6 of them.
Yeah, I know. I got a bunch of them blowing the freaking fuses trying to check ampage. But yeah, then you know this. You've grabbed the leads and seen it spike, right? I mean, ain't just us, is it?
No, but it's probably not what you think, but it won't hurt anything.
Oh, you're low voltage, ain't you?
But it won't hurt you to believe what you like on that one.
That was funny as shit. I'm sorry, but that was funny.
He's low voltage.
No, so what do you think the voltage is from then? If it's not from the iron core blood making electricity from moving around in the solidity or saline body, what is it that's giving us the voltage? If it's not off of our skin and then we stick it in our mouth and it gets more, where is the voltage coming from? Is it the battery inside the ohms meter?
No. The probes have unequal conditions. So, sometimes, for example, my voltmeter probes I have here, they're brass probes, but they were nickel plated at one time, and that's kind of worn off to varying degrees. So when I grab my probes, one's maybe more worn than the other, so I'm getting a little different exposures of metal, And it could also be the salt is more the sweaty salt film is more concentrated in one hand than in the other, just because one hand dried out a little more, was more sweaty or something, and so that's going to create an imbalance.
I tried to get around that. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but if it's
Vaseline.
hold on, if it's not ohms, why all the resistance? Cha-ching.
Well, so I'm kind of reading between your lines because you said things that were false because you don't understand the units.
That was a joke, bro. That was a joke, bro. Get it? Ohms, resistance.
Yeah, well, no, because you were using the word
literally.
resistance. You were talking about.
Yeah, because I measured my resistance, but that was
I
just
got
an
it.
ohm joke.
But you said milliohms, and trust me, you don't measure milliohms across your body. You measure kiloohms or megohms across your body. So obviously there's some
I meant megohms. You're right. You're right. I meant megohms. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said milliohms. You're right. Because
okay.
Yeah, that's totally opposite.
Okay, so when you're in megohm setting, the voltage is coming from the instrument, and it's just measuring resistance. And the wetter, the more sweaty your hands are, and the harder you squeeze your probes, the lower the resistance will get.
So I wonder why me and my wife's voltage when we hold hands and she holds one lead, then it goes up every time.
So
not just sometimes.
So are you using the ohms setting or the volts setting?
No, volt DC voltage.
She probably had moister hands than you do.
No, I'm saying she don't have that high of a voltage on her own, but she does have some voltage. You know.
Right. So here's what you need to do is
I know they're very, very sensitive, but bro, anytime you touch with one hand, something's flowing. Bro, it's flowing through your body, whether it's a teeny crumb of resistance, bro. It's better than the resistance of air, you know, and these meters are very, very sensitive.
Right.
But the
that's something else that throws you off is you turn on a voltmeter to volts, a modern voltmeter with 10 megohm per volt input, and you grab onto one of those leads and someone else has grabbed onto the other, or it's just near your clothes or something, it'll pick up a static electric field just from the friction around your clothes without even being connected to anything. Right now I'm getting like, I just got a half a volt and I'm only touching one lead. And so what you really need to do if you want to measure the potential across your hands is make sure conditions on both sides are equal. So get like 2 identical stainless steel cups. Do you have like some stainless steel cups?
No.
I've got stainless steel.
I got some stainless steel bowls, I think. Dog bowls, maybe.
Good. So take some stainless steel bowls that are identical, wash them, make them nice and clean, mix up some slightly salty water from the same batch, and then pour some of it in each of those bowls, and then use clip leads or something to hook your voltmeters up to the 2 bowls, the 2 leads of the voltmeter up to the 2 bowls, and then submerge your hands, one in each bowl, without the bowls touching each other. That should give you...
Are you joking me? Are you serious? So you're telling me...
Right. I could probably eat salty popcorn and my shit would go up, bro. You don't think dude, I get shocked all the time. I get shocks in my arms and jolts sometimes when I'm sleeping. Dude, I promise you there's electricity. That's what I run on. It may be a different kind or whatever, but dude, what do you think we running on, bro? I mean, what do you think?
He's saying we need to stick our hands in water in order to measure the electricity off the side so that it's the same. But I can't even understand how you would say we have to have a medium of water before we can measure the electricity on the skin, because don't you think if you put the electrodes in water, you aren't going to be able to measure the resistance between your hands and the water and the leads? The resistance of the water itself will not allow there to be a connection. You'll have some connection, but there'll be resistance instead of you just sticking your hand straight to the node.
Well, no, you connect the voltmeter leads to the bowls themselves. The bowls become your electrodes. The salt in the water makes it conductive, and because it's got free ions. And
you're saying putting your hands on the bottom of the bowl?
Yeah, just push your hands all the way in the bowl. I
thought you were saying just submerge them in the water and then hope.
Oh, you can take a fucking battery, bro. Look, you can take a battery and touch the positive end with the lead, right? Touch the negative end with your hand, and the negative with your other hand, and you will get the reading of that battery, bro. Your body, the shit passes through your body, bro. You might not get the whole thing, but you'll get most of it, man.
Yeah, no, I know.
It'll pass right through your body, bro. They're sensitive as shit, dude.
Yeah.
And what are you trying? Are you trying to say that we don't have that much voltage? We're getting it wrong. That there's no voltage at all, or there might be more. I'm not understanding what your argument as far as the way that we're measuring the voltage.
No, there is voltage that can be measured, and when you go get an EKG, that's what they're measuring. But what you're doing, the voltage you're measuring is not from your body, it's from the battery that's formed by your electrodes on your skin. And
so why did it go up inside my
Then why
body?
did it go up when why did it go up when I put one down by my foot?
And
Just
one in
curious.
your mouth.
Well, like I said, if the electrolyte concentration, whether it's your saliva on the one end, if it's in your mouth, or your sweat, or the thickness of your callus on your hand, or whatever, slight differences will cause the electrode to be dissolving more quickly or more slowly in one hand or at one end of you than in the other end. For example, the electrode's going to be dissolving a lot faster in your mouth probably. And that imbalance causes current to flow, and that causes the voltmeter to read.
So it's just like anything else. You know, we could do certain things and get more voltage, but the fact of the matter is anybody who touches two leads is gonna read something, dude. I mean, I would think. I've never seen. I mean, I ain't like I've done it with a bunch of people, but just a couple I have. Yeah, we read voltage, man, and every time I've touched it, I got voltage. So whatever's causing it, it's coming from me, whether it's my sweat or whatever.
Yeah, no, he's saying
they're not close to each
you have
other,
a
you know?
battery. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I was done.
No, I was saying he was getting at that it's not so much that you're not measuring voltage. He's saying the voltage isn't coming from inside of your body, and your body doesn't create voltage. You have a battery that is created on the outside of your skin with the sweat and the salt in the sweat that makes a charge outside of your body, is what he's saying.
Exactly. So, have you ever watched them do an EKG on someone, how they have these special little electrodes that they stick on you?
Mm-hmm.
And have you ever noticed the clear jelly that's on those?
Right, Vaseline.
No, it's not Vaseline. Vaseline is an insulator, an electrical insulator. That jelly is actually a special.
Petroleum or whatever.
No, it's not. It's a special conductive jelly to allow the electrode to get a good, even connection to your skin, because they want to get rid of all this inherent battery voltage that you're reading with your home voltmeters. Look it up. I'm not making it up. It's very interesting. There are very, very, very small voltages that can be measured, but in order to not overload the amplifiers that measure those small voltages, they have to do special procedures and use that special conductive jelly and use neutral electrodes in order to eliminate the high voltage that would otherwise be generated just outside the skin, so that they can measure the actual very, very small voltage signals from the nerves and the muscles.
Well, anyway, I just did it again, and yeah, I wasn't reading a full volt. I read like 0.8, and I mean, dude, I dried my hands off good. I mean,
Is there voltage inside of the body as well that isn't what they're measuring with the EKG, the actual voltage of the brain, each neuron, the pulse of your muscles? That's what they're using on the EKGs, is the electricity running through certain parts, like where if they put the patch on, they're going for either the muscle of the heart or a main electrode place where they can find electricity anyway. Are you telling me there's not an electric charge inside the body that's a constant one? That I shouldn't say constant one that's not what you're telling me is not, that I can't measure by a ohms meter?
Correct.
Or I'm sorry, a voltage meter? Wow.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
no,
any of the voltages that I get from my experiments are completely wrong, because there's a battery that's created on the outside of my body.
Yes.
Okay.
And you can create that exact same battery by taking those same two metals, put them in vinegar, in salt water, or even just in tap water, and that voltmeter will still read different voltages without you even in the picture. So
right, because you've created a battery with you're actually putting the leads into the how can I put this? The iron core. You're actually touching the iron core and touching the outside of the vessel that you're making for your whatever you're saying it is, the oil, vinegar, all that kind of stuff. So you have the alternating to make a battery, but you're still having to connect to a voltage source the same way that you're saying you're not I don't see how you're saying that I can't measure my body and now I have a battery. So why aren't we just taking the voltage off our bodies and using that for making electricity for phones or things like that?
Well, because it's not very much power, and it depends on the one metal dissolving into your sweat. And it'd kind of just make a mess if you were dissolving a lot of metal into your sweat all the time. And the power that it makes is way too small to run a cell phone. But it could possibly run something like a watch.
A light, an LED light.
No, they take too much power, but it could probably run a wristwatch.
But you're saying my sweat is like a reduction cell, or what? What are you saying? I don't get it.
That might work. I mean, I'm not sure what reduction cell means to you, but basically like an electrochemical cell.
You just said the metal's breaking down into my skin, bro. That's reduction, right?
Yeah, it could be that. That could be a way to describe it. Just like any wet cell. Well, that's why I'm telling you to try it with identical electrodes and identical conditions of contact on both electrodes. You know, have them both submerged in salt water so that you don't have to worry about one being a little bit more sweaty than the other. You'll have everything balanced, and that should be interesting.
I actually will try that because I did.
Wait a minute, you've never done it?
I've done it with both silver and then both magnesium, gold. I've used what else did I use? Stainless steel, a bunch of different metals, and it seemed to me, I don't know why, but it seemed that the magnesium and the silver got me a better connection than any others. But it's not that I get more voltage off of myself if I change it. It's consistent. I don't have to sit there and press as hard as I can, and everybody else is the same voltage as they were. But I see what you're saying. I will try that. I definitely will try that. So
were you using two silver electrodes or a silver and a magnesium together?
I actually connected magnesium on the. Hold on, let me make sure I'm right on this. It's magnesium on the negative, silver on the positive. So
okay.
I can see why you would say that might not be the best way to do it. It might mess with things, but that was the best connection that I could get.
No, that's because the electronegativities of those made the strongest battery, and that's how they make good batteries, is by choosing a combination of two metals that have a significant potential electronegativity potential between them, and that way they get more voltage. I put a link to a periodic table about the electronegativity. That'll give you kind of a clue. All different metals have a specific electronegativity, and based on that you can kind of get an idea of what the voltage would be produced on any given pair of metals if they were put in salt water together but not touching to form a battery. And the human body is basically 98% salt water, so the skin has a fair amount of resistance, but inside you're basically a pretty good conductor. That's why you can get such a shock off if you stick your fingers in the outlet. And that's why it's worse if they're wet.
You don't think that we run off electricity? Our heart and our aura, and I mean, the way you're saying it, we could never disprove or really prove that, because I mean, you could do little things to insinuate either way, but we got to use a conductor. You know, we can't use an insulator. But yeah, it might raise with salt water, but yeah, I mean, I'm just saying there'd be no. I mean, you don't feel like you are powered?
I think he's saying there's voltage in us. He's just saying that we should be more I guess, equal in the way that we measure this stuff and look at it as, getting rid of all the problems of we have a bimetal, or I have a bimetal anyway, measuring it. And he's right. That's two different situations or environments on each one of the poles, so it should be the same. So I understand what he's saying, but
yeah. And every metal does have different potentials.
I don't think he's saying that we don't have voltage in this. I just think he's saying we're not measuring it right.
Well, the voltage we have in us is very, very small, like is in microvolts, millionths of a volt, which your meter doesn't show. If you put your meter on a microvolt source, it would still say 0 because well, if you set it to millivolts and it reads 0.0, it could still be 100 microvolts and still be less than 0.1 millivolts.
Bro, what do you think's powering your brain? You don't think you have electric circuits, and you don't think that look what we eat. We eat salty shit and sugar. Sugars, carbon. I mean, we're batteries, bro. That's what we are. We're batteries. We need oxygen, right? And we got iron that flows through us constantly, and our blood is a excellent fucking electrolyte. In fact, blood can make one of them things where you can see magnets under the certain light, where you can see the magnetic field. But I mean, they call our blood plasma and shit, dude. I mean, it's right in front of your face, bro. That we're electric. The shocks we get, but not talking about the static. I'm talking about like shocks in your arm and shit, and jolts sometimes. And like I said, your aura, you could detect that shit. Some people got different, with different sensors. But I mean, you don't think we're electric people? I mean, I don't know, man. You got to at least consider that fact, right? Just your heartbeat. You get shocked to come back to life. I mean, it's a spark of life. I mean, I don't get it, man. I don't know why you're denying it, saying like a millionth of a volt. I might say, yeah, it's low, maybe a little bit, but no, man, that low? That's crazy, man. I don't know, man.
No, I full well am aware that there's electrical signals used, but I think it's an electrochemical. I think the chemical energy is triggered by small electrical impulses, which trigger a chemical reaction, which creates another impulse, which travels down the nerve or through the muscle or whatever.
Electrochemical, whatever, it's still electrical. It might be a little different kind, but the oxygen to me is kind of the dead giveaway. The fact that the sugar, the salt, and the oxygen, man, to me that I don't know.
Right. So what's the
you
major?
break everything down into sugars. That's carbon, right?
It's a carbohydrate, and sugar is not as a non-conductor.
Bullshit. Not when you break it down, bro. It's fucking. It's good, low resistance free. Dude, I just made. So in fact, I just did it in a couple different ways, man. I took some 90% sulfuric acid and put it on just regular table sugar and made a snake, which was a hell of a surface area, dude. And then I made a little. Actually, I'm waiting on one of them to dry, but plus I put copper in the middle and then pencil lead in the middle of the other one, but made some little electrodes, man, for electrolysis, and it sparked on my welder. And I got some even lower resistance shit, but I put some baking soda and some sugar and put it on some a bed of sand with some alcohol in it, and it made a better snake out of that, which has a resistance, man. It's got a real low resistance, not like graphite or nothing like that, but still pretty low, and look at, you put the carbon on ultra capacitors. I mean, that's how they make supercapacitors. They're like graphite and carbon, sheets instead of the regular capacitors with the aluminum and shit. The strips or different types. But anyway, carbon and graphite, that style of shit is big time in in producing electricity. Sugar is key ingredient.
But when you put on the sulfuric acid and it steals the hydrogen and oxygen and leaves carbon, it's not sugar anymore, is it? So when I said that sugar is non-conductive, I was correct. And besides, there's not 98% sulfuric acid in our body to
Well, I said
convert
90.
sugar into carbon.
No. Yeah, but you're right though. Just the actual sugar. Yeah, you're right. But no, I was referring to it as the carbon. You know, the carbohydrates, carbon and hydrogen, and we breathe the oxygen. I mean, all that. It's you got to admit it's either a hell of a coincidence, you know, that we have all the ingredients of batteries and whatnot, and you know, the blood, the plasma and stuff, the shocking to bring people to life, and just the spark of life. I mean, it's so you say it's electrical, but it's a different kind of electricity, like electrochemical. Is that what you called it?
Yeah, electrochemical. In other words,
awesome.
well, think of it as, this is a bad analogy, but since you gave 5, I'll give 1. Think of it as an automobile engine. You know those, right? This little electric spark sets off an explosion, which is what actually runs the engine. Are you going to say it's an electric engine? Well, no, but it still needs a small electrical signal to control the timing of the energy. And that's what I'm saying as a rough analogy is how our muscles work. The energy is stored in the sugars and stuff, and the electrical signals then enable that sugar and the oxygen to then react to contract the muscles to do work.
Worthless though. Even your analogy is worthless without a glow plug or a spark plug.
I was going to say, if you bring in an engine, and I know that you said this was a bad analogy to start off with, but an engine needs like an 80,000 volt charge to jump that gap.
Right. I am not at all saying that the human body combusts in a heat fire at all, but I'm just showing an illustration of the one point I'm making is that a small electrical spark, which is, you know, a fraction of a watt, is controlling thousands of watts of energy, and the energy is actually being stored as a fuel and an oxidizer and is being converted at the whim of the spark. And
what do you mean? Hey, what do you mean we don't combust? What about all this exhaust?
That's funny.
It is an oxidization because it goes in as sugar and comes out as carbon dioxide. It goes in as oxygen and sugar contains carbon, and it is converted to carbon dioxide, which is the same thing that fire produces, but it's done chemically, catalytically, at a low temperature, not at the temperatures that fire takes place at, obviously, because we're not that hot.
Pretty similar processes though, man, you got to admit, you know.
Yeah, chemistry controlled by electrical signals. And so that's what, you know, when they put the paddles on you to revive your heart, they give it a shock, and that electrical signal triggers the muscle. It's not the energy that makes the muscle go, but it triggers the muscle's utilization of the stored cell food and the oxygen to make the muscle start contracting to resynchronize it.
Yeah, but here's my last analogy, bro, to prove that we are electric, and you know, we're basically batteries or whatever. If you got a bad heart, you know, and then you get a pacemaker and you get one of them batteries that lasts forever. And it's not much, but it's just a little bit of a battery in there that just has that juice to make sure your heart beats regular. You know, that steady pacemaker, that steady voltage, man. That tiny little bit. Make sure that heart stays beating right, man. I mean, that doesn't tell you, you know, that, I mean, if we can actually literally use a battery to keep our shit running right, I mean, fuck, dude, it's at least similar. And so, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying, man. I just the way you're saying it's just for some reason killing my vibe, bro. I don't know, man. I can't explain it, man, but just say it different, man. Cheer me up, man. We're here for fun, right?
Just remember, tomorrow is the first day of the rest of your life. Oh, that's not very funny. But your point about the heart actually shows what I'm trying to say. The heart, let's see, in a 70-year lifetime, the average heart moves 2,000 gallons of blood. So if that little tiny battery in the pacemaker was actually the source of energy for the heart pumping thousands of gallons of blood, you can't pump thousands of gallons of anything.
No, it's just to keep your rhythm. It's just for the rhythm, man. It's a teeny little, it's the battery lasts forever, man. It's putting out a very, 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 very small current, like a milliamp.
Right.
Not even a milliamp, like a freaking whatever you call it, picoamp or something. But
right. Exactly. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, you got a battery and you keeping you running, right? I mean, that's still a hell of a thought. But no, I wanted to say one other thing, man. Oh my God, I forgot. Trying to think of the fucking pico amp. Hold on. Oh yeah, I wanted to say one other thing. Yeah, like this is a Trivial Pursuit question, man, and I got it wrong the first time. But so it's like, what is the cause, the literal cause of death every death is the result of this. You're officially dead. I said, when your heart stops beating, which was close, but that's not it. The answer to the question is lack of oxygen to the brain. So, of course, because your heart stopped beating, you're not getting oxygen to your brain, but I was a step away. So I guess it doesn't count if you're like vaporized or something. But a regular death is from lack of oxygen to your brain. So you got to have a steady supply of oxygen coursing through your body. That's that doesn't like debunk what you're saying. I'm not necessarily trying to do that. I'm just trying to compare the reactions going on in our body, to batteries and shit. I mean, they're similar, if nothing else. But yeah, it's different. But I think we have a little more voltage in us, whatever it is, the sweat, whatever's causing it. I think it's a little more than you think. I believe. But I'm not doubting everything else you're saying. Are you a chemist? I don't hear shit, man. Oh man, I wanted to ask him a question. I hope he's still there. You still there?
Oh, now can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
I hear you now.
How long was I gone for?
After I don't know if you heard everything I said about, I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but I just think the only thing I think is, in my opinion, we have, a little more voltage, whether it's sweat, whatever's causing. I just think our battery, I think we have a little more voltage than you're giving credit for. But I'm not doubting everything you say. But are you a chemist?
Oh, yeah, okay, I heard all that. My headphones have this mute button on the wire that I bump sometimes, so I was hearing you. No, I'm not trained as a chemist, but I enjoy the topic and I do reading on it and some experimentation on it.
Yeah, it's something I really wish I'd have paid more attention to in school, man. I mean, I got the basics and all that, but man, it's like so many things are interesting when you get older that you didn't give two shits about when you were young,
Yeah. Well, anyway, I am all for experimentation, so I'm just helping you see how to eliminate unknowns from outside your body so you can get a better idea of what you're measuring inside. And you can take your zinc and your silver or whatever your two metals are and just dip them in a glass cup and measure the voltage across them without them touching, and you'll be like, oh yeah, these do make a battery even without a human, you know.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But that wasn't me. That was what you call it. I think
E1.
That was me.
Yeah.
That was me. I just did it because it made more of a better connection. I didn't get better readings. I got a better consistent connections. I wasn't sometimes getting, 0.8 volts and sometimes getting 1.4. I was always consistently getting the same thing when I put. That's the only reason.
Yeah. Well, try to eliminate variables outside your body, and then you get a better idea of what you're actually trying to measure.
Okay, well, I will say I wasn't
gotta
trying
admit,
to
too.
prove anything from this. I was just saying it was very strange that I got different voltage readings from different people from different times when they were born. I wasn't trying to prove anything at all. I was just, it was just something I saw and thought was really, really strange. But
yeah,
I might try. I definitely will take the stainless steel bowls, fill them with water, and try it. I'll see what that does for me.
Yeah, and make sure you've got a good ohm meter too. Some of the cheap ones don't have very good input resistance.
I've got one.
Yeah, but people are conductors though, man. You can, and I found that out the hard way when I was young. It was actually my friend's stepdad, this fat bastard. His shit wasn't grounded in his kitchen. He's like, "Come here," and him and my buddy's mom, and I guess she had her hand on the fridge or some shit, and he had his hand on the stove. And he's like, look, bow your head and hold hands or something, dude. And I forgot the way they tricked me, but they both grabbed me and it shocked the shit out of us all, man. But me, the worst. So yeah, that electricity will pass through your body. Like I said, you can hold a battery. I mean, I ain't gonna repeat it all again, but yeah, you can pass the current through your body. There's people who can light up light bulbs and shit, bro, doing that. Who are more people that are more resistant, who are more tolerant because from adapting to it, not adapting, but tolerance to high voltages. You ain't seen the people light up light bulbs and shit, holding live voltage.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
So yeah, it ain't like we're not like a insulator like air or some shit or spring water.
Yeah, actually, I've done it. Actually, I've built little Tesla coils, and then I hold a little fluorescent tube light and hold it over that and get it to light up. You ever build a Tesla coil?
No.
They're kind of fun, but you got to watch out for the voltage because they will bite you.
Yeah, I had a small one at one that was only like 6 inches high and, didn't use very much of a surface area on the top, man. And it was pushing 90 at 100,000 volts and jumping, like I said, 12 inches. And that thing would bite you. It was small.
I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I had this idea a few years back to, these HHO generators. I made them and was making balloons and blowing them up and shit. And I was like, you know what, man? I bought a generator, and I still have it in the box, but it has a DC output. And I was like, you know what? It's got a 12-volt DC output, and then it's got like 4 plugs for AC. And I was like, man, you know what? If I can make enough of this gas, and then I could run my HHO generator off the 12-volt output once I get it going, and have free plugs. It's not really free energy. People are denying that this will work. But I'm like, dude, the water, you're using the water. It's not free energy. You're getting the energy breaking down the water and whatnot. So I don't think they're, but anyway, they're saying it wouldn't work. Well, I did get the shit to run. I made a video. It's on my channel a few years back where I almost stopped doing it because Mythbusters showed that, they said, will a car run on HHO and shit? And they had it going. But when they had their shit, and when he connected it, it was letting out pathetic bubbles like blip, and then a little fizz, like, blip, and then he hooks up a big tank of hydrogen and runs it straight to the carburetor. And Jamie's in there like, oh look, and he's revving it up. If we could make the gas, it would work. And he's revving it up, laughing. I almost quit making my shit, dude. But I went ahead and finished anyway because I was pretty close. And my shit pumped out. You know, I had like 11 plates, stainless steel, good sized plates, filling up a whole pickle jar with a 12-volt car battery. My shit was pumping out gas, right? And I looked back at their show. They didn't add a fucking catalyst or a salt. I'm like, that's fucking slime bag fucking lie. That's, to me, that's a lie. They know better. You know, they did all that and didn't add fucking a fucking an electrolyte. That's bullshit. But anyway, so I got the idea to try and run the generator. So I took the carburetor off completely, and I finally got it going. My bubbler, I used a pump sprayer as my bubbler, right? And then I finally got the generator to fucking crank. I got it running for a few seconds, but it just wasn't enough to maintain it. And so I made another HHO generator, and a little time had went by, so I cleaned the. My idea was to like I said, get some extra plugs and get it going, and if I could get proof of concept, I can show that all we need is one of these devices or two, bridge them together, and with a DC output, we can have plugs just for the price of water. So long story short, I finally got another one, and I made another one in a pickle jar and took the other one apart and cleaned the rust and the corrosion and shit off of it because a little time it went by. I got a splitter, split the two together, and ran it into that same machine. And like I said, it's on my channel. I got it running for about 3 or 4 seconds before it fucking popped and exploded. So I did actually get it running, but come to find out, like about 6 months later, I kind of gave up and got burnt out on it. And I went to check it. The splitter, one of the fucking lines was clogged. So the whole time I was only using the one pickle jar. The whole time I never even got the gas. So just about 2 weeks ago, maybe a month, I don't know, time flies, but they done bit my idea and got it working. And but I'm looking at their device and they got little plates and it's a good stack of them, but it's not enough surface area. It's like, man, I think they're hiding something, but because they got their shit running perfect and it looks like a better designed device and all that, but it just, to me, it doesn't seem like enough surface area, man. Not even as much as I had my one to get this shit running full throttle and power and shit. So I think it might be a gimmick, but still the theory's there. And I got it from watching a guy ran his lawnmower off gas vapor. So I was like, so these motors will definitely run on vapor. And then I got that DC outputted generator that, like I said, still in the box today. I haven't had an emergency where I needed it, but I still have this other one. So I just pulled my my HHO converters out because I'm pissed off. I'm like, man, they beat me to the idea. Because if it ain't a gimmick, because I actually did get my shit running. I crunk. I showed it. It's just like a 20-second video before it backfired.
If you get that running, let me know, because I did HHO generators. I did supplements for my generators instead of just trying to run it straight off the gas. First, I tried doing it the way you're talking about, running it off of just the HHO. I could never get it to run, never. But if I run my carburetor and, like I'm using Honda generators, so they're computer controlled carburetors. So they'll back off the gas whenever you introduce more.
You got the O2 sensor.
Huh?
You got to make sure there's no O2 sensor, because if you're doing the HHO and it's going to detect that oxygen, it's going to back off, ain't it? With the
No, that's what I want. I wanted it to back off because then it gives less gas whenever I introduce my HHO. I was just adding it into the inlet of the carburetor, so I could actually sit there and, like you're talking about, run it off the generator, but I could not make the engine run good enough with just HHO at all in order to make electricity. But if I kept the gas going to it and just introduced HHO, I get 20% extra long run. So if I was running an 8-hour 1 gallon of gas for 8 hours on my generator, I introduced the HHO, I would get 2 hours. But there was a major problem with it. And the major problem is it introduces water into the engine. And that's the biggest problem I had. I didn't destroy an engine, but it definitely took the timing of the rings, the Pretty much just the rings. That's the only thing. The rings and the valves, the seating of the valves were destroyed within, I would say, a year, as opposed to 4 years without it. But if you do figure that out, let me know, man. I'd love to know how many plates you're running, what the size, how much gas you're getting out, what voltage you're using, all that kind of stuff. Because I could not. I tried so many different ways. I used so many different vessels, so many different sizes, different voltages.
Here's the trick, bro. This is the trick. This is what I had to do, and it finally got my shit to crank, you know, and to run for a couple seconds before it fucking damn near exploded. But anyway, I never measured the gas, but the trick is, like I said, I used a pump sprayer for my bubbler. I used the wand. I took the wand off, and instead of using just a bubbler, or for your arrestor or your purifier, whatever you want to call it, your bubbler, I used a pump sprayer and put a few pumps on it, so just a little bit of pressure. And I guess I got it right a few times. So that was the trick. So you want to get a little pressure going. I guess that's what I did. That was the trick to get it working. Just so you know, I ain't told nobody else.
All right, I'll have to look at that. Yeah, I was just using another container for the bubbler to make sure it didn't
I
explode.
heard you say that the other day, Brian.
What?
I heard you say that the other day. Don't say you didn't tell anyone else. Although it was just three of us in the room.
You saying that I told my trick of using a pump sprayer?
Yeah, come on.
Swear to God.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't think I did, but yeah, if I did, I did.
Yeah.
Well, that was the trick, dude. That's what it took, man. Just if you're not making it up, I'm assuming. So I must have said it, but I kept it in. I kept it secret for a while, I guess. But
And what was the difference between the sprayer bottle and any other bottle that made it different?
like I said, I pumped it up. I got it running a little bit, and then I put a few pumps on the pump.
Pressurized. I see.
Had an
Okay.
airtight fit going into the hole where the carburetor was, going straight into the block. And so
That's why it exploded, right?
Yeah. That's why it backfired, I guess. But so got it running.
Hey, Brian.
You should watch it, dude. You should watch the video, man. It's on my Flat Earth Test channel.
Oh, I definitely will.
I'll post it right now.
Cool. Thank you.
I ran a lawnmower on hydrogen or on HHO briefly once.
It's an amazing feeling when something like that works, isn't it? You're just like, oh my God, it's working.
Yeah, I took like a 13-gallon trash bag and I had it all full of HHO, and I had it plumbed right up to the intake on it, to the carburetor. There was no gas, but I was using the throttle so it would govern or control and it wouldn't just blow up. But anyway, and it was an electric start push mower, and I was 100 feet away with an extension cord hooked to a big battery charger, so I could start it remotely because I didn't really want to stand by it, because there was that whole big bag of hydrogen gas floating up there by it. And it started, and it ran. It had lots of power. I could tell it was knocking a lot, though, because basically there's no nitrogen. It was just hydrogen and oxygen, so it was a lot more power than it was used to. But then it backfired and lit the whole bag on fire, and so it just went boom.
I kind of know the feeling. My first experience with making the hydrogen cell was not so much the explosion of the hydrogen or the HHO inside of a bag or anything, but my dumb ass didn't realize you had to have a bubbler. So as soon as any type of thing happened in the generator, I got a backfire and everything went plasma, as far as there was just a major connection inside there. And when it blew, I thought I was dead, but it was just cold water, salt water. So I was okay.
Oh, your generator, your cell blew up. Yeah.
Oh, completely. And it was so loud, dude. It sounded like the neighbors came over. They were a little worried.
How many amps were you running in your bubbler or your cell?
I think I was running. What was it? 12 volt at, I want to say it was 10 amp, but I could be wrong. It could have been 20,
Oh, okay.
20, something around there. I really don't know, to be honest with you. I know I was doing the same thing that he was talking about, using the charger off of the generator. So I didn't have to do any regulation. I just put a potentiometer on the voltage and ran it down. So I really don't know exactly.
I was running 100 amps on the first one I built, and then 300 amps on the second one. 5 volts though, because you really, if you use a good electrolyte, I was using lye or potassium hydroxide, then you can get the same amount of, because it's the current that matters. The voltage doesn't matter as long as it's a couple of volts in order to overcome the electronegativity difference between the hydrogen and the oxygen, and then that's what breaks them apart. And then beyond that, it's just a given amount of current gives you a given rate of gas flow. So you can get it much more efficient by having an electrolyte and then having higher current, lower voltage, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that does make sense because of what I saw. I mean, yeah, I didn't have to have it going crazy with the voltage to make more gas, and bubbling it really hard didn't help anything. So yeah, I see what you're saying.
Look, I posted it, man. It shows me it's the one I recorded, and it's only like 50 seconds long. You should look. If you look close, you'll see it's an old Coleman generator, and you see my where I took the carburetor off, and the pipe is airtight going to it. You'll see at the end when it comes off, all the gas that come out. But I just used like a lawn. I think for that one I had a Duracell rod and lawnmower battery, or one of them lawn and garden batteries. I think it might have been a car battery, but I didn't look. But yeah, give it a look, man. It's only 50 seconds, man, and you'll see. And don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah, and see that it's things like that. You didn't have such of a big explosion, but you definitely had a backfire. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mistook it for when I went to run a torch, man, without the arrestor, and it blew the pow. I forgot it. It just went, but it popped out. Believe me, it was a little louder than it didn't. The video didn't do it justice. That's when I first started doing videos.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick, but there was no carburetor on that thing.
No, you didn't see the pipe going straight to the block?
I couldn't see that. No, I couldn't see that in the video. I could barely see that the generator and where you're at. But I mean, wow.
If you take the time and look, you'll see there's no carburetor at whatsoever. Ben took it off, and because somebody said on Jose's, because I got it running. The maximum I got it running for was about 4 or 5 seconds, and that's what got me excited to do the splitter and all that. So that one was, I think, with the splitter. And I wanted to record it, so I just took the whole carburetor off, so they wouldn't accuse me of doing something shady. So if you rewatch it, when you get a minute, you'll see that white thing that I'm grabbing and making sure it's tight. That's straight. That's straight into the block, straight into the cylinder.
Yeah, that's really cool, actually. Yeah, I really wanted to do something like I even went to a glass blowing company and was going to have them create me. I don't know what you call it. It's not a centrifuge. I'm not sure what you call it, but it's where you have to be able to put the 2 leads in there, and you'll be able to separate the oxygen and the hydrogen away from each other.
Let's do this, dude. Just get some stainless steel pipes, like thin pipe. Real super thin, even stainless steel plated pipe, and just run like 4 of them, and wrap them. Your separator. Use a type of like nylon or something that'll contain the bubbles, but like run 5 tubes just stacked side by side, and then 5 just parallel. I mean, just two rows. 1 row of negatives, 1 row of positives, and the gas will come right up out of the pipe, and just bridge all the pipes to an output. It's easy, man. You don't need. Plus, if I was going to do this all over again,
I understand about it. I'm just saying I'm really glad that I actually didn't do all that, considering that I blew up 2 or 3 of them damn things.
Oh, I got you.
If I would have had straight hydrogen instead of HHO, I think I would have been in trouble.
Yeah. Did you use like they have them converters? I think they're like, I don't know, they're about $80, I think, to make your shit run on propane. Did you
changing the jets and all that?
Yeah.
No, I think I already had one set up for propane. That's what I used. I'm almost positive I changed the jet.
I thought the gas came out the exhaust. I mean, the water came out the exhaust. I thought it dripped out the exhaust.
Hey, Brian. I dropped a link for you of my latest revision of my HHO generation plates.
All right, I'll give it a look.
Yeah, those are big compared to what I was doing. Holy crap.
I was pushing 300 amps.
So say mine was the size of a fucking Coke can and shit. Holy moly.
So each all thread bolt stud there is a pole, and so each plate has a large and a small hole. So actually every other plate is a positive and the in-between plates are the negative. And so I then ran the bolts through the side of a square bucket and sealed it in there. And so that's how I got my 300 amps into my alternating plate assembly, which was then inside the bucket with the lye water.
Yeah, instead of water, urea is the best. Way better than anything else, to be honest.
Does that work pretty good?
Yeah. That's you get more out than in, even theoretically, with urea. That's the only thing that tips that scale. It's super efficient. But see, the way Stanley, I just seen your shit. I'm gonna watch it in detail later. But yeah, them are like 3 times the size of my plates. But I had they got 11 of them in one and 9 in the other, I think. Look, here they are. They're rusted out. I just pulled them back out. But I just took some old wall mounts, man. I just took some electric sockets. But
box covers.
Yeah, and see, this is what I had plugged into where the carburetor goes in the intake. This thing right here, and my splitter was clogged, so I was only getting the gas out of one. But I wonder if there's a way around. I wonder if there's a way around messing up the engines, like maybe using a different type of maybe a synthetic type of oil, or maybe even some like a graphite additive, or it's got to be some kind of additive to get rid of the water, right?
Well,
I thought
from what I hear, the thing to do is to remove the oxygen and only use hydrogen. So you want to pressurize your hydrogen coming off of your, only use the hydrogen, pressurize it, put it in a tank, and then use it in your generator. That's what I would like to do anyway. So you're getting rid of the water aspect.
So less oxygen, basically. Just
No.
Well, it needs oxygen.
Yeah, you got to have some oxygen, right? But still, you don't need as much. Yeah, I see what he's saying. He cut out the excess oxygen, right?
There is.
You're only using. Well, no, you're only using the oxygen within what the. So you would use pure hydrogen coming out of your carburetor. You would have to use a carburetor doing it this way. The way that they use. The way that I would change my generator over from gas to propane, the same way was I was thinking that you would have to do it with hydrogen instead of HHO. That's all, because that, to my, it might not get rid of all the water, but it's going to help.
Which water are we trying to get rid of?
What comes out of the tailpipe of the generator. At least when I put my HHO, when I was supplementing it through the just running the tube coming off of the HHO generator, off the bubbler from the generator to my generator, my gas running generator, it seemed to actually lower the consumption of the gas by about 20%. And that's what but I was getting water coming out of my exhaust, little like spit and water.
Was it actually sucking in water from your hydrogen cell?
No, I don't. I didn't see any condensation up in the from the bubbler to the generator, and I had a what would you call it? Oh, I shouldn't say that. One of the filters that have oil in them. That's
water separator.
Well, no, it's like on the outside of a generator, Honda generators anyway. Instead of just an air filter, there's an oil filter and then an air filter that the air has to go through. An air filter that's oil laden.
Hey,
so that
sorry to interrupt. That's the idea. Is hook your shit up to hook the oil up to the to like the water separators like on boats and shit, where it cycles through that and collects the water separate. That's an idea anyway. It's a thought.
That is totally an idea. But then, like he said, you have to have oxygen for the combustion. So you're going to get
water. I'm just saying it'll get rid of the water as the oil cycles. At least it won't get trapped. You know what I'm saying? It's worth a try anyway. But I wanted to say so wait, what was I going to say? I done forgot. God dang! Every time I think of something good, I forget. It was the best too.
I'm curious if you guys have the same problem I had, because I quit doing it after a while. I did it for about 3 years, trying to make all different types of ones and sizes and all this to make. But I was doing it more. I wanted to supplement my energy, not so much just make hydrogen. So, how did you guys get around the corrosive part of how my plates would get so bad? I mean, worse than any battery I've ever dealt with.
Look, I just showed you my plates. They sat in that water the whole time, and they're not rusted. But the screws, I thought I used stainless steel nuts and bolts, and with my nylon washers. But I didn't have all nylon washers. I made some out of fucking old credit cards. But anyway, my credit card washers. And mixed with nylon washers. I did have a couple. But my stainless steel plates. I just bought the stainless steel, the wall plug, not the wall plugs, but it's shaped just like a
plate cover.
Yeah, plate cover, but it's the solid ones that if you're gonna block it, they're like $1.50 or $2 each. And they're still not rusted.
No, not rusted. Corrosion, like you get this green and white stuff. Usually it's either I don't know how to describe it. I don't even know what it is. It's not the salt. It's
what were you using for an electrolyte? Did you add salt? Oh no, you can't use salt.
Fucking salt, bro. Use
That's what I was using.
salt.
Yep.
Oh, you can't do that.
You had
so
no
that's what I
chance
was getting was the salt on it.
You had to have titanium with platinum fucking
that's what
coating.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm just saying I could. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, you want to use the potassium nitrate, bro. That's the best. If you don't have the urea, you want
potassium hydroxide or sodium hydroxide works.
I mean, when I say nitrate, I actually have some of that, some stump grinder shit, but to make a rocket that I never made. But potassium hydroxide. I meant to say this stuff right here. Not this, because that's sodium hydroxide. That's lye. But this right here. The
chlorine in sodium hydroxide or sodium chloride, the chlorine attacks almost any metal, including stainless steel. So you have to use something that doesn't have chlorine in it. Acids, bases, but not a salt with a chlorine.
Huh, okay.
So you could probably use even battery acid, but I don't know. But again, a lot of the ones that work well, you really have to be careful because they'll burn your eyes badly or your skin if you get it on it.
And that's what I was really worried about, because after I exploded 2 of them damn things, or no, 3 of them, I was like, maybe dude, I wasn't going to put anything in there that was going to kill me.
Yeah. So you definitely want an anti-flashback device.
Yep. I know that now. I know that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And also build it so if it does explode, it doesn't actually send shrapnel. Like, just makes it out of something plastic, something flimsy and plastic that will easily rupture without high pressures. And then build a little protective wooden enclosure for it so it doesn't splatter all over should it actually explode. Or put a garbage can upside down over it, maybe.
When I first tried the torch, I used a bunch of copper strands and thought that would be enough, like a muffle, and a thing where I thought it would be enough pressure coming out through the little hole. And like I said, I just made kind of like a, whatever you call the damn, just a bunch of copper wire balled up, almost like Brillo. But I just did it manually and stuffed it in the pin thing that I was using. Not a pin thing, but I forgot what it was. But anyway, it didn't work. Right when I lit the fucking thing, it blew the top off the jar, like loud, dude. It was loud. Right. I thought I had to like feel myself, but it didn't even break the jar, bro. The pressure did blow the lid off. It just bent the lid enough to just blow it right off. And but the jar and me were unscathed, but it was enough. I quit after that. I was like, fuck this, dude.
Something funny you can do with that HHO gas is mix it with soapy water to get big bubbles, and you can scoop it out and you can hold it in your hand and you light it with a lighter.
We did that.
Okay.
It is crazy, the implosion type of shit. That is crazy.
I used to take that to parties. The kids loved it.
I haven't done that myself, but I've seen people do it. You also got to be careful when you're dealing with that stuff, not to blind yourself, make an arc or a plasma ball right in front of you. You're like, fuck.
I had enough in a big bag to lift a pound one time.
Wow, really?
Yes, I would. You know the painter's drop cloth you can get, but it's plastic. It's like 0.3 mil plastic, but it's just like
I got some rolls of that. Yeah,
like 6 feet by 12 feet or whatever. You can take and fold one of those and tape it all the way around except leave the corner open, and then you can use a vacuum cleaner to or just squeeze all the air out, and then you can tape your tube on there and you can just fill that up, and you can get some lift. I reckon it could break some windows within a 100-foot radius, though.
Oh, dude, I fucking bought I forgot the gram, but it was it was like a weather balloon the size of my car. And so I already filled up some small balloons and showed that, it floats real good. And the thing, it was, hot, but what I did is I put the jar in water and I had the hose running on the wires. Literally, I had my water hose running on the top of the jar, the lid, and the wires, the connection to keep it cool. And because it was taking quite a while. That's a lot of volume, one of them big ass weather balloons, right?
Yeah.
And I kept coming back and checking it, and it was just starting to float up, and it was all stretched out and starting to float up. And I came back again. I was just checking periodically, about every 30, 45 minutes. I forgot exactly, but I burned a fucking hole right through it, dude. Even with the water running on it, I think the water got where it wasn't hitting on the something. But I wasted a balloon. Luckily, I bought 2, but burnt a freaking hole right through the weather balloon. The gas coming out of it. But that shit does float good.
Yeah. These homemade balloons, though, are super cheap, and they're also really light.
dude, I bought these. I could show you right now. About 3 or 4 rolls of that stuff to make my own big balloon.
Oh, okay.
And I never got around to. Well, we did one, but not with the painter stuff, but with a big long tube of I forgot what even came. It's like something rolled up or something, but it was just about maybe 10 inches in diameter, but about 10 foot long.
Oh, that'd be a
Plastic
lot.
tube.
Yeah, that'd be a
We
lot
filled that
more.
up. That's what gave me the idea, but there was a couple holes we just patched them up with glue. That's what gave me the idea. You know what? I need to buy some because the visqueen we use on jobs in concrete is too thick, you know. But I was like, man, I'm gonna buy some of that 0.3 mil, you know, that real thin shit, and I got some 10 by 12, a little handful of them, 3 or 4, maybe 5. In fact, I'm looking at them right now. Look, but I never got around to doing it.
Yeah, those are neat. You know, something else you can do is make a large sack out of those, like for a party gig, and then hold it, get some friends to help you hold it up over the campfire and fill it with hot air from the campfire and let go, and it'll go up several hundred feet. Especially if you have a drawstring, so you can quickly close the mouth when you just before letting go. Just the hot air it'll go up.
Sounds to me like a good chance for somebody to get burnt.
Well, yeah, you do want to be careful.
I wanted to compress gas into a tank though, so I wanted to get a big container like maybe the bags or something, and suck, you know, my generator, or my air compressor, like the intake, in the you know, maybe run a hose to it, let it fill up, and then turn the air compressor on where it's sucking just the HHO gas, and then blowing it into one of them portable containers and shit to try and get some good pressure and storage type of shit. But I never got around to doing that because I found really an easier way to do it. I just took a propane tank, empty one, took the lid off, and poured a bunch of aluminum, and then I had it propped up to where when I poured the muriatic acid or hydrochloric acid, whatever you want to call it, where it didn't hit it instantly. You know, you had to tilt it upright before they mixed. And I had a pressure gauge hooked up to it, and a just a regular blower attachment that where you just like blow your desk off and stuff. That's the compressor attachment I had. And I made a video out of that. I got like a few thousand views on that one for safe hydrogen storage, or just, I don't know if I said safe, but I blew up a couple balloons and let them go. And so then by the time I screwed the lid on, you know, I turned it upright. The hydrochloric acid mixed with the aluminum inside of the tank, and I think I forgot how much pressure it gave me, but as much as I thought. But you know, it was enough to fill up some big ass balloons. You know, they're pretty cool.
And if you used an aluminum tank, you wouldn't even need to add the aluminum foil, because it would just dissolve the tank a bit on the inside to form the hydrogen. It would take longer, though.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'd want to do that. But yeah, maybe coat it. That'd be crazy. Coat the whole thing.
Well, then it wouldn't make hydrogen unless you put your own aluminum in. Because
no, I mean coat the outside. I'm talking about coat the outside, so when it goes to eat through, it doesn't make it through.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but your coating would have to hold the full 150, 200 psi.
Well, it'd be super coating, you know.
Right.
He'd rhino line in that sucker. You've seen that rhino lining for trucks, right?
Yeah.
Dream big, man. Dream big.
Shit, you can have a truck that's rhino lined, and the rhino lining's what's left, and the truck rusts away.
We'll get so good at this shit in a few years, man. We'll have fucking Iron Man, HHO Iron Man jetpacks, dude. We'll be flying fucking city to city, man. Blowing shit up. Killing bad guys.
Well, the only problem with it is and maybe I'm wrong. I guess I could definitely be completely off, but it seemed to me like I was spending a lot more energy than I was getting available hydrogen.
I found that to be true in my case also.
That was the only problem as far as I was trying to do it as, to supplement for the solar and the hydro and all that kind of stuff to get me electricity, but it didn't seem to save me any money. But then again, I was doing it all wrong with salt water, so who knows?
Well, I was doing it with all the optimizations I could think of, like the correct voltage and stainless and the correct electrolyte, and I still got a lot less energy out than I put in.
Yep. And I think that's what most people find.
Yeah, if you ever see me driving around and never stopping at a gas station, you'll know I got a secret, but so far, no one seems to have pulled that off.
Right. I'm about to work back on it again, but I'm glad we had this conversation. But I just sent a friend request to both y'all, man. In case one of us does come up with any other ideas, man. We ain't got to wait till we cross paths, but plus I've enjoyed this conversation anyway. So if y'all want to be my friend.
Sounds good. You sent one to me?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll accept it. How do I do that? Let's see. Oh, I see it.
That's my icon. My wife and her big titties, like 10 years ago.
What am I missing? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, you don't you don't sound like you look like that. That's for sure.
Good. Nah, she's cool, man. She's cool.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, I pulled these things back out. I was surprised that the plates hadn't corroded. The water looked like shit, but and the screws and the bolts, they're about corroded off, and I didn't even have continuity from one plate to the next. To two closest positives or negatives. That's how bad the bolts rusted. But so I'm gonna sand these things down anyway, and I was gonna do the pipe idea too, like the because I got a stainless steel pipe. I gotta find it though, put it around here somewhere. But I was gonna try a couple other things, but I might try the water separator. And looking at that video again, yeah, man, I gotta cool it down better. I mean, I can't believe he used 300 amps, dude. That's crazy, man. I think the way Stan Myers drove across country on PM Magazine, they inspected his shit, and I watched a couple of I don't even know if they're on YouTube, man. Some home videos of him, like they were long, dude, but I watched them anyway because I was fascinated by the stuff, and he didn't want to show his main device, but he said it's all about the frequency, and it got me thinking like Star in a Jar type of shit. So he was running like he said there's like a sweet spot, and it's like just whatever 3 to 5 volts. I forgot, it wasn't much per cell, but it was a frequency. I think is the trick, man. I think he had something to send a certain frequency of voltage in there, or maybe audio frequency, even like a high enough pitch or low enough, or but unless they tricked the world. He had that dune buggy, drove it around on water, got inspected a lot of times, man, and wound up dead.
Must have been something in the water.
Here's what I was thinking though, man. This is a while back too, man, and I'm just using pickle jars, just and wall mounts, with just spliced wires. I didn't even solder nothing or anything, man. But no, I did put clips on them. But I'm thinking if I can get this thing running here for, even if it was like 4 seconds, maybe 5 when on the first time, that sparked my eye. I was like, I can't believe it fucking worked. Everybody was outside too when it happened. All right, I was just about to give up pulling, and it started and ran. I pumped it and I had just right pressure. I don't know, everything was right, but it ran but then it cut right off, But it ran long enough to prove concept that it definitely could work. And I'm thinking if I can do this in a pickle jar, right? They gotta be able. They've got to have this shit. Like, the government, the military, or somebody. Like I said, I'm just a regular old guy from North Florida, dude. Grandfather, and I get this shit going in my garage. Then I know with all the money and resources they have to know, obviously knew about it, but have to have it going. Have to already have this shit working. But it would be, if you did manage to do it, you'd only be able to use it for yourself and people close to you, and maybe sell it as like a emergency generator. Like, I'd never be able to sell it where as an attachment to run your generator, but like an emergency thing that works. Like, you could probably get away with something like that, like something that will run your engine, will run your generator for a certain amount of time, like say like 200 hours or something, emergency backup power, where it'll run on water. If you have no gas or something like that, you might be able to get away with something like that, but they
Hey,
never let you
Brian.
rock the boat. Yeah.
I was just looking up the use of urea, and it only needs 0.37 volts across the cell instead of the 1.23 volts needed to split water into hydrogen and oxygen. The reason is because the urea molecule is less tightly bound, so it doesn't take as much voltage to split it apart. The drawback is that the urea is consumed instead of the water being consumed. So the only way for using urea to be better is if you have a free source of it. But the good news is your piss is full of it.
Yeah, but it's a stinking ass process to get it. But yeah, your urine. But yeah, so you did look that up. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, so it's not actually, you're not breaking down water, you're actually breaking down the urea molecule.
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. You don't use water. You use urea.
Yeah, but urea is, unless you're collecting your piss, it's not free either. But if you're gonna run your
straight piss, dude. I mean, why not try it? If we know urea, we know that our piss is like some ammonia. So, I mean, probably wouldn't need an electrolyte or nothing, man. With the ingredients in our piss, and we know it's a lot of urea. It'd be worth a try instead of trying to break it down and go through that nasty ass process. Just straight piss in a jar. I'm gonna try that. That's be the first thing I try.
Yeah, it looks like they have a nickel-based electrode. The nickel metal provides a kind of catalytic action that helps it work a little better. And it's supposed to give you hydrogen on the cathode, and then nitrogen, calcium or potassium carbonate, and or on the anode. Plus a tiny bit of oxygen bubbles up, but not much. Mostly nitrogen and potassium carbonate. I'll drop a link.
And can you imagine though, walking out to your solar shed or whatever, you know, wherever you got this at, and the smell that would come out of it, you'd be like, God damn, I gotta go check on the generator again.
I don't know. I was talking the whole time, dude. I don't know what y'all, but I was talking about the frequency, man, and it makes everything act different. Like even the fish tank where they tilted upside down and pumped air in it, and the air stayed underneath the water, a whole layer of it in a little small fish tank. They took a boat and put it upside down. It was floating upside down in a fish tank, sitting on water, and its little toy sailboat, was in the air underneath it, and they pulled it down toward the bottom, further away from the water, and it literally floated back up to the water, out of the air. It went up just from giving this tank a certain frequency, and like the star in a jar, you know, that's ain't really what mainstream might not be now, but a few years back it certainly wasn't. But I think it's something as simple as that, as maybe running some sound waves or a certain vibration, to just change the behavior of everything, you know, just find the right one. That's what Stan Myers indicated when I dove real deep into this, man. I don't know if he was talking about the current, the frequency of the current, like if he converted it and reconverted it, I don't know, or if he's talking about sound frequency, but that's new science, man. It's new to us. It's not something you could look up. I mean, that's where the new technologies are going to lie, through different, you know, frequencies of new shit that they haven't tried yet, like that, just like we're talking about with different frequency, man. In my opinion, so that's what I was going to toy around with. Maybe even sonar, or I mean, I'm being sarcastic, like I said, but or freaking high pitch, low pitch, you know, vibrate. Screw the materials, man. We got to get this shit behaving different, because he did it somehow with low voltage, man. I believe that he did. Like I said, even if it's something we can't mass market, they'd never let us get away with that, but might be able to sell it as like I said, an emergency device or something like that, or just have it for ourselves, even, and our friend, you know, even if they don't let us patent it. I don't know. The shit hot. The problem is the fucking heat.
Are you talking about using sound waves or frequency to add to the hydrogen generators, or what were you saying?
Yeah, like I was saying, it just makes everything behave differently, and I'm just throwing that out there to try different frequencies, because that's what he said. He didn't show the device, but that was the breakthrough. Was a certain frequency dialed into a certain frequency. I think was his decently quoted word, not exact quote, but you know, he dialed into just the right frequency, and I didn't know if he meant like a vibration or electric frequency, like if he converted it, and then reconverted it, or maybe sound wave frequency. I mean, but you know, that's how we're going to get shit behaving differently. I mean, it ain't like you could look up and see how does urea behave under freaking 90 hertz or something, you know, like this is new shit, you know. It ain't new itself, the frequencies ain't, but the effects on new types of things, like what we're talking about, bro, is
right. Well, you could really do that easily. Send a frequency through the electrodes that you're doing at, let's say, 90 hertz or 100 hertz, and that might. I mean, I don't know, but it might do something different. I really don't. I was thinking that you were saying bombarding the container with opposing frequencies that would clash right wherever your electrodes were, but I guess that's not what you were getting at.
I was just thinking like different frequencies of the electricity, and different maybe different frequencies of even maybe vibrations, the way it made the mediums totally flip. I mean, it just makes shit behave differently, or or even the sonar. I mean, not sonar, but the sound frequencies. The way like the star in a jar shit just behaves different, man. Like the way the sonar made the gas bubble like collapse in on itself, creating some crazy temperatures. So that's not what my goal would be, but just different behaviors that are not known about is my whole point. Is just an idea that you can't just look up and see what's going to happen. You know, this is exploratory shit. Just an idea.
Even like you were saying, the temperature, even pressure of the vessel might even change things. So yeah, I would think and that would be the next step anyway, adding frequency to it.
I mean, I was tickled to fucking death, dude, the first time I fucking seen up close a salt bridge and seen reactions going on in two different vessels that aren't even connected with, literally not connected by the electrodes and shit. Like just like I don't say I believe in electrons being physical things, but there's it's a good convention, so I'm not going down that road. But point is chemistry is a crazy thing. I wish I had got into it earlier in life, but it's crazy the way you just put two different materials together with a separator, an electrolyte, and you're gonna get a certain voltage, man. As long as it's two conductors, it's crazy, man. And how you could convert materials into different things without even them touching. Like, it's crazy. The chemistry itself is fucking amazing, dude.
Oh, for sure. Electroplating was one of the ones that's messed with my brain for a while.
Yeah, dude. Yes, electroplating. Dude. That's kind of what was in the back of my mind when I was saying that, dude. The fucking electroplating is crazy. There's different ways to do it too. The way of just taking and heating up some iron and with heating it up real hot and taking copper sulfate and spraying it on there and getting a copper plate. That's crazy, dude. Without even the electricity. But the copper plating and nickel plating, shit like that, in solution, that's crazy shit, dude.
Yeah, somebody thought a lot of time and did a lot of experiments to come up with that, I have to say.
Yeah, they were gold plating shit. I mean, they found all kinds of gold plated shit in King Tut's tomb, Tutankhamun or whatever, and Egyptian shit. And they say that there's no way to plate. There's a lot of other evidence that they had precision machinery, but they had to have some type of batteries. Direct current is the only way that we know of right now to gold plate something, to get a good gold plate.
And that's where I think a lot of people say the Baghdad batteries were for, but I mean, I don't know if that's true or anything. There's no evidence that they were plating things or using those things for batteries, but I mean, they were obviously doing something. And I can only think of a couple things that they could be using for.
Look back in the 1800s, bro, in the patent, it's flooded with different battery patents, bro. It's like, why would they need so many patents on batteries if they didn't have electrical devices, man? I don't think they're being quite straight with us, man. I think maybe some things had to be brought out or reinvented, but dude, it's like, it didn't take me long looking into this shit to realize that a reset is totally viable and likely. Like anything steel is going to be the first thing to go. So if you're going to find any old relics, it's going to be gold shit. That can withstand the test of time. But even concrete, put it underground and it's gone in 20 years, man. It's dirt. I thought they acted like these bottles like lasted forever. So I was saving them to recycle them. I put them in a garbage bag and put them in the back corner of my property here. And just a few years later, man, I went back and they're all like falling apart and shit. I'm like, I thought these things lasted like 100 years before they broke down. No, they broke down fucking milk jugs, water bottles, fucking detergent. They broke down to flakes within a few years, just in a plastic bag. Like they're full of shit. All this shit they're telling us is bullshit. And so there wouldn't be if they had technology, you know, you would never find any of it, man. We know they were processing metals way back then, and there's metals that we could barely reproduce nowadays. And the Vikings, you know, supposedly they found in the copper mines, the emptied out copper mines in southern Canada, they found, you know, Viking relics and shit, and they say that they were mining. But dude, people were never stupid and living in caves. If they, as long as they had enough people, where they had people to grow food and other people, and all they needed was food and other people with time on their hands, and they're gonna start making shit. That's what people do. We were never stupid cavemen grunting. That's a false analogy. But anything they made, any power tools, they would be the first to go. They would rust out and they'd be rusted and gone with the wind within 100 years. You know, especially, you know, with salt water, anything by the sea where most people live along coastlines and shit, it'd be the first thing to go. So the only thing you're gonna find is like the concrete. That's what I do. I own a concrete business. We can't even replicate that shit to this day. The concrete that they made. We've got some pretty good shit, but we can't quite replicate the way they did it, the Romans. And that's a fact. And it's like, but yeah, so today we steel reinforced shit. But up by the coast we had to use coated rebar, even like 10 miles from the beach. Or no, I think the cutoff was like 7 miles or something. But way away from the beach, we had to use coated rebar, and even in 4-foot piers. So surrounded by all that concrete, we still had to use coated rebar. Dude, the wire in concrete, it rusts away so quick. The rebar, you wind up with perforated concrete. But they didn't need that shit. They had strong enough concrete. So any technology, any metal technology, would be the first thing to go. And the only thing that would be left would be maybe some petrified wood shit, or maybe some good concrete structures, or some of them big megaliths. But that's going to make them look stupid the way they portray it. But no, they had fucking machinery. They had to have cranes and shit to lift some of that shit. They had to have badass technology. But it rusted away. Like I said, any metal would be the first thing to go. That'd be my point.
That's something that I had a problem with at first, is not with flat earth or anything like that, but just history in general, was I could see that they, like you said, there had to be tools to literally mill some of these things out of stone, to move 100-ton blocks and place them into perfect alignment of what they wanted it to be. And I was like, well, you would have everything. You would be able to find wires and this and that. And, I started realizing as life went on that, yeah, you're right, dude, things disappear quickly. I mean, fucking crumble in this world. It's amazing.
Yeah, Mother Nature's a bitch, dude. She has her way. She don't like to be pinned down either, man. So hard. All these tests I did and shit, man. It's like so hard to prove anything, man. It's like Mother Nature hates to be pinned down. God don't like to reveal his secrets, however you want to call it. Like there's always different variables. There's always something, and everything you do, there's something else it could be. It's like so hard to pin anything down for certain. But yeah, for sure that she digests metals first.
You said
and
reset.
Also,
I was about to say, don't get started on that.
If it's plasma, that's going to be the absolutely first thing to go, because that shit's going to get vaporized and remineralized if it's plasma events, which is the most likely thing. If the planets aren't that big, I mean, I had a little thought that maybe the planets are up there as part of the balance, because everything seems to be a balance. So if things start getting out of balance, whatever planet, in my mind, they're like maybe 30, 40 miles across, bigger than any city. So still huge, and probably, thousands of miles away, but within reason. And if shit starts getting out of balance here, nature will fix it. And a planet, whatever we're lacking, might be the planet that comes crashing down. Or maybe if it's a magnetic catastrophe, maybe the stars might arc and rearrange shit, and only certain people might live, but the metal would be what it would be attracted to. If you really look into a lot of history, a lot of people have different theories about this, but similar circumstances.
Well, and I was going to say I definitely look at it kind of the same way. What was your point right there on the plasma, that everything would disappear? Oh, and the cycles. So you say that it's equilibrium, in that maybe it when things get bad, or things need to be taken and cleansed and this and that, that's when the planets come. I believe it's not so much that as a cycle, and that a reset happens. And I believe it's happened 5 times before because of the megalithic structures, and every one of them, it doesn't matter where you're at on the any of the significant megalithic structures, have a foundation that is, you can literally say that the first layer was not built by the second by the second layer. The first layer was not built by the people that built the second layer, and so on down. And each time you go down through these, the foundation is usually hundreds of tons, or at least 10-ton blocks, that the next set of people that built upon the foundation of the civilization, they couldn't replicate those sizes, so they just did the best they could with smaller blocks. It seems like it happened 4 or 5 times. So I think there's
yeah, but it might have happened 10 times, dude. I mean,
for sure.
Who knows?
I have no clue. I have no clue about that.
My main point was one of the main points was that, like, if it's a plasma event, which would explain all the petrification and shit like that, and it would be attracted to all the metal. So that'd be another reason the metal, any tools or any steel construction would be gone. But like they talk about this deuterium and all this shit, like they'll even explain away the fucking all the fucking whale fossils and seashells and oysters and on top of fucking Mount Everest and every mountain. Like, dude, you'd want to avoid admitting there was a fucking flood. Why? I mean, you don't got to admit anything else. Why would you deny there's a flood? There's fucking whale bones, you dumbass, on top of mountains. On every mountain. Why would you deny there was a flood? You don't got to admit it was biblical, but you're talking about just people in pure fucking denial, dude. Like, Jesus Christ, what more do you got to do? And then we show a dinosaur or a supposed triceratops with blood, with muscle and fucking blood tissue. And boy, they fired Mark Armitage. He won a lawsuit, because he's the one who taught the people how to use the new, like, scanning electron or something like that. But it's like, dude, they still try and call that a fossil. Like, hold on, dude, it's not a fossil. I was talking, I think it was Miles Davis or one of them. He's a paleontologist. I forgot who it was, but he's like, man, well, he's like, that would mean my whole career was fake. And I was like, yeah, well, I'm very sorry, but better late than never. That muscle tissue, red, muscle tissue and red fucking soft tissue, that's not a fossil. Something's got to fossilize. You can't call that a fossil. I know it's a triceratops, and then they found it in other shit, more supposed dinosaurs, but there was big shit. So there's obviously a reset, within not too long ago. Because look at saber-tooth tigers, woolly mammoths. They had one woolly mammoth still giving birth, a petrified woolly mammoth, petrified, still giving birth in the middle of giving birth. And then they had a petrified fish with another smaller fish with just in the middle of eating it, petrified. There's not many things that could cause instantaneous petrification. So it's got to be something we're not that aware of. So it's got to be some type of
it was the Medusa. That fish obviously looked at the Medusa while it was eating the other fish and turned her into stone.
He's right. I agree.
Yeah, but look at Medusa. Listen, Medusa's explained the snakes. Snake is the old symbol for fucking the electricians, and the snakes like waving on her head. That's like the plasma arcs, bro. Even what? Medusa. Listen, the symbolism, the Medusa symbolism the snakes, her hair with snakes. That's the old fucking. You don't know nothing about sacred geometry. That's what they used like the for electricians, the ancient symbol. Like nowadays, it's the
Ancient
help.
symbol?
The snake around. Yeah,
Ancient symbol for electricians.
yeah, exactly.
How
The
ancient is like?
not well, all right. Let me just say, not too ancient for you, because I know you're not going to buy some of the other shit. But they used to use for the I don't know. You're not gonna believe nothing I tell you, but how about this? How about Medusa with the snakes in her hair? Okay, it's a symbolism for plasma events, and that's the snakes are the currents, like the arcs and shit, bro. And they turn you to stone if you see it. If you see it, you turn to stone. In other words, if you get hit by this current, by this arcing, that's
You're just
and
like
you're
making this up, or
gonna get
what?
petrified. You're gonna get petrified.
Are you making this up, or what?
No, I'm just telling you. No, I heard this,
Hmm.
from a couple different people, a couple different ways, but it's there's a little bit of truth to mythology, but I mean it makes sense, don't it? How would you explain petrified? How do you explain a petrified woolly mammoth giving birth?
But
Petrified,
obviously saw the Medusa and turned instantly to stone. That's the only way it
right?
could happen.
That's plasma. Well, the only way that one
No, the
dude
Medusa's not
supposedly went to his
plasma.
deathbed. That one dude went to his deathbed with the
Medusa's not
secret of
plasma.
that one dude. I forgot the I think it was like in the late 18th century or whatever, but he supposedly took the petrification secret to the grave, man. He died with it. But I think they've since, they've since figured it out. It's plasma and high current in the
We'll
right
turn you to
conditions
stone.
will turn living certain conditions, turn things to stone. Yeah.
Plasma will turn you to stone.
No, high current. High current.
Current will turn you to stone.
Seriously high currents, bro. In certain conditions. Will like I don't know the exact conditions or I'd be petrifying shit, but the petrified forests and then like I said, man, I'm not gonna tell you every little bit of evidence, but there's a lot of petrified shit that couldn't be explainable over time. Like entire crabs still intact where you can see minute details and here's the problem is that like they're petrified and the shit around them is petrified, like where they're almost saying like the water might have even or the mud maybe might have been petrified even around some of these things, but I'm sure it's certain conditions. I'm sure it's amps we're not privy to, nothing we know about. It's probably some spectacularly fucking high current or some super powerful plasma. I don't know. I'm not gonna act like I know, but how do you explain some of that shit, man? And what happened to all the big shit? Big old tigers, big dragonflies, everything was big. Fucking rats, big fucking, I mean, giant everything. But when we talk about giants, just because the Bible says there was giants in those days and speaks of Goliath and all that, then people get all bent out of shape. It's like everything else was fucking huge. Why not people?
I don't know if I have an explanation for the instant petrification, but I will say this, something that I kind of thought might be something that we're seeing, especially in like Siberia or up in the Arctic, Antarctic or in the Arctic regions, would be even a couple months ago or maybe even 6 months ago, they started finding rabbits literally frozen midair, jumping through fences, and wolves that were getting foxes completely frozen in mid walk. I mean, you could tell that they were literally moving and they flash froze. And I wondered if maybe that's what kind of happened with a lot of the things that we're finding, that they froze and then something like what you're talking about, a plasma event or a flood or whatever the case may be. But that's the reason that we have such perfectly preserved specimens of all different types of things, but usually it's in the very, very cold areas or places we'd associate with cold.
Maybe it was a petrification spell.
Hey, I'll post a video of PhDs. Well, maybe they're not all PhDs, whatever, but some credible people, some late, some new information and shit that you probably won't get mainstream, but about petrification and a lot of the fossil evidence and stuff. I'll post a video. They're gonna hide that shit as long as they can. Just like they called shit fossil fuels. The main guy who fucking back before internet, so you couldn't have a conversation like we're having. You had to write letters and shit, but went to the meeting and everything, and they were talking about fossil fuels, and he has proof that the coal layers are formed, and now we can make coal nowadays just in a month, not even a couple weeks, with just not even that hot of temperatures, just barely enough to burn your hand, just a little bit of pressure, moisture, and a little heat, and you got coal, some and it's not millions of years, it's not dead animals and shit, it's layers of like a forest. You had shit in the same forest in the coal layers with it still like intact, and the coal layer still got fucking some greenage, some foliage and shit, and right there on the edges of the coal layers and shit. It's like they hide all this shit, man. But let me post a video for you to look into, because I'm not sure if I'm butchering the information or not.
Well, I definitely don't think oil is dinosaur blood or goo or whatever you want to call it, for the simple fact of it replenishes itself in most any of the wells. So, I mean, you can say, oh, there's more dinosaur blood inside of the rocks and it's being squeezed out to the area that the oil was just taken out of. But I can't go with that either. They really, there's been wells that have been completely drained and they go back and then they fill right back up. You drain them again, they go back, they fill right back up. Not to say that all of them fill up, but most of them do. I will say too, I collect petrified agate, whatever you want to call it about it, opalized wood, and I have a specimen that well, I shouldn't say I have a specimen. I know where a specimen is. I go by there and pick up opal and petrified wood all the time by this tree that literally has petrified wood, glass opalized or agated parts on it, and it still has wood. One tree. And that's something I didn't know was even possible. But apparently it doesn't take very long for things to petrify. Not saying that it all comes from plasma or nothing. I'm just saying it's very strange that there'd be a tree laying down in a bunch of white alkaline mud that is petrified, not petrified all at the same time.
I posted one for Pay Nuts Shield to look at if he wants to see the evidence. He'll see who it's from and be like, oh, they're gonna, it's like, dude, that's not a guy, it's a fucking group of people. And presenting the best evidence they got. So at least look at the evidence and then tell me the fucking your bullshit excuse like you always do. Obvious evidence. No, I'm just kidding.
Sorry about that. I just noticed that somebody typed me something. Writing on eggshells. Yeah. No, that doesn't. It's not the only explanation, that's for sure. But it definitely, it definitely makes it to where I can't go along with the dinosaur bodies sitting there, and then there would have to be other dinosaur bodies within the rocks, just sitting there waiting to fill the void. But I mean, I see what you're saying. You're right. I think I get what you're saying, that that it's all over in the rocks and that it seeps out into. That's what I was trying to get at, and that isn't consistent for me with a bunch of dinosaurs dying all at once to create pools of oil that is throughout all the layers of rock and only will fill up after you've taken out the oil from those places. That's all I was trying to say. But I mean, I'm just giving what I'm, what I've thought of since I can't go along with dinosaur bodies or blood or anything. Right, and that's what I was exactly. Just many things, all biomass, everything, and that's what I think it is. It's not, and I think it's happened not just dinosaurs or not just many things at one time. It was many times over.
Who are you talking to, dude?
I'm talking to riding on eggshells.
Oh, fuck, man. Sorry, man, if I interrupted. I must have you muted, bro. I'm very sorry.
No, he's typing. He's not talking.
Okay, good.
Sorry. I guess I sounded like I was crazy, huh?
No. Why is eggshells? Why are you fucking typing, dude? You're like, I'm looking at your icon where your eggs over easy. You'd rather type than talk, or this ain't really that riding on eggshells.
He says he's in a noisy internet cafe, and he has with terrible internet, so he can't talk.
Well, he is good with excuses, so maybe that is him.
But I think me and him were on the same page. He was just trying to say it's not just dinosaurs, and I was trying to say it's not dinosaurs. He's saying it's a all biomass in the same thing is all over throughout the layers. He was trying to say the same thing. I don't think he's trying to say that it's only dinosaurs at all. Hey, that's a good connection right there, buddy. That is a wonderful connection. He's going to get 1 gig, 1.9 gig in 3 hours. He's flying. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, it just goes to show you that a lot of things that we've been taught and shown and proven, that was in quotation marks, that is not true. And we can go back and do experiments ourselves and find out things ourselves that completely goes against everything we've been taught. That's insane. Somebody's making oil from coal and biomass in weeks.
Hey, one, did you ever see my triangle map that I doodled?
The one with the four corners?
No, the one with the 3 star trails. That's what the circles represent. I'm gonna post it real quick.
Okay, I thought I saw it, but I guess not.
It's just something I doodled real quick, man. It's got 2 Antarcticas, East and the West Antarctica, and the continents are slightly out. But I mean, you'll get the picture. The triangles, the 3 triangles represent like the Capricorn, Cancer, and the equator. So they're rounded triangles, and they're slightly inverted, just ever so slightly. And the equator straight before it makes the turns, but and I kind of thicken the edges to give it like a 3D look, because the sun, as it goes around, it goes around like a Pringle, like if you turn a analema, like if you look at it sideways, it looks kind of like a Pringle. You know what I'm saying? And I depicted the sunlight going up, like starting to come up over Alaska. I mean Australia. And then going down over, I mean, it's taken like a Pringle path. Anyway, it's kind of depicted in the 3D type of. Anyway, just make of it what you will. I'll post it.
Okay. You mean by the Pringle as in an oblong, or I'm sorry, an oblong circle that's twisted.
Yeah, if you turn an analema, 3-dimensionally, you look at it sideways, it looks kind of like a Pringle, like it's laying on top of another Pringle.
For sure. Yeah, definitely post it again because I don't see it. Oh yeah. And you even had the 3 different coils.
Yeah, it's just an idea, and like the stars are the same ones basically. The 3 outside rotations, like it's probably 2, but just doodling, just an idea. Just figured I put it on paper, but
And the middle one's the northern star trails, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, the one in the middle is the northern one. The 3 outside ones, I didn't scale it perfectly, but if you're at the equator, anywhere around a continent, you'd see pretty much, the divergence way off at the set, and but if you're out like in the middle of the ocean, there'd probably be some spots where you could probably debunk that. But maybe, I mean, either way, it depicts like the 3 rotations on the outside are basically all the same, but just in different locations, different parts of the rotation. They're just like parabolic reflections of the north, kind of. And I don't know, just a little doodling idea that I know you like ideas and shit like that.
Oh yeah. I like that you got the 3 triangles on there for the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, and the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah, I tried to shade the corners to give it like a 3D effect, like they're different, like you give it like a 3-dimensional effect, because if you don't think of that's the problem. People don't think of things in 3 dimensions, man, or even consider multiple dimensions, man. They just think of the one way, a lot of people we debate with are like that. They don't have much of an imagination of their own.
That's the same thing with the whole idea of some people can't get away from the idea of that most people don't think it's a disc floating in space. And that's all they can think of is, oh, you got a frisbee floating in space. That's not going to work. And it's the same thing with these dimensions.
Exactly. They picture being able to see across oceans. Like, look, if it's a corridor, like if the Earth is a plane, the way my brain thinks of it sometimes, then it's a corridor out off in the distance. Even if you're in a weather balloon, the black and the ground are just barely apart, way off in the distance. They're like just a little percentage of your view. The further you see, the more it shrinks way off in the distance. So you're looking through a corridor. You're not going to see very far, as far as the air lets you, basically, and the angles and the refraction or whatever else is going on. But the whole corridor within, if it ain't infinite space, if there is some type of ceiling up, 100 miles or something, then that's going to be cut down to a few degrees of vision over a few thousand miles. I'm just saying,
For sure.
Just one thought. Yeah, just one thought. I seen he posted some did you had the idea of was that your video about how the when we shift between seasons, like how it's like obvious shifts, where you could see the sun like taking a different path pretty much, all within a few days it like seems to take a shift. Was that one of them one of your ideas?
Well, I think are you getting at that it turns, that it moves, it makes a dramatic movement at a certain point, or what? I don't have a video of anything like that. That's for sure.
Okay. Like a whole different path. Like a whole different path. He showed me a lot, so I'm just trying to pinpoint which one was yours or your ideas. I don't even know if it was any videos. Do you have videos?
I have a few videos. Mine are the math on the ball, explaining the stars on the flat Earth, the analemas, things like that. But I didn't really get real in depth, except for one time I did my map and how I thought it all the different layers of the, stars, the weather, the tectonic plates, the movement, how we come up with why the mountains are the way they are, why it's all pushed together, and just things like that.
Is the name of your channel E1?
Yeah, but it's all turned off. I haven't turned it on.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I know he described it. It seems like he might have showed it to me. I'm not sure or not, but he piqued my all of it, man. I like every idea, man.
I think I can post my map. I won't let me post videos from my phone for some reason. I don't understand. So I guess you have to.
If they're not supported, it won't. It's got to be under like a certain size. But yeah, I'd love to see a picture. I think I know the one you're going to post, but I want to see it again.
Let me see here. Man, I can barely see which one it is. Let's see. I'm not sure how many of my maps I have on here. Yeah, I don't even have my star trail maps on here. All I have is the megalithic structures, the tectonic plates, and the sun's rotation. Okay, and when you get the last one up, let me know. I'll say something about it.
Yeah, I seen that. That's not the one I was thinking of, but I've definitely seen that one.
And so that last one, did you see the one with the regular, ball world map? And then I got the arrow or the triangle on it, pyramid.
Did one you just now posted?
Just posted. It's the last one I posted.
One in color. Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, so that's how I came up with changing into my map, because I started following all the stars. So Ryan's belt, no matter where you're at along that red line, literally comes straight up off of the east and sets in the west. And the sun on the equinox does the same thing. Literally no deviation. I shouldn't say the sun doesn't deviate, but the stars don't deviate on this line. So what I did is I flattened that out on that red line, and that's the center, and it seems to depict the celestial equator where the sun crosses across it.
That's interesting. That is interesting as shit.
So all I did was pretty much, and another thing that I used, I forgot about that. Another thing I used to really start showing me the differences in what I was trying to show what was above me on the stars, as in relation to what was on the ground, was the only thing I could start getting anywhere close to it was high altitude weather balloons. And when they would start showing me images, especially of the west coast and the Gulf of Alaska and stuff like that, it didn't match up. Things weren't matching up right. And when I started redrawing my map, I'm not saying it's perfect. I know things are off a little bit, but everything started making sense as far as flight maps, the way that tectonic plates moved, everything. And just,
dude, the fucking I'm still trying to make sense of Google Earth, man. There's like a swampy part right above, in between Florida and Georgia, at where the coast, like it like turns to the right as you go north. But dude, that's not what I see, dude. When I'm out on the beach and I'm looking, God, it'd be so hard for me to explain, dude. But it's not the fucking angle that Google Earth shows, man. It's not. But there's unaccessible parts. But there's a bridge. So when you're going, say like, there's only one way to get east of Jacksonville when you start going north, without going around like a bunch of swampland, and it goes to like Amelia Island where they have tennis, like I think a Wimbledon or one of the tennis tournaments. But that road, you could see that road from the mouth of the St. John's and from the beach, like miles away, miles down the beach, and it's going straight like south by east, or like southeast. I mean east southeast, like mostly east, but a little bit south. And the fucking map and you go that way for a long way, man, to get to the next town, which is Amelia Island before Fernandina. And the way I'm still trying to make sense of it, man. I almost bought a property over in between that area. One of the few properties. It was an island, but like a half island. But anyway, it was called an island, but not Amelia Island. But anyway, it's just not. It's the wrong angle, man. So I'm about to check it out and go exploring over there, man. It just seems like it's just the whole East Coast seems like a fucked up angle. I could be wrong, man, but it's real. No matter how I look at it, I can't make sense of it with the roads, man. It just doesn't make sense, and it's a long enough stretch where it should be clearly visible on a map, and it just isn't, man. It's when I travel north of here, it doesn't seem right, man. Or east.
yeah, I could definitely see that.
There's a road, dude. There's a road here in my town that I went down not too long ago. It might be 2, maybe 3, probably more like 2.5, 2, maybe 3, possibly. You come off this main straight road. It's called Racetrack Road, and it's called that for a reason. It's a straight ass road where they used to race on, right? It's straight for miles. But it's a little bit hilly, but there's some good racing spots. But off of one of them roads, there's some new neighborhoods, and I was doing some work in one. And you turn off the road, off that Racetrack Road, which is straight as an arrow, and you turn into this neighborhood. And if you don't turn off the main road, you come out about literally a couple 100 yards from where you went in at, and you don't even know you turned. It's that gradual, and there's a couple of reverse turns, but you literally think you're still going a certain direction. And the fact that it's turning and shit, you wind up coming out, and you're like, what? How in the fuck did I come out right back where I went in at? Like I got completely turned around in just a couple miles. Point being is nobody knows that this whole damn place is, I don't think, man. I think they got the main, highways, basically their connectors and patterns and stuff jotted down. They got that down pat. But as far as this whole realm, man, I don't know. I believe that we weren't meant to know exactly what it is and maybe how it works. It might be beyond us, possibly. And best we could do is respect it, I guess, for lack of better words. But and you could get turned around in a couple hours. I mean, a couple miles, much less a country or a state or a continent or a fucking world. You're gonna be dependent on certain things to tell you where you're going, because you're never gonna know what direction without certain tools that are highly variable, like compasses, shit like that. Man, I don't know, man.
Oh, I would definitely agree with you. One of the biggest things that got me after getting into, trying to figure out where I lived and what it was on, was driving back from LA to San Francisco along I-5, and supposedly I'm heading north, supposedly, but the sun's setting, and the sun's setting to my right. So it doesn't make any sense. I'm heading west. I'm heading to the sunset, and it's showing me that I'm going north.
Yeah, but every neighborhood is probably adjusted and fixed. There's probably no main towns, but there's spots that are giveaways, man. I don't know. Maybe there are towns that are backwards, but I think they have the main establishments and the main city parts and stuff oriented close enough, but if you're paying attention, you're gonna come across them spots that are just anomalous, man. That are head scratchers, man. Like I said, I got turned around in 2 damn miles, bro. Completely turned around within 2 miles. I'm like, that just opened up my mind. It just blew my mind. Like, dude, if I get turned around completely in 2 miles, then they could lay this shit out any old way, and I wouldn't have a clue, or nobody would, dude.
Yeah, no doubt. And there are a few places like that. I have to admit, not so much that I got completely lost, but I definitely got turned around in a very small area. That's for sure. But that doesn't mean that the maps are all wrong. That's. Let me see.
No, it humbled me, man. It humbled me. Like if I can get turned around in 2 miles, anything could happen over 100 miles. Or even 1,000 miles? Are you kidding me? You could do anything. You could declinate whatever you want, and pretty much. I'm just saying, as long as you keep the lines around the bodies, the heavenly bodies, man, then whatever they're doing, we're kind of at the mercy of, pretty much, or some of the bigger structures, like you were saying before. But who looks into that? Not many people, man. You dug deep to look into the Easter Island and the angles and all that stuff. And not many people think like that, man.
Oh, that's for sure. And people were giving me shit about it too. And the biggest one was don't look up to explain where you are and what's going on in the ground. And I was like, I don't know. I think I should be able to do that. But I do want to say something to riding on eggshells. Yeah, I do have a map that I'm not going to say explains everything about the stars, but I have a transparency that I lay over that map up top, those two maps up top, and I think I can kind of explain, why visually we see what we see. I can show you a video of a place in Arches National Park that gives you a 360-degree view of it. You have to take it for granted as far as the edges of the view is not right because it's a full 360 view, but you can see that what I'm showing on the map really correlates and lines up with what we literally see in a place where you can see horizon to horizon without obstruction. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, man. I was just answering his question.
Yeah, I was listening, man. You didn't cut me off.
Yeah, and I think the main thing for me on the star trails, and that there is southern star trails, and that the way that they all line up and seem the way that I'm depicting them, and it seems to match up perfectly when I start dealing with electricity and anything that is moved around a two-pole system or a two-pole position in spatial distance. So if I have anything that I'm putting down there and I put two poles down there, the magnetic fields create the star patterns that we see every time. Where is the southern pole? Well, I think it's at the southern pole. I mean, it's no, not like, yeah, I see what you're saying. I believe it is in Antarctica because of the way that I see the world in my map actually has Antarctica at the bottom. I don't believe it's all the way around the outside. I believe there must be something, either ice or a wall or something to that effect on the edge, of course, but I kind of see that there is a magnetic, a negative, how would you put it? It's not a negative. An opposing pole to the northern, where the southern celestial stars spin around, as opposed to where the northern star is. And the reason that I can kind of go along with that is because the rule of thumb and any electricity running through a wire or a coil. The coil doesn't have to actually have a wire connected to it. You're just using the medium of the atmosphere and the grounding of the earth to create the atmosphere or the distance you need to have the coil make its reaction. That's where I think how it all works. I wish I had my other pictures, but go ahead.
If you look at the last page I posted, man, I just took a picture of the AE map, out of Wikipedia. It says the USGS, and use it in the atlases, use it in all the air traffic controllers and the directional antennas. Like use AE maps because it's all true angles. So if you're going to use angles in like star positions and shit, you almost got to use that. That's what everybody uses for. Like I said, if you want to give that a read, it's the USGS. For angles, like angles for like directional antennas, for routes, air traffic routes, for different shit, but that's if you're going by the bodies over your head, though.
Right. Okay. That's what I was getting at. Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but it's something I can debate with. Use as a tool the way they do. And it's and the more I looked into it, I realized that the globe is a projection of the AEMAP stretched down, because it doesn't even go down past about, I think, 70 degrees, and they added another 20 degrees, and to me it's a projection because they showed, I've seen a video on and how, and there's the programs to turn that, how you make the ball, starting with the flat map, and it turns it into a ball, stretches. I forgot. I have to post a video, but it was something like that. But as far as for debate's sake, I'd use that one for all the longitudes. I mean, if you look at the Tropic of Cancer, it maps out, all the landmarks, all that shit's damn near exact, man. And then I come up with an equation, a refraction equation for the celestial navigation. It's just it's a ratio, basically based on distance of refraction of how the sun sets and everything, and basically based on the angle. Like, you triangulate the distance from the angle you measure the angle in real life, and it's based on a flat triangle moving 69 miles and seeing a 1 degree deviation in, say, Polaris. Then that gives you the height to Polaris of 3959.8 on the dot, the exact Earth radius, which I thought was a hell of a coincidence. Like, yeah, I do the triangulation on a flat, with a flat baseline, and that's the height I get to Polaris. But so it doesn't change a full degree until you hit 1,400 miles. So it's pretty close, as far as 69 miles per degree, but it starts accruing and getting worse and worse. But it doesn't lap over 1 full degree until you're 1,400 miles, which back in the day, that's like 2 weeks by boat, and even still today, a couple days driving in a car. So you're talking a lot of distance. Anything could happen in that distance. And so I just come up with the equation. It's 90 minus A, which is the measured angle, over A, times D, which is the triangulated distance, times point A, and that's your refracted distance. So you subtract that from the triangulated distance, because you get some pretty long distances depending on the angle. But you subtract that, and guy on this channel did it on the AE map because he was showing how it was so wrong. I had him apply the equation, and it was pretty close. And it had the moon. It was off by like, before he did the adjustments, it was off a little bit more because he's in the southern hemisphere, his location. But it wound up being off like less than 100 miles, I think, and it was like 60 something miles. And the way the position he had the moon in was above the Tropic of Cancer, almost straight north of him. And I'm like, how could the moon be, like a full degree above the Tropic of Cancer? Anyway, the distance it was off was almost the exact distance he had the moon above the ecliptic, which I know it veers a little bit, but it's not supposed to go that far above, I didn't think, anyway. But it's worth looking into. I'm going to look into it, but I just made that equation to show them, that celestial navigation was and can be done on a flat plane. They try and act like 60 nautical miles per degree is like only on a globe. You can't have it on flat Earth. You can't have the light curving. It can only be the ground. Can't be nothing else. It can only be the ground curving. That's it. Whatever it is, it's empirical, and it's based on whatever we live on, even if it's an extra dimension. Even, to claim that for certain what it is, to me is arrogant. Like, to claim they know for certain. So to me, they hijacked the radius by doing a flat triangulation. I don't think they did it by measuring shadows and wells over 500 miles. They simply traveled 69 miles or 60 miles and seen a 1 degree deviation. And the only way to really map out the Earth, the way it extrudes out from the center, would be to put it on a ball to keep the math. At the time, it would have been way easier to do the modeling on a ball, and they do a globe projection, like to keep it round, to keep everything equidistant. Then you don't have to have any other explanations. But they took it as literal, and today, to me, they take it as literal. And but they're saying it's they've been updating Google. If it was perfect, if the globe was perfect in a flat Earth, it's just messed up from putting it on a flat map. How can they keep updating Google? They keep making changes, more and more changes. That shows you there's errors. It's a ongoing model, and then another thing is it's all based on stars moving around Polaris, even on the other side of the equator. It's based on the azimuth from Polaris, man. They don't use the South Polar Star. They break it into 4 quadrants. They break it into east, west, north, and south, and so that opens the doors to so many possibilities if you really think about it, man. But I don't know, man. It's just sticking up for the old pizza map a little bit.
For sure. The only reason I have a problem with the AA map is because it doesn't account for the well, I shouldn't say it doesn't account for. Nobody attributes Southern Star Trails to the AA map, and that's I see Southern Star Trails. I can literally see the deviation between, the convergence and the divergence of the stars.
Right.
I believe there has to be Southern
Right,
Star.
but what it shows is misleading. Though the Southern Cross moves across the whole entire sky. If you're in Australia, but
that's not the center of the Sigmund Octavius is not, or the Southern Cross is not the actual center of the spinning.
I know. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but it's in pretty tight. It's in pretty tight, and it looks like some tight little circle. The star trails make it look like some tight little circle when it's really not. But yeah, it shows it 2D, and I'm with you on that. That's a tough one to explain, but I can only offer this. Like the Milky Way. Okay, I'll compare the rainbow. I call it the rainbow part of the Milky Way. The arc, the rainbow section. And the closer it gets to the horizon, it starts to level out, and it looks even more arced, of course, with a fisheye lens. But it's a good arc, when it's high in the sky at a certain angle. And we see the same thing, like kind of with the Big Dipper in the north. It's pretty close. It's pretty little past halfway. And but somewhere on Earth, we're going to see it at every orientation, some time of year. It's gonna do it. Full 360, right? But at some part of Earth and some time of the year, you're going to see it completely upside down and then right side up. You're going to see it every orientation eventually somewhere. I'm still waiting to see the bowl part of the Milky Way, because if we can see across Antarctica to the other side of a globe, then there's no getting around. There should be an inverse to that rainbow section of Midway. There's no getting around it, and we should be able to see the 3 stars of Sigma Octantis, but we can never see the 3 stars at once. 2 at best in one location. So I'm not so sure we're seeing across a pole, because it would have to match the north. I know I'm using the Milky Way compared to a constellation, but still, it's still the same principle. And if we're going to see across the South Pole, we're going to have to see the sideways rainbow part of the Milky Way. We're going to have to see the upside down part, or else we're just not seeing across the South Pole. So I'm not so sure, but yeah, it does look like it though.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out I don't think you can see across the South Pole. I mean, I don't think you could get to where you were going to. Well, no, I see what you're saying. You're saying seeing past that. I get what you're saying now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, or either just be in this right spot on Earth when it comes around.
Well, you can't. If you've seen pictures from Australia, especially New Zealand, Australia, South America, things like that, you can see past the area where Sigmund Octavius, or that cross, the Southern Cross, they can see it go around. We can't. I know I can't. but
Then you should see shit inverted, right? That's my whole point. Is pick something that you think you could see across the South Pole, like if you're down like in South Argentina or the southernmost point, go to Stellarium, whatever, and see if you can see it upside down from the other people, like the Milky Way, the rainbow part of the Milky Way, somewhere on Earth. The same way we see the I'm just going to repeat it real quick though. The same way we see the Big Dipper in every orientation throughout the year somewhere on Earth, we should see the Milky Way.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying now. I'm pretty sure though. What's her name? Trouble About. She did a bunch of videos on the celestial equator, all the moon crossing the sky, all this kind of stuff, and she did Sigma Noctavis. And I can't say for sure that she saw every orientation of up and down of the cross, but I know it was most of it. But I don't know if you might be right when no matter where you're at in Australia, when it comes down to the horizon or where it's below the southern pole, whatever you want to say, I'm not sure if you can see the entire Southern Cross.
I got a couple buddies in Australia, and I talked to Ross, Aussie Jesus, and he told me that he's the one who told me them star trails are a little bit misleading. He said, he says he watches the Southern Cross, and it's not Sigma Tennis, but it's in pretty tight, and I think it's near Acrux or whatever. It's in pretty tight, and he said that little tiny streak in reality moves across his entire night sky. So it looks like some tight little shit, but in reality, it's kind of a little bit misleading. It's going from practically horizon to horizon, not all the way, but
the cross itself.
I'm sorry.
The cross itself from different.
Yeah, he says it moves. Yeah, he says it moves across the sky.
Wow. Okay. I mean,
I've seen a lot of Trouble's work too. I'm not calling her out. She's calling it how she sees it. I'm just bringing up, whatever possible contention there could possibly be.
Oh, I know. No, I'm for sure. I'm just saying the ones that I've seen of the videos of the Southern Cross going around Sigma Noctavis or however you want to call it. It literally seems to spin. I can't visually see, I'm looking at it through a camera, so I'm not actually sitting there in Australia watching it, so I don't know the spatial distance of, oh my God, it's that far across the sky, but it looked like it was less than the Big Dipper would be, because the Big Dipper, you're going to see it go all the way around and up and down and stuff like that, but it seemed to me like the Southern Cross was in tighter than that, but I guess maybe it's not.
Yeah, Mitchell and one other person, but the last person I asked was Aussie Jesus. He told me, because I was just wondering, because somebody told me that the pictures are a little misleading. That little bit of space represents a lot of area, but I don't know, man. I haven't seen it for myself, to be perfectly honest. And but I've looked high and low for a sideways Milky Way rainbow section and a bowl. The best I found was flat, and that was on the horizon.
Yep, that's what I was having problems with as well.
So if you're looking at it from one direction, then you see it from another direction. You should see the inverse. There's no getting around it. I don't think. I don't see how you could possibly get around it. It's the same as everything else we see. If you're looking at it from a different direction, it's going to be opposite. So if you're on the other side of a ball, it would explain a lot of shit, but I'm just still looking for it. And I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I've been looking for it for quite a while and asking Glovers for it, and they haven't never produced it. One of them said they did, and I looked at it, and it wasn't. It was on the horizon flat with a concave. No, he showed me Stellarium, but he had his view underneath the horizon where the ground was the same shape as the fucking Milky Way. It was a bowl shape. Like, dude, you got to level the horizon on Stellarium to get kind of accurate. But dude, every time I go to Stellarium, like trying to getting these ball models, dude, I feel drunk. Like, dude, it's so twisted and fucked up looking. You know, when you move and look different directions. Like, dude, if it just seems like if that was reality, it wouldn't be so freaking dizzying looking at some of these models, man. I don't know, but like I said, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I don't know what it is, and I'm not sure anybody knows for sure what it is. And Globe may be the best model, or either the AE map. I'm still, as far as star trails, yeah, you'd have to say Globe, unless there was something funny going on with the stars, like multiple, like reflections, or even multiple dimensions, who knows, man. I like to keep an open mind, to be honest. I'm not going to tie myself down to any one model, period. That's where I stand right now, but I'm always trying to figure it out. I'm trying to keep an honest, open mind.
That's me too. I want to figure it out. I'd love to know. I don't think that I have all the answers, but I think I'm on the right track. But the main thing is, it doesn't matter. I know I don't live on a ball going around another ball. And that's what I subscribe to. I don't claim that I know that I live on a flat earth or what it looks like or the shape or anything, but I'm trying to figure it out. That's for sure.
Right. And you see right there, and the thing I posted, the Atlas and the USGS they use the World Atlas uses the AE map for their angles and all that shit. So that tells me that the ephemeris is well, we all know it. Like I said, why wouldn't they have an antipode? Why wouldn't they base beneath the equator going around spot Sigma Octantis or something? You don't have to use Polaris to map shit. You just need to know the angle and need to know the position of it. They could have. Why don't they map it? Why are they still using all these southern stars in the same circuit? They're in the same position of circuit, doing a circle around Polaris. That just, to me, that's crazy, man. All these stars that are supposedly way down there, and they're still depicting them in the same 360-degree circle as the Big Dipper and all this shit. It's crazy that they do that.
Yeah, especially when the main thing that got me on the whole deviation of the two bodies or the two discs or whatever was, it wasn't even the stars that really got me at first. It was watching, I believe it was Saturn and Mars. So as Saturn, or maybe it was Jupiter, I don't remember which one it was. It was one of the big bright ones on the southern quadrant or southern hemisphere, whatever you want to quadrant, and Mars on the north. And as they went to go both setting at the same time, after, way after sunset and everything, but they were setting on the horizon. One, Jupiter, was literally going south, and I don't mean south as in directly south towards the South Pole, but I mean its direction of the rotation was literally going away from me south, and Mars was going northwest. And I went, well, you say, old man, because
right.
of where I'm sitting, it might look a little weird, but that's not how it works. I mean, it had to be literally diverging away from each other.
It's not much, but it's there, and even Stellarium shows it. Even Stellarium shows it, dude, and it ain't much, man. If you look at the night sky, it looks like everything is pretty much like a kind of a wheel, but there on that horizon, man, you get that little bit of deviation, and it doesn't take much. Because perspective is not taken into account. Maybe a little refraction up and down, but perspective ain't taken into account. You can't be moving two opposite directions on a globe. If it's us moving, in my opinion, if it's us moving, falling over backwards or whatever's happening, we're only moving whatever angle. It's only in one direction. So shit can't move apart, no matter how small it might be. It at that distance, there's no explaining it. So that should at least get them thinking, like, thinking with us and hearing some of these ideas out and entertaining them and maybe having fun with thinking of some of their own ideas, man. They're so locked in, man, they can't even entertain, most of them can't even entertain the possibility that what we're seeing and what Stellarium's showing is actually happening, even though it's there. You know, they're not even hiding it. I made a video about it.
That is amazing. But, you know, when you're indoctrinated in, it's just like, I mean, and we've all heard the analogy, it's just like the Matrix. When you're indoctrinated into something so faceted into every part of your life, you are going to fight no matter what, because it would, you know, kill your your whole way of thinking, your whole life. Everything would crumble if you had to question the indoctrination that's been put into you.
Yeah, that's true, especially if you're invested, if you're financially invested. Like, I kind of felt sorry for Miles Davis when he acknowledged that soft tissue wasn't a fossil. He had to acknowledge it. He's a fucking paleontologist, or kind of like that, something like that. And when he said that, you know, thinking about it, it's like almost like felt sorry for him, like he's almost telling me he can't agree with that. It was in the after show, so I don't think it's something I could dig up, but it got me thinking, like he's almost saying in an indirect kind of way, he can't accept that it's not a fluke, even though that's happened even with Mary Schweizer and Mark Armitage and all that. It's happened, you know, even a few other people. It's like there's a place where it's not even that rare anymore. They come up with some crazy fucking excuse, but he couldn't accept it no matter what. He had to think of it as a fossil that was an anomaly. But, you know, flesh doesn't live that long, especially blood cells, you know, and stretchy tissue and shit just doesn't last. You know, even the best mummies are all fucked up with all them chemicals to keep them preserved. They're even fucked up after a few thousand years, you know. But the normal flesh is going to be dust in 100 years. I was listening to a forensic specialist, and I'm not even sure the topic was about flat Earth, but they're saying that, you know, how far they can even try and exhume a body, like past a certain date. It wasn't that far either. It was like not even 100 years or somewhere around that. But they were like, it's pointless even trying to exhume a body and dig it up because there's going to be nothing left to fucking look at. You know, it's like forensic science. You know, but they don't correlate that with like paleontology and things like that. They just keep their narrative going, even if it contradicts another fella trade. You know, they all have their own stories and they stick to them, and most of them never think outside the box. And I can't say I would have. I always had doubts about a certain couple things nagging me in the back of my head, but I never really doubted my world or nothing like that. I thought it was all figured out. You know, I didn't know that that science was so strict, you know, and absolute proof was so hard to obtain. Absolute proof of anything is very, very difficult.
Well, and I think we've all come to realize that, I mean, you can put this on any aspect you want, but science is great. Don't get me wrong. You can use science to figure out just about everything. I mean, almost. But science, especially when we're talking about a controlling mechanism or an explanation that is given to you by authority for whatever the aspect of your life it is always bought and controlled. You don't have it's not literally science the way that we see it. It's controlled information, because science is pretty much experimentation that can be replicated, and it's changing. You can't have a definite, this is the way it is. Science is, you should be able to change it if more information or facts come up that go against what you believe. Well, that's not what we have with half the things that we have. So I think science, especially now that we've had a pandemic that went across the world, that the scientists of this whatever establishment, governments, elite that control this world were bought and paid for and told you whatever the elite wanted you to know, or whatever the controllers wanted you to know about it. And they said, trust the science. And that's where I have a problem with science and the whole idea of people telling us that.
I gotta agree with that. And when they try and tell us, look at something, you got to get it peer reviewed, and that is the biggest joke in the world, man. Like, are you kidding me? Peer reviewed, like, dude, it's almost. I feel like sometimes when I'm arguing with some of these people, it's like arguing with the characters of old England. Like, it's this way. It can't be any other way. Newton proved it, or somebody proved this, and the sun is 1 million miles, and that's science. We know today. We might not have known 50 years ago, but today's solid science, we know the sun's 1 million miles away, and all this other shit, like they're scared to change. Like, it's a type of person. It's almost like a religion. That's where it falls in with a religion. Like, they think they know everything, and today, just today, not yesteryear, but today, everything's figured out and then backed up by science, and we know everything, and it can't be no other way. And don't deviate from the path. It's all figured out. That's like what I get in the image that gets put in my head when I'm debating with some of them. Like, there's the old generation, and until they die off, then nothing's going to change because they are scared, maybe, or just, maybe indoctrinated or just brainwashed. No matter what you show them, it ain't enough to get them thinking.
Well, and you got to admit, though, I mean, at least for me, I was scared shitless when I found out that the world wasn't a ball. And I will say, I don't remember who it was. It was, I don't remember which baller it was, but I remember when I came to the conclusion that, oh my God, I don't live on a ball. I went into some of those YouTube or Discord. It wasn't Discord. It was Hangouts or something like that years and years ago. And somebody that was a baller, complete was like, no, don't think that and this and that, and got me, to just really try and question anything, and got me for 24 hours to believe that it was a ball again, right when I started thinking that it was flat. And I slept so good that night going, thank God. Oh my God, we're spinning, everything's fine. And then I woke up the next morning and I was like, fuck, we don't spin on a ball.
That is so funny, dude. Like, dude, I mean, all I had to do, I wish I'd have seen some of this stuff first, like the ISS crap. And, once you look in and you dive in deep, like I'm the type, I get caught into reading. I'm like, and I can't stop. So you start reading about the rover and all the crap. Like, it's all obvious. Even their program, it's all announced the way they're doing it with all the different teams of production. It's a production value. And then you look at like all the fakery, and you see you can't unsee some of that shit. You see green screen glitches, and then they stuffed animal beams into the top of the screen. They're showing a NASA ISS event to kids, and they don't even hide it. This stuffed animal just beams in, like they beamed it in like Star Trek, and she's grabbing it like it's real. And then you look at other videos where the guy's grabbing it, nothing, where the software glitched, and then in the background a guy supposed to be floating by in the background, and he's on a cable. Then you see some dumbasses getting stuck upside down, face turning beet red, like they're stuck. Fucking idiots, dude. Like, don't get two of them. Like, are you kidding me? This stupid fucking idiot gets stuck upside down and just sits there, and like trying to play it off. Like, why would they show that? That's
I like the
insult.
one where they grab onto that one guy's harness because he's floating away from the picture, the framing of the picture, and he starts spinning, and they grab onto his harness and the wire and pull him back. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, how about the fly and the fly? How about the fly on the ISS? And then 2 weeks later, you hear me?
Yeah.
And then 2 weeks later, they come out with an article like fruit flies on the ISS. Like, dude, you're fucking 2 weeks late, you assholes. You got busted and got a fly, got caught on y'all's shit. But and then the guy bends over and you see the harness is sticking up, but the guy's grabbing at nothing. He's supposed to be grabbing a hat and putting it off to the side, but the software glitches and he grabs nothing. And they go to explain it. They say maybe he's grabbing a spider web or something. I'm like, you fucking asshole, dude. It's like seeing some of this shit and then the old moon footage. Like, I never seen any of that shit, or I would have known it was fake. I assumed we had a base on the moon. I'm like, dude, we went there 40 years ago. Of course, we got fucking bases on the moon. It's a strategy. They're not going to tell us. And then I seen the actual footage. And I'm like, dude, they never showed me this before. These bumbling idiots. This fucking idiot. It's embarrassing, dude, to be in America. This dude goes to hammer in the mount and the hammer flies out of his hand, hits himself in the fucking foot. Then he can't pick up the hammer. I'm like, these bumbling fucking idiots, dude. I'm like, so if we did go to the moon, that ain't it. Like, I'll concede the remote possibility that maybe we did go and they're just showing us bullshit. But I can't unsee that. And it's embarrassing. And nobody's grabbing at cobwebs on the fucking ISS. We see the bubbles. We see they don't even hide it. They have a tank underwater, and we see the exact divers that show up in reflections. They're filming down there, in an exact mock-up of the ISS in the clearest water in the world. And it's like all this stuff is right in front of their face, and they argue with us. It's so whatever. Let's get past the shape of the Earth argument for a minute. And put some pressure, because I'm sure they have some cool shit up there. Whether we're have a remote control on Mars. No, I don't. That's crazy. We don't know what Mars the fuck is, or in the moon. Ain't nobody been up there, but I'm sure we do have some cool shit up there. And like if August Picard, and went up 10 miles in the early mid 1940s. Imagine what they have now. They probably have whole cities up there just out of sight. 15, 20 miles up and shit, join compartments and shit. I've seen some of the shit they have, like nice chromed out capsules nowadays that they were going to be selling like rides up to the stratosphere. I don't know if they're doing it, but these capsules were sweet, dude, decked out, chromed out, like the size of like half a school bus and attached to the giant balloons and shit. And then you read, I mean, it's like, why would they argue? If we could, put a little pressure on obvious bullshit, we could probably get a little bit of disclosure. I'm sure that we're not going to find out everything, but if we could at least call and stick together on the obvious bullshit, the shit we see and can't unsee, the embarrassing, fucked up shit, we can probably get a little disclosure on what's really going on, and then from there we could move forward. That generation's about gone anyway. The people who fake the shit, fake the moon landing and all that. They tried to tell us the truth, man. I'll end it with this. Like Buzz Aldrin come out and pretty much said, because we didn't go there, and that's how it went. And then like the Orion saying, we can't leave low Earth orbit. All the astronauts, and the president, we can't leave low Earth orbit. And they're saying we got to work out some things before we can penetrate this region of space. And then them saying that we used to have the technology, we destroyed it. It's a painful process, but they did everything to admit that this is where we're at now. We're trying to come up with a technology to get through this radiation belt, but until then, it's dangerous. And then when I argue with them about that, they say that it's because of the guidance and the circuitry. I'm like, well, okay, don't you have circuitry on your fucking rover, you dickhead? No, they're saying it's dangerous to people, that we can't leave that region of space because of the harmful radiation. If it was circuits, it'd be dangerous to every circuit, including your Mars rover and your fucking Discovery, all this other shit, and whatever. It's just like they just say anything to defend it. We'll never get disclosure, even when they try to admit it. Like Neil Armstrong pretty much said, his last fucking speech. He's like, you know, if you could, there's truths, there's great things to be discovered if you can see past truth's protective layers. That's not even code hardly. That's straight up saying if you could see past truth's protective layers, that can only mean one thing: they're full of shit. And it's like, I mean, all this stuff that I'm trying to admit, we can't go past lower orbit. They're trying to tell us where we're at right now and what and when we plan to get further and all that. And they just won't accept it. Like, nope, we went to the moon. Nope, I don't care what they say. We went to the moon. We lost technology. It's pathetic, man.
Yes, it is. And I
Thanks
have
for
to
listening.
say, oh no, I enjoyed listening to it, to be honest with you. So I didn't have to say shit like that sometime. I'm glad you did, honestly. But it does come down to, you know, there's so many things that, you know, you just really can't. You can't get around the fact that most people in this world, I'm not going to say, I shouldn't even say most, but there's a very, very large percentage of people I know, not so much the people that I think are out there in the world. This is what I'm talking about, the people I know that do not believe them. We landed on the moon. They aren't going to go hog wild and demand answers or anything, but most smart people who can literally discern what they're seeing and what they've been told in reality know that we didn't go to the moon. If anything, it was a race to prove that we beat the Russians, you know, and that's why we did it with cameras and all that. But I just think it comes down to that's the reason they're decommissioning the ISS. You know, people have been saying forever. It's been 30 fucking years or 30 something years, and that thing's been up there. And hell, even my truck has to have the seals changed on the windows, and the goddamn head gaskets have to be changed, but they aren't taking everybody out and changing the seals on the windows and doors and everything like that. Never. And I just think it comes down to they're just going to keep the lie going as long as they can, and it usually will come down to, like you said, when the people leave or die off that actually were around when all that shit happened and the lie that they told was pushed upon everybody.
I just put out a video saying, like, just questioning if the ISS is natural, you know, and I was on Jose, another like a debate channel, a baller channel, but he lets you debate and speak your piece. And I was saying, you know, I'm not making a claim for certain. I see rockets. I'm right here by Canaveral, and I see launches and shit. They don't seem to be going very high, you know, but I can't prove any of it. I'm waiting on a launch now that goes north because they come right at the coastline, and I could time it out and at least get a speed pretty close to accurate speed just by triangulating it. I filmed the last one, but I didn't get it from takeoff. I didn't time it from takeoff, and I thought of it afterwards. But I could get the speed of when it marks horizontal to me at my location, you know, 100 miles up from there north. I can right when it crosses my path when I'm looking direct east, I could get a pretty close approximation of the speed it's doing from the time it took to get there, because I've drove that route several times. I think it's a little less than 100 miles, but anyway, it's like I compared it to ISIS because, you know, you look at like Arcturus through a P1000 and shit, it looks kind of like the ISS. I'm not saying that the star is you know, and they're just saying it's out of focus. I'm like, well, I get Jupiter in perfect fucking focus. I get Saturn in great focus with this camera, but for some reason, you know, the Arcturus and some of these other stars, you know, if they're out of focus, we're all focusing wrong exactly the same, you know. But I was just saying, what if it's natural? Because they just had to back up the decommissioning of it to 2030 instead of decommissioning it like next year or something. They backed it up to 2030, and if it is natural, then I would compare it to Isis, like is from the Vedics or the Babylonians, I forgot, but it was a wanderer, a goddess, Isis, and they said it spread internationally, and it's still alive today. And they said that it spread to the Chinese, to the Romans, ISIS, and it's depicted as her arms and then her wings spread. She flew, and she's supposedly like racing around or roaming around, flying around, trying to find her husband's body parts, as dick or the rocket. It's all depicted like this probably ain't even the first time around. I'm just saying, what if, like if this same thing has happened before, the same place in technology as other past resets where it was, and just named it different, a little bit different, and it's just the same shit all over again. And I showed that the ISS, like with the best amateur telescope, 14-inch, before the layering and all that, it just looks like a TIE fighter, man. At best, it's a blurry fucking glitch that you could barely make out. It after all the layering and all that, yeah, it looks a lot better. But Arcturus shows in Saturn. I showed Saturn. It shows that everything ain't perfectly round up there, and there's shit up like Sirius. I think one of them has a hole in it in the middle. But either way, everything, it's just, it could be something old or natural, and if that's the case, then they're not going to be able to decommission. I said, time will tell. I might be wrong, but time will tell. It's come closer to 2030. They're going to have to back up the decommissioning again, another 10 or 8 years or whatever, and or else depopularize it, one or the other. But I was just throwing that out there as a possibility, and boy, they about had a fit. Every one of them, even the host, they didn't like that one bit.
I bet not. I bet not. Yeah, and it really comes down to this for me. After a while, years ago, I got to the point to where I didn't even care about any of the trying to prove anything or even find out anything more myself there for a while. And all I wanted to know was why. Why would we need to be lied to about not just the shape of the earth, not fucking, just everything? Why would they do this, and or why did they need to keep doing it? And people that over generations kept it up. And it just comes down to, holy shit, we are completely controlled, and it doesn't matter what generation, what time, when you're born, you are going to be controlled by whatever you want to call it, the elite, the Illuminati, the powers to be, the old men of renown that have kept their lineages going, in control of the game of life of not suffering the most. And I mean, that's what I see it as anymore. So I don't even try and sit there and argue with anybody about the ball earth or the flat earth or what it is anymore. I just realized I needed to get myself away from the system and not be controlled by, and be,
That's a great point. Great point. Did you ever hear of Brian Austin Lambert?
I've heard the name, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's the guy, the plasma guy, the guy who came up with the EMCO, the electromagnetic plasma reset event or whatever, called it the EMCO. And he said when it had to be like in December, and it's going to be when the poles shift, and instead of the sun turning around, it's going to be like the Bible and other religions say that the days are going to shorten because the sun's not going to make its turn, and it's going to be a different magnetic field. It's going to be a red sky. And he gave a lot of good evidence, man, about how to survive this thing. And it has to be, right around Christmas. And he's saying why they had Christmas trees and lit up. They're praying to the praying to the gods, basically, that to give us another year. And a reminder of the event, just to keep it alive, where people put lights on trees or to represent the fucking plasma arcing and the event that wiped everybody out. When you got to be on stone because of liquefaction, you got to be in a certain area, like within 5 degrees north or south of the 33rd degree. He said that's what the importance.
When did he say this was going to happen?
Anytime. He said you got to pay attention. Come December 21st, if the sun doesn't take its turn afterwards, then that's it. You ain't got but a couple days left to get the fuck to your spot. He said he made a lot of sense, dude, whether you agree with him on everything, but he's like, you can't have nothing metal on you at all. Don't have, because you're gonna get arced. You know, your only chance is to be in a good stable foundation, like build your house on rock, and or up in the Rocky Mountain, you know, in the mountain, not the Rocky Mountains, but a rock solid spot in the mountains, you know.
Bedrock.
Yeah, bedrock. Yeah, and he pointed to all these verses, you know, and all these other religions that kind of said the same shit in other ways, and I mean, I'm only giving a tiny little piece of it, but he said pay attention to every solstice, every winter solstice.
Oh, he wasn't saying this year on December. He was saying on December 21st is when it happens.
He says it's coming.
I was like,
And he's-
wait a minute. If he's making this much sense, I'd like to know why he thinks it's going to be this year.
Well, he just figured out when it had to be, went by the evidence, and he's saying, you know, he's not sure exactly the year, but he says, you know, he did the math. He's the first one to do the math about it's an undecillion. If the Bible is accurate in Adam and Eve, or as the time the Bible says, there'd be an undecillion people if you even cut the birth rate in half. And take away a lot for wars, all this shit. It's astronomical how many people there would be with just 1,000 years, man. It's exponential. He said there's no way that we, you know, that the reset has gone this long. I don't think he gave an exact time. You know, it might have been a few hundred years or 400 or something. But he's like, I don't know exactly when, but I know how to detect it. I know when it has to be. And he shows, dude, he showed so much. I can't even begin to tell you the evidence. But he had a lot of fucking. He made sense, and he was always talking about the controllers, you know. He's like, you know, there's only a few people who know about this, and they're the ones who control the world. And he's like, suck it, controllers, after every video. He's like, he got murdered, shot in the fucking head, dude. And I couldn't believe it, dude. And they haven't come out with all the details, but he was murdered last year, man. Last year, and he was teaching people how to survive it and where to go, and he was pretty belligerent toward the rulers, you know, the ruling class.
That's one of the weirdest things that you said is, you know, I shouldn't say the weirdest things, but the things that correlate with what I've always thought was like, you know, I've always needed to get away from the system even before I knew about the flat earth and all that kind of stuff. And my main goal, but I wasn't able to do it, was to build my house completely underground in bedrock. But that didn't happen, of course, but, it is to build it to be underground for some strange reason. I've always wanted to have that happen, and I think there is a reset coming, but I don't think it's so much a plasma event and all that kind of stuff. But that's interesting, dude. I'm definitely going to look into this guy. What was his name again?
I'll post a video. He's dead now, and most of his work is gone. But I have the main video with the 1 through 30 on yeah, it's a really good video. Whether you agree with everything or not, he supports everything. He's a pretty fucking smart dude, man. He's got a good imagination.
Did he believe that it was about every 200 to 400 years, somewhere around in there?
I'm not sure he put a date on it, exact date on it, but he just was going by evidence and what the records say, and what history has said, and what's possible and what's not possible. I don't think he gave an exact date. He might have, man. It's been a minute since I've seen it, dude. But I'm gonna post it, dude. You definitely want to do yourself a favor. Definitely watch this one, dude.
I will definitely. No doubt.
The only sucky thing is you're not gonna be able to see most of his work, but you'll see the bulk of it. And but he did so much other good work, and his channel's down, and they murdered his ass.
That doesn't surprise me anymore. Not even a little bit.
He's an ex-Marine, you know.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense, really, to me. I mean, I understand control. I understand suffering, because to me, that's what I think life is somewhat close to perpetual suffering. everything you've ever done in this world was suffering, from the minute you took a breath to your stomach growling when you're hungry, when your bladder hurts because you have to piss, everything. Everything is trying to not suffer or make things not suffer. And I think the game of life is to not suffer less. At least that's what I think the controllers think the game of life is. And that's what they've done since time immemorial, is made to where their lineage or the ones that they decide will suffer the less, because they either control, have all the assets, or everything, they're both. The only problem I have with it is knowing, okay, so all of this has happened over millennia. How can even a lineage of a family keep that going, and why does it work throughout all different, cultures and continents and everything? It all seems like they all have the same, all the elite, all the big boys have the same fucking goal.
Yeah. Anyway, I posted that video, man. Dude, it's called The Coming. That ain't what he called it, but this is a mirror because it's the only place I could find it. But do yourself a favor and watch that, because it gets, whether you agree with everything he says, he backs it all up, and he puts you on some other videos of some technology nowadays that I don't think you've probably heard of, or not many people have. And it's even grown since he pointed the guy out, and it's gonna give you so many ideas, and it's a good one. It's a good one. Like I said, whether you're open-minded, so you don't even have to agree with any of it, but it's a mind opener, and you'll enjoy it thoroughly. One of my favorites.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate you posting it for me.
And then his girlfriend he met from YouTube, like-minded, she broke down the SpaceX bakery and showed the rocket skimming off the firmament and showed the ripples and all that shit, dude. She showed the technology of what they're trying to do. It's the bullet technology, like the bullet penetrating water technology. It was new back then, a few years back, and showed them before they and how what they're trying to do. I mean, her name, it's Mia's new pair of glasses. I think her channel's still up. So watch her SpaceX. I'll post one of her videos too, man. Hopefully her channel's still up. But man, good-headed bitch, man. Interesting fucking theories, man, and pretty good visual evidence, man.
Oh wow, I didn't really want to even start trying to get into some of the stuff that SpaceX is doing, just because of how I completely got away from trying.
Yeah,
to
forget about the SpaceX, but yeah, do yourself a favor. Definitely watch that Brown House and Lambert.
Definitely will. That's for sure. Yeah, it was really nice talking to you guys tonight. This was fun, enjoyable, I have to say.
Yeah, man. He was wanting to hook us up, man. He told me I'd enjoy meeting you, man. And you haven't disappointed.
Oh, I'm sure I disappointed at some point. That's for sure.
Man, if you didn't disappoint some people or aggravate some people in this server, then you ain't doing something right.
Then I ain't speaking what the problem be.
Exactly, man. But yeah, it's hard to get. Every now and then we'll get a bunch of us with an open-minded conversation, and it just goes cool places until some other people join, and that one dickhead with the accent, he kind of broke down the conversation. A couple of them, they ain't in here too much, but we get some good conversations going, man. Just with so many ideas, when we'll stem one idea, we'll stem to another, to another, to another, and we have some good ones in here sometimes, man. So yeah, it's been a pleasure meeting you, man. I think I'm about to dip out of here myself, man.
Right on, man. Well, I will talk to you later.
Nice meeting you, brother.
You too. Later.